Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 group stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top Challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The group stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams, with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again, as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Hello PUBG fans, I'm Matchroom. I'm going to be your tour guide and walk you through kind of everything that's going on with the Challengers Cup starting today. If you're a longtime North American PUBG fan, you should be familiar with the system, but we might have some new people as we've got a lot of new faces that are going to be participating inside of this event. So we're going to try to walk you through and let you know how everything works. We're going to be looking at a whole bunch of new teams coming through, challenging a couple of teams to see who can move into that next tier of competition, which is going to be for the Continental Cup. So without any further ado, let's just start jumping right into all the rules and how everything is going to break down. To start off with, let's just go ahead and tackle how all of this is going to work. We're going to be watching games over 2 different days. Naturally, we've got today on the 20th and tomorrow on the 21st. There's going to be 6 games per day, and you can see the teams over there to the right. If you've been watching the Continental Series, then you're familiar with 8 of them, and there's going to be 8 new people that are trying to challenge them and take them down. Our bottom 8 teams are going to have to rival our top 8 teams coming up from the whole Challenger Series. So, with this, naturally, we're adding an extra game here, so that way you have 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar, and then tomorrow we're going to kind of flip it around. Start off on Miramar, and then make our ending back over on Erangel. Just get a little bit of a Erangel sandwich, so to speak. You should be familiar with the placement system. Number 1 gets 10 points, and it just kind of goes down, a little bit of diminishment every single time, and for every kill, you and your team are going to receive 1 additional point. And I wouldn't be surprised if today we're going to see a lot of violence, given every time we look at one of these Challenger Series, it's always exciting. So, we got $15,000 on the line. The top 8 teams from Challenger Series versus the bottom 8 teams from PCS1 group stage. Whoever comes out in the top 8 spots are going to be challenging up and stepping up into PCS Series 2 North American group stage. So you're going to see some potential new faces coming up and rising up and stepping into a Pro League event. This is always an exciting time to look at everything that's going to be going on. All right, so being able to compete is great, but let's also talk about the prize pool. So with this, you can see our first 4 teams are going to see $1,500 apiece. Then back behind that, $1,000 apiece. Just for competing and making it to this stage, everybody from 9th through 16th is at least going to walk away with $500. So that gives us our grand total of $1,500, all things considered. And I love the fact that even just making it to this stage gives you a little bit of money to take home, help out with the bills, and just help you on your path to becoming a PUBG professional player, because that's what this whole event is about. New faces, new people showing up, new teams, potentially new play styles. That's what we are looking for, and that's the excitement we've got coming at. But I've been monologuing for quite a while now. Joining me on Analyst Desk for these first couple of games, I've got Clover and Godspeed. How you doing, guys?
Good, great to be here.
I'm excited to be here. See some of these challengers rise up. You know what I mean? Hit some PCS group stage 2. You know what I mean? I'm ready for it, man. I'm excited.
Well, Godspeed. You're a team that actually played through whenever we were looking over at the NPL and had to fight your way into one of these series. What's it like? Are you like nervous at this stage? You have like still mapping out plans. There's just a couple of minutes before we move into the first game. So what's going on in these players' minds?
I mean, the reason why I like these series so much is because, as you said, like I came from this. You know, the Rumblers, when we originally came through NPL Phase 2, we came from contenders. So it's really exciting to see what teams are going to step up. As far as the mindset that we had, we knew that we were one of the stronger teams in the lobby that we came from. We knew that there was going to be some strong teams coming down from, the NPL or the Pro League as it was. But now I think with these teams, the mindset is just play the game that they've been comfortable playing, especially against the teams that they're familiar with, and then just try to be flexible with the teams that they're not so sure of. You know, the PCS teams, those are the ones that they're really going to have to kind of map around because those are the teams they haven't really played against yet.
Clover, you've cast a ton of these teams. Like, you were doing a whole bunch of challenger events, community events for a long time. I know that there's a lot of names here that you're really excited to talk about. We can't get into individual teams just quite yet. But what do you think is going on with the mindset of some of these players?
I mean, you've kind of got the bottom of PCS1, the teams that really struggled to compete at that higher level, but now against the top of the Challenger Series. And these are the teams that have come out of Challengers very aggressive, very kill hungry, and with a lot of energy. And so I think the teams coming down are going to have to really step it up a bit because, like Godspeed said, when you really want it, your drive's really strong. So it's going to be tough. This is not going to be a walk in the park for those PCS1 teams that are facing relegation this weekend.
Yeah, our bottom 8 teams did end up in relegation and are now having to fight for their lives. Let's take a quick look back at week number 3 and how the action broke down for that. So without any further ado, let's roll it into a little bit of a breakdown.
Oath trying to take this push just a bit. The circle's getting a little bit closer. Tony V has been found. That's it for Duel. Down to our top 2 immediately. A knock and flush there. The door is closed. Looks for the angle. Jump through the window. Finds it there. There you have it. Prime time, mime time. Exodus goes out in 10th.
The moment Waldo pops up, it's going to be bad. Shots coming up on one side, back over towards the other. He's already got 2, and there you go. Radiance. Profi's got the side angle back over towards it, trying to hit the tap shots onto it, but it's not going to be enough.
As Wooly runs for the res onto Tony V, is going to immediately steal that, tries to find the knock, gets it, but not before down to 42 HP himself. 3 kills for Radiance, trying to pick it up. There you go, 4.
Trying to get away from Elusive, but there's not a lot of good places that he can play right now. Just runs up, trying to go for the res, but the Molotov coming through. That's going to light them both on fire. Not anywhere that he can go for it. No water to roll around in, and he's going to go down.
Wooly with the bolt in hand. Hopefully going to be able to get Lampalot back. I'm not sure.
Good shooting.
Oh,
Wooly.
Reload's reading the res. He's reading the res.
Oh my god, he gets one.
No.
Turn it around.
No.
Reload.
No. Gonna need something.
Oh,
no. Because Reload finds it. Oh my lord.
Tried to pull the pin and it was not happening. Reload. Oath not waiting, wasting any time. They're not waiting for the circle to push in. They're just going to go ahead and push in and crash. And Snakers even takes them.
It is a trade of kills. A killing spree is out. Tanaka getting down Balefrost. One is still up. It's Rello. And he gets it. Finds the winner. And there you go. Oh.
Look at the push coming up. Mystery's got the angle back over towards him. Honey Badger does connect, turning this into a 1v1. Ross got the high side, looking back over towards Honey Badger, who has the tree. Honey Badger hits the shot.
That's going to allow SDK to get a little bit closer here, but he knows exactly where they are. And that Molly. The Molly's going to do it. There is the headshot.
Now they're starting to have to get to a point where they're going to have to be aggressive. Roth is holding that outside wall. It's going to be walking right into it. It's going to be McCoy that goes down. Kickstart also playing along that path. Multiple members of Radiance going down, and the trap is sprung. Mine pops up back behind it. Molotov's now coming out on the other side of this. He now knows he has an angle. Looks back over towards Wildcard's position. Gets one of them. Can he turn this around? Can he get the upset? Can't go for the play onto it. Gets the shot. And Sonics walks away with 12 kills in what nobody would expect.
No, Luke needs to go for that plus. He's on fire. Oh no, Luke. Oh no.
Beautiful.
Not like this.
Beautiful.
Is deadly. Oh! There you go, the knocking right up in front. Monty gets him out. Comets go out. Team strong, but Reno.
Look at this now. Chuba and J-Sank out. They are moving. That's a flash coming out for Chuba. That's the blue. But Reload.
Oh, Relo's got a good angle on this. Is going to find one. Knock out to Chuba. Finds the second one, and yet again. Oh, with 14 kills.
Well, a lot of action breaking down inside of week number 3, but for the benefit of a lot of our teams here, you're not going to be seeing Oath, Sonics, Shoot to Kill that were having a very dominant performance inside of last week. This time around, it's going to be a lot of the newer faces that are making their rise up. Chance for some glory for some of these teams. Some recognition, I know, for several of these teams that have been playing for quite a while. A lot of the names you are going to recognize, but the rosters are going to be a little bit shuffled up. That's kind of the thing that happens so much whenever we look at this. There's going to be a lot of these players that we've seen since the beginning days of PUBG Esports just kind of broken out into different parts of this. But, I mean, if you've been watching for a while, you're going to be familiar with 64 Up, Atheris, Carnage, Dodge, Duel, Rarity, Snow Patrol, and Team Clueless. But now on the other side of that, you can see that there's a lot of teams that are slowly creeping their way up there. Exposed, 605 Gaming, Calm Card, Dawn, East Coast Red Zones, One Eye Open, Orion, and 6 Feet Under. So I've been kind of going through, listing off every single one of them. Let's do a little bit of a deeper dive on each one of these teams and break them down a little bit more in depth. So we're going to go ahead and pass it over to you guys. Give us a little bit of a lowdown on what's going on with these teams.
I mean, you've got Exposed, 605, 64 Up, Atheris. A lot of power in this lobby. 605 clinching that spot at the very end of Challengers. They've really been on fire lately, as well as Exposed. Atheris struggling a bit. They are coming down for Contenders, but I think have a good opportunity to redeem themselves this weekend.
Yeah, I think another thing that you touched on as well is, I think Matchroom was mentioning it, is there's a lot of really kind of old school players coming into the lobby, so to speak, that had been playing for a while. I think, I mean, looking at this as well, you know, I see like Zavra and I see Microstar, I mean, who was one of the most, if not the, actually he was the most successful coach in the MPL for North America, because he was, you know, he was coaching the team of Tempo Storm, and they won every single phase. And we also have Danny G, Morty, Mini Fridge, and then Dodge. We've seen them have moments of brilliance within, you know, the PCS, as well as Carnage Gaming. Although, just, you know, there's flash of the pans. It's kind of been more so with them. And then Calm Card, you know, is a team that has been doing really well in Challengers, and, you know, have kind of come up and risen to the challenge.
I mean, you know, as well, Duel, this is a team that we were really expecting to do more out of the PCS one. They are coming down here to relegations, but a big conversation we had last weekend was that the strength that they've got in this team, and I think that they might finally turn themselves on to bring it. But the other three teams this lobby, East Coast Red Zones, One Eye Open, Orion, GG, these are your second, third, and fourth place teams. You've got so many strong players who are used to competing this level. We've got Barry Vibes in here, Zealot. There's so many really good players, and One Eye Open as well. It was really not a team to look out for. Orion, GG, they put so many kills on the board during Challengers.
Yeah, and then you have a team like San Diego Rarity, Clover, that we were just talking about, you know, who just barely made it to the cusp because of that final fifth game, and because of a slight technicality, they now find themselves here with a chance at retribution. And 6 Feet Under, again, another one of those teams that really are here to prove themselves. Snow Patrol, although they did have some trouble in PCS, you know, these guys were coming in fairly fresh. The fact they even qualified was huge, and I think that they have a lot to learn and a lot to absorb, and I think they could be a powerhouse in the future. And then Team Clueless, again, like another team that has just really great fraggers and really great players. Pistol Time with a lot of experience. Same thing with Nitrogen. We saw a lot from Patrick in 20 FPS as well, but it just wasn't coming together for them. So I'm hoping that, you know, now being here in Challengers Cup and potentially getting relegated is kind of like the wake-up call that they need, and hopefully the one that's actually going to push them to really start performing to the level that we expect them to.
And we do see that sometimes, Godspeed. Like, moving down into a relegation stage becomes a gelling point, because a lot of these teams are pretty new, especially whenever you're dealing with the very first phase of Continental Series. These teams haven't had a chance to really figure everything out about how the team works. So they're trying their best to go, okay, this is how we're going to handle movement. This is how we're going to handle IGL. This is the person that's going to fill this role or that role. And so stepping back down after getting the experience playing against all the great teams in North America, and then coming back and dealing with these people that are rising up, gives you a second to reset and go, what worked, what didn't work, and let's try to just put it all back together in some way that figures out how to be the best team that they can be.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead,
So we've been kind of breaking down. We've been talking about them. We've been seeing all this other stuff, Clover. I know you wanted to talk about stuff, but we've got a video that we want to go ahead and show you so that way you can see these new teams in action and how they got to the point that they're at in this competition today. So go ahead, take a gander at these guys. Has a grenade, has a Molotov. has vision at this point.
Oh, Greta, push this.
Circle's going to
You
be
got
coming
this.
in.
There you go.
Finally
Go,
gets
go,
the
go,
spray
go,
back
go.
over there. Duels with Greta is made. Blows up the
There you
face.
go.
Another shot's coming up from Greta. She is on fire right now. Spins
Nice.
it back around. 4 kills over for Greta.
Spray from Sovereign, able to do quite a bit of damage, able to get 1, able to get 2. Sovereign!
Oh, spotting out J-Snow, can't find the knock onto this, gets the knock on Cell, gets the knock onto Barry Vibes, cleans up both, picking up 2 points, 11 kills so far for Don. Haagen-Dazs is still in the Shack mini fridge. Here we go, finds him.
Hardy just sneak walking this. If he
Oh,
wins this,
take
I
it.
swear to God.
Oh, take the shot. Oh, and then Hardy with the barrel, will
Run,
find it.
Hardy!
He goes out.
I think this is monkey business crashing onto Shirky and 6 feet over. And oh my
Ooh.
God, the shots.
Hardy's got the angle onto it, but Shirky getting strats on red, down to 6 HP. One eye open. Can he find the knock? Here we go.
Okay.
Dubers goes down. 2
do
teams
some
left
damage here.
alive. There we go.
Oh.
Soup, by the way, finding another knock. Will get that flush. 5 kills for him now. There's just 1 player left. Can he get it? A couple of shots. 1, 2, 1, 2. There you got it.
That's another kill from Yami Kitty. They got 5. Sambuca's here. This is the last 2 teams. Sam gets the 1. That's first knock. Gets the second.
Will it be the blue? Will it be
Ooh,
plush?
God.
Okay. They've got Oppie Boppie in a perfect position to gatekeep this. But oh my
Oh,
God.
Klep gets the knock there onto Nomad Wrath as well. And here you go, Edge now coming in for the hard push onto Cobra, trying to deny their entry point into here.
Oh
Klep
my
picks up another one
God.
onto Pluis.
Going to get that knock onto Lejeune, finishing him off as well. Mixed breed getting picked apart here. Oh, Leesum, turn around, do it to him. Gets the headshot. Leesum absolutely destroying. Able to get that knock.
This is the part that's scary when you start doing this. When you start doing edging. Oh, Angelo! Are you kidding me? He gets 2.
Uh-oh, looks like
Oh,
Shepard is going to
look
get
at
hit by that
Molly.
Molotov.
Oh, no,
but Zodiac tried to get fancy with it, got caught coming out of the window. Klep's gonna knock and immediately finish it here. We can see Rarity coming in for the push. Another knock is out. 2 players down. Klep is starting to clean this up.
Complex, but Orion's going to step away from it. Oh, Recoil tries to go for the run over. Nice move.
Running with it, ambush is there. Exile, you really want that thing to stop because Jepe's going to be right behind you. No, he gets run over. You're dead.
Orion is pretty much just guaranteed the win here. They got 7 kills.
It's not a pan.
The pan sails off into the distance. Is East Coast Red Zone? Maybe you left one behind? Nope, he's on the side of... Oh, Ragdoll Physics is the best.
Oh
had a
no,
4v1 push
throwables
here.
are out.
Look
What's
at
happened?
this.
Oh, what a crash
Why
for
not?
Monkey Business! Oh, Flashy! Oh no.
All right. I want more of all of that just happened there. I want to see people taking buggies into buildings. I want to see more pans being thrown. I want all of the fun because that's what happens. Whenever you get to a stage like this, everybody just goes for everybody they can. It gets violent very early, specifically in comparison to like the more stable games that we see in like the Continental Series. Everybody is playing for their livelihood and know that they only have 12 games to do it. But we've got to do a little bit of a prediction game here. And I know it's a little bit challenging because we haven't seen all of these teams really compete against each other yet. We don't know how it's going to stack. So us 3 get the fun of being ridiculed depending on how this goes out. But you never know. We might get a couple of these right. So I'll get it started. I've been a fan of these guys for a while. My prediction to end up at top today is going to be Carnage Game. I think that they performed really well as we moved through everything, specifically through the Continental Series. I think that in a no-holds-bar style of fighting where it's just going after a lot of kill points, I think that they're going to do quite well. Clover, what you got for me?
I went with One Eye Open. You know, they might have been second place in the Challenger Series, but they actually led in kills with 69 kills. This was a team that started off moderately warm, but really bloomed in the latter half. And I know that while Dawn comes in a little bit scary, this is a team that just is on fire and clicked in right now. And so I think they're the ones to look out for.
Those are good picks. Those are good picks. I mean, for me, it's gonna be a kind of no-brainer. It's not a very controversial pick at all. Actually, it's just Dawn. I've chosen Dawn. That roster has a lot of experience. And then when you just add the fact that MicroStar, not only was he a very successful coach, but even as a player, I mean, I think I don't know if a lot of people remember, but Micro was actually a very talented player that found success as a player before even coaching, Tempo Storm and being the most successful coach as well in North America. So I just think that team has just so much raw talent and experience that it's going to be really hard for anyone in this lobby to really pass that up. And, they showed it in Challengers, and I feel like they're going to show it again this weekend.
My Wii part also loves their logo. How could you not? If you've been watching any anime in the past 10 years.
Katsuki,
All right.
I see you.
Yeah, hey, I mean, that's kind of a statement in and of itself. Whenever you're saying, hey, this is how good we are and this is how we're going to play it. If not, oh my God. If they don't make it, I'm going to be surprised. I think that all three of these teams are going to be solid.
Would be very
Definitely
surprised,
teams keep your eye on as we move through these next 12 games. So we've got 6 games to go through today, and I know that we have one that's coming up in just a second. The lobby is getting all situated. So before we get into that, Clover, Godspeed, you got to give me a breakdown. What are we looking for? What do you have your eyes on? Clover, start it off.
I mean, you got to come in hot. There's no time to get warmed up. There's no time to really feel out the other teams. You've got to come in with confidence. Yeah. You've got to look for those kills, and you've got to just rack up as many points as you can, because we've seen time and time again that the cutoff can oftentimes come down to just a matter of like 1 or 2 points.
Godspeed is somebody that's played through it. Give us the words of wisdom. What are the keys to victory here?
I just want to see the fire that kind of got lit under the bums of all the PCS teams, man. I mean, like teams like Clueless, teams like 64 Up. Obviously, Duel is the big one. Like these guys, it's do or die now. You either show up or you get sat down to challengers. So we'll see what happens.
Well, the recipe is getting set. Everybody is in a good position. All the teams look like they are ready to go. Things to note as we make our way through here. Remember, we are starting off on Erangel, but we've got a couple of friends that I know everybody that's been watching North America is going to be very excited to see. Everybody in chat I know is like, shut up, just get into the game. So we will go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Hypoc and KMD for the action.
Hello, hello, hello.
Smooth.
Welcome, everyone. So opening it up, we got 6 games today. I got Hypoc and I covering the first 3 onto Erangel. Challenger relegation. So you excited?
Yeah, I am. Actually, Godspeed, bang on the money there, actually. It's this is a chance for, I guess, some of the PCS teams that didn't perform, well, massively underperformed, I guess, in our eyes throughout watching that, to kind of step back up, really, and see what they can do in, arguably, an easier lobby. I mean, eyes for me are on teams like Dodge and Clueless. I don't know about you, but those are 2 that I'm hoping can turn some of their poor performances around here.
I know it's a bit of a long shot. It's a controversial pick, but my eyes, coming from PCS specifically, they've got to be on Duel. They had a very, very poor showing the first couple of weeks. They picked it up on week 3. So I don't know if that's the beginning of their climb up, or if that's just going to be a flash in the pan and it really is a completely failed project. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think actually Duel is one that, again, you'd expect on paper that roster to absolutely tear this lobby apart, right?
Yeah. That's not to mention that Challenger also has a couple of good, strong, intimidating teams. Okay, maybe intimidating is a bit too harsh of words, because they do come from Challenger. I don't know what that feels like, but still some teams that could throw a wrench into all of these PCS teams' plans of getting back into Phase 2, Series 2 next time. Next month.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting point, because there's obviously I mean, like I said, that's just purely based on the expectations coming into this. Obviously, from the outside looking in, this should be an easier ride for our top teams. And again, Dodge, one of the teams I mentioned, they were one that was so strong throughout the open qualifiers. And this, this lobby resembles heavily like the same as like the old online qualifiers we used to have for LAN events and stuff, where there is that chaos factor and there is that kind of unpredictability of things, and just taking teams outside of their comfort zone, not being used to dealing with certain teams in certain spots. So it is a bit of a different pace, so to say, as we do see the circle actually posting over towards, I guess, south of Yasnaya being central there, but Dodge dropping into military here. And let's see. This is a bit of a switch up here. We don't usually see Dodge down in this area, so going to be a bit of a switch up for them in terms of the macro game from where they're rotating from. Not sure if this is an audible drop from the plane path. Obviously, the plane path that me and Poro, I should say the plane path curse that me and Poro carry, obviously sticks with me. So apologies for that, guys. But generally a pretty slow circle. This one's got a lot of a lot of compounds, a lot of terrain to play throughout Circle 1. And generally, a lot of teams coming in late are just going to kind of sit on the edge. We should see a bit of congestion around Volcano over towards the east side of School and Apps and over towards like the J compound. But you see here, Team Clueless actually looting up on the hilltop outside Lipovka. And I'm not sure if this is potentially a rotation trap we've got set up. But you see one eye open all the way down in Lipovka. They're deep in the city, looking like they're actually looted and in a position to rotate now. So need to be careful of the threat close by at the top of the hill. We have to keep an eye on that one as it progresses. Carnage Gaming over in South George. You see they're going to have a long way to go to the circle. And actually, I'm guessing they dropped West Coast for vehicles because the plane was pretty far south. So there's no way they long shooted into South George. So expecting a vehicle rotation to come out of them here. And I mean, definitely a long way to go. This is again a circle that it can be pretty tricky to come into late. If you don't get a solid spot on edge to do any scouting, Circle 2 can be problematic.
Yeah, and I think rotation is going to be interesting for a lot of these teams considering how low down that opening plane was. Concord right now, I think they're about to start heading out. It looks like they're just swapping some loot out at the moment before hopping into their vehicles and should be making their way up north. They have a couple of teams that they're not too far from, so they're definitely going to need to keep their head on a swivel and make sure that they don't end up basically coming across another convoy and get into a really... Whoa.
Is that Cherry Poppins?
And...
What? Oh,
he lands it. He sticks it, ladies and gentlemen. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, sticking the landing. Amazing show here by Subtle from San Diego Rarity, making their city proud.
Yeah, paying homage to the Cherry Poppins PGC adventure, we'll say, in the sky. But I was going to say Heaven or X Games or whatever you want to call it. For some reason, it gets called X Games in NA, and I always stumble out saying that. But the Heaven position there at the little hilltop compound, really good for this circle. Again, you can kind of command a lot of the terrain around that, Cammy. So it becomes one of those ones where you can kind of, and again with the vehicle changes now, it's more difficult to pick up those rotation kills because as we know, we don't get kills now for blowing up vehicles. We are playing on the barrel update patch.
Yes.
So
yes, we are.
That is worth noting, and it's going to be interesting to see how that change kind of, I guess, evolves throughout comp play. Because it's obviously we've moved into kind of the 7.62 meta now. Barrel obviously being king, but also the vehicle changes being a factor. Plushcod now going to actually open up with some shots onto transitioning team. Actually, oh no, he's going to get stuck in there. Oh, okay. I thought he dead hit the ridge there, but Plushcod all the way over at the 3-story. He's not going to be able to get any follow-up shots on that. That's lucky for them.
Yeah, it looked really bad for Zealot for a quick moment there. 6:05. Unfortunately, it was just Plushcod here. It wasn't a full trap. It wasn't a full bridge camp. But I like that. You don't want to commit entirely to stopping one, maybe two teams coming over that bridge. And if Plushcod, if he could get something out of it, it would have been a very good use of time. But even just a little bit of damage, even a little pressure, it's fine. No harm, no foul. Duel driving past Snow Patrol, who have set up this position. A bit of a widespread trying to catch some other rotating teams out. But right now it's going to be Lamp-A-Lot and the rest of Duel. What do we call this compound?
Okay, so this for me is Ghost in NA or it's Liquid
Ghost.
in EU.
Okay.
So it's Ghost or Half Barn, whichever one you want to call it.
Yeah. So I know Liquid used to be big fans of that, but that was so long ago that I didn't know if that stuck.
Maybe for us in NA we can pay homage to Ghost Gaming and keep calling it Ghost. That's a nice little touch.
Yeah. Little stamp of memorabilia there. Quick vehicle change. He prefers the colors on this one. It's a much better paint job.
Yeah,
I think
it generally is. But again, just coming back to the vehicle changes, it does make it. It does make it interesting now to see if there's any different decisions in taking, daces and UAZs and stuff. Because obviously, it's going to be more valuable to go for the knock out of the vehicle than just saying to your team, "Let's blow the vehicle up." So it's going to be interesting to see that adjustment. I'm really keen to see if there's if we get like I guess an influx now of knocks out of vehicles or people generally not burning ammo to try and go for the blow up where they usually would, but I still think it's perfectly viable. If somebody's driving through a field to disable that vehicle, then effectively that player's stuck in the open. I'm intrigued to see how the meta will change a little bit with that.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't think it's gonna change it as much as you might be implying, strictly because if the vehicle does get disabled, where are they gonna go unless you disable it right at a compound that they're at? I could see some situations that the car just keeps rolling and they get out of safety in those 5 seconds, but ultimately, I think taking the vehicle out, if you have 4 guns trained on it, I think is a better option than just trying to go for the knock. You'll be missing a lot more in that instance, I can imagine. Don here, setting up shop.
I was going to say, just for example, obviously it's easier to knock people out of UAZs than it is Dacia, so whether or not that becomes like more of a decision factor, I don't know. Increasing the survivability always a good thing for me. I like it.
Yeah, it also means that I suppose unfortunate rotations aren't as stressful, which means that teams that are put in a bad situation based off of perhaps, for example, where the circle goes, they have a little more leeway to get out of tricky situations with vehicle sense. It could still put them in really awful situations.
Do we see more clown carring? What do you think?
Ooh. No, actually, I think that actually makes clown carring even worse, because if you're going for knocks, that's more seats that your bullet could hit.
Yeah, fair.
Compared to if there's only one target. If you're going for knocks, there's only one target per vehicle. Well, it doesn't matter, because we're going to see how that all plays out in the next month or so on this new patch. And this hardship way up towards the northwest, this is great for Carnage. But for everyone else, it should be quite rough. A lot of teams, I feel, are going to be we're already so late to the first circle because of the opening plane path, and this kind of just exacerbates that, makes it even worse.
Yeah, and actually, as you can see, Finna fall to 6 feet under, actually camping up here by the Wizard Tower. The rest of Dodge will make it away, but I was just about to say, this circle actually going to make things interesting, because we're going to be banking either side of the water, right? Obviously, we need to be playing forwards towards that Phase 3 shift, and this one kind of takes it all away from the safety of a land circle to having Yasnaya Bay in. So it's going to be interesting to see how many teams trying to, I guess, bank on the north side here. You actually have Dawn and 605 getting into a scuffle here.
I don't mind this by Dawn. They did really well in this series to qualify for this event, and they're going to try and, I guess, flex on the competition. A quick little flash to keep Duke, I suppose, a little uncomfortable. I think he's going to re-smoke himself. He's in a bad position. Fortunately, Mini Fridge was taken out on Dawn's side, off on this side. This could give 605 an opportunity to collect themselves, and now that Morty goes down, is traded, Quattro is going to get taken out. But Dawn, they're not being as strong on this as you think that they would have liked, but an aggressive push by Danny doesn't actually catch Duke. This puts Duke in a nice position.
Yeah, Duke's actually going to hit the prone inside the smoke here. Danny's definitely, he's actually going to find him. They're going to get the knock onto Duke. But Dawn need to be quick if they want to try and get Mini Fridge back up. I don't think they're actually... Yeah, actually, you're going to see Dirty Zin's actually going to find that one at distance. And now I think Danny's taking a lot of fire from distance as well. So this kind of falling apart for Dawn here. Both teams pulling up on the side of this hill, and the third-party factor becoming too strong for either. Microstar's still up. I'm not sure if he can pull something off here. There you go. We'll get a flush out.
Ooh, I think that's just one remaining now for 605. Okay, they were able to get the revive, but immediately taken out once again by a great nade by Microstar, looping up the west side of this as well, pushing super aggressive. Danny G on the flank. It's a very simple, straightforward, but should be quite effective of a pinch. Just spray into the smoke. You'll find him eventually.
Yeah, Microstar desperately looking for Frost here, but I'm guessing they're just going to wait this smoke out. He's actually repopped the smoke on himself, so that should give them a good idea exactly of where he's sat. Because that one didn't get thrown overhand. It's got to be underhand. You know he's close there, guys. But the problem is here, you can see 64 up and pulled up onto the hill now. So this is just taking way too much time for Dawn to clean this up.
There you go. They do finally find Frost in the end, and they do eventually annihilate 605, but they lose 2 of their teammates in the meantime. And 64 up, they didn't just take a couple of shots and then leave to go find a better position in the circle. As you mentioned, they're getting closer and closer. They really want to take advantage of this situation that they just happened to roll up on. A nade actually comes out to push Dawn even further away. And I don't know if they have a vehicle. The one Dacia
No,
available
don't.
is on its backside. So they're going to be running out in the open, but they really have no other option at this point. 64 up, 4 versus 2. Not a lot of cover for Dawn.
Yeah, and actually this... Okay, so now we get a really good idea of what's coming next. But lucky for Dawn to get away with this. I'm surprised the peek over from 64 up. They kind of played that a bit passive. They had literally a front row seat to that fight for the third party there, Cammy. And I'm surprised they kind of aggressively pushed onto the hill. They must have known numbers. Pretty simple to keep track of the kill feed there. I'm not sure why they weren't a lot quicker to sweep there. They even saw the smokes and then would have heard the fire, so known that Dawn would have been kind of still recovering from that team fight. So interesting there, but maybe just, taking a bit of passive positioning to play forward into the next circle.
Yeah, well, it does make sense. You don't want to necessarily go super aggressive in the way that Dawn did, because you see what can happen in the early game. And the 64 up, because they played so safe, sure, they didn't get those 2 kills. I think they only picked up 1 downed player between those 2 squads. But now that they still have 4 up, it can play into this hardship, and they have a much better position to play into that than Dawn do. But that being said, it's going to be rough for a lot of these squads. Dodge on their own uphill climb. They already lost 1 previously. They might lose a second, all in their own individual vehicles. But Maddie here from Exposed, surrounded by Rarity. Do they know that he is hiding out? Do they know that they have a rat in their midst?
I think they're just playing through. Matty's actually going to potentially look for that little pixel angle through the windows, but Shepard doesn't seem aware in the slightest that somebody's this close. You can see on the x-ray there, Matty just leaning into the window. There is a little angle you can see through from one to the other. Shepard's actually going to go into his building. This could be absolutely disastrous for him. If Matty just makes no noise here, Shepard's going to come upstairs. It could be a free kill.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
the door not in Maddie's favor. Still crawl out. He definitely hears the footsteps. He knows someone is on the top floor, but he doesn't want to move in case Shepard somehow...
He gives it away, yeah.
Yeah, looking at that angle. Instead, he's hoping that Maddie's going to be really greedy for loot and come into his room. I think he might be doing that.
No.
The tension is high for everyone. Not just for Maddie, but for us and for the viewers as well.
I just want the duel
Don't go in
to
there!
be playing right now.
He's behind you!
Oh my god, come on.
Oh god, actually, okay, so with the shots come out, Maddie knows that Shepard's distracted, takes full advantage of the situation, and gets the full kill as well. Ryan, they just drive through sightseeing in Yasnaya.
Well, that was anticlimactic to say the least there, but Matty picking himself up a freebie. We've got Duel here looking like they're in some problems. They're actually pushing towards Calm Card up here on the warehouse compound. I don't know if they're going to push up the next set of rocks, but this is you can see right now with the tracers on the map how much pressure they're under, and actually how many teams are actually crammed into Yasnaya.
There's a lot.
This is kind of crazy, actually.
That's 7 teams in Yasnaya. I didn't expect that many of them to get into Yasnaya so early. I suppose Stalber, which was the only other option that the circle could go because of the water shift, and the lake was in the previous circle. The only other place, there's not a lot of cover on the Stalber Hill, but I still didn't expect this many to be in the city. And luckily for them, it is still in the circle. But for how long, it is on the edge.
Yeah, and we know what happens with these types of circles. Reno's actually running a DBS. That's interesting to see. He's going to get picked off there. Dodge will go out in 15th. I guess the DBS wasn't the play there. No, I'm joking. I'd love to see it.
I think they had. I think the DBS was maybe a little lower on the list of things that went wrong for Dodge this game, but it is only the first. So we'll see what they can do continuing on today as well as tomorrow. But definitely a good start for Carnage. They lost 1, but 2 kills, 3 alive, and they're fairly isolated in this circle. They basically have full control of the northwest side.
Ooh,
and if this fight between Calmcard and Duel breaks out, they might have a line of sight to take advantage of this one.
Yeah, it's actually Duel have managed to sneak their way up onto the closest ridgeline. This is the most difficult position to get into. Duel making it up to here makes it very easy to kind of just play time here, wait for an open, wait for Calm Card to move in between. But actually taking a lot of pressure from the south might force Duel off the side. I mean, they probably have no idea there's like 10 teams down in Yasnaya that are probably all looking north to try and find angles on something in the circle. So This is kind of rough here. I'm feeling like Duel's best play here is to kind of get aggressive on this, to be honest, Cammy.
Well, the shots at them stop, and I think it's because the Yasnaya teams have all started to fight each other once again. A couple of grenades come out. Pistola Time, a little bit of trouble. They've also lost a teammate in Team Clueless. Nitrogen does go down. They have 3 kills, though, so only 17 minutes in. That's not a bad start. But still, look at how many teams are in Yasnaya. Carnage!
Oh, my God.
Out of the blue! Just wipes Atheris.
Okay. Well, Carnage obviously, setting a precedent for themselves already in game 1. That's fantastic to see them start getting kills on the board again. A team that's been fairly flaky, to be honest with you. It's good to see them step up, Cammy.
They did lose another teammate, so they do get these kills, and they have to send a sacrifice in return. But this is very par for Carnage. They throughout their entire, I guess, year in these events, they do pick up a lot of kills, and it's the placements that are lacking, but they generally pick up enough kills to at least be in contention and slowly getting better over the course. So I think they're already looking a lot stronger. Now, granted, they are in a different lobby than the PCS, and that's a conversation we could save for the desk.
Yeah, as we see the scale of the problem down in Yasnaya right now. Can we look at all these teams? And this one, even if it shifts, 500 meters to the north, you can see how many players are going to be forced into each other here. Again, the apps themselves shared by 2 different teams. Then we've got San Diego Rarity over in the priority. We've got 64 up here over at the barn. This is going to be absolute chaos. And as you can see there, just that slight shift, you can see how many players are going to be forced up here.
Yeah, that's still, 4 teams that have to push north. I am counting Clueless because it's only Pistola Time that's in the circle from that squad, and he's barely in this circle. I don't know how well the rest of the team's going to group up with him. How many of these teams are even going to stay here at this point? But where can you go? It's been a while since we've seen the Yasnaya field, so I don't know how reasonable those sort of concrete pillars, the radio lines, RB to play still. But I kind of feel that's really all that's left.
It is, yeah, but I mean, this is one thing. It's a huge opportunity for any of these teams in the north, actually, to kind of get themselves control over terrain to move into later. And again, eyes come back to Duel. They've come away from this fight with Calmcard at the warehouse, but you see now put themselves in a precarious position because any other teams that are up here on the north can kind of push up to them for free. And you can see now already Dean getting some free information onto Tony V. Not going to land any shots just yet, but again, look. 6 feet under have just managed to come into this position here. Does land a nice headshot there, actually, but this is the problem now. This is going to be difficult for Duel to hold, uphill and downhill at the same time. Obviously, if they want to protect from uphill, they need to move away from that ridge, which kind of exposes them to the lower down teams.
Yeah, I think their best option might be to kind of loop over towards the east and come in just above 6 feet under. But I don't even know how feasible that is. They did play this, it seems, just a little bit too safe. Their ridge that they're playing right now is safer from Calmcard than it was previously. So Calmcard might not have the angles that they could have had 5 minutes ago if they were clued into Duel's existence. Wooly sent out a couple of shots, so they are able to trade back and forth a little bit. But Calm peaks. Sovereign takes down Wooly. This is not a great start. Duel were banking on Calmcard playing it safe, but immediately finished off.
And this is the thing. Like I said, they can't be in a position where they can be safe from both of these teams. You can see Tony V just forced to play in a little crevice in between 2 rocks, and it's just not enough. You can't guarantee your safety in that spot. As you can see now, he's just going to get bullied back and forth with these head peaks downhill.
Yeah, and the Dean so far is winning these trades, even if just slightly. An Infamous rushing forward, going to try and land a nade in that bowl. It's a little short. He's banking off of the back line, but the Dean does land the shots again, and Tony V is going to drop. There is 1 left standing for Duel, but Calmcard are rushing forward. Do SFU expect this? They might be focused so much on Duel that Calmcard are going to catch them completely off guard. The shots ring out, but SFU seem to be holding Calmcard at bay. How are SFU getting away with this? any team that comes up to them, they're just taking them out. The shots completely go in their favor. Cherry does chime in from Duel and try and do at least a little bit of damage, but Combo, they're completely eliminated. Didn't even drop a single member of SFU, and now SFU can focus once again onto Duel. If they were watching the kill feed, they know that Cherry is still alive, and they can just sweep west.
Yeah, and actually, SFU getting 6 kills on the board already. They're in a pretty good position because, as we know, a lot of this space down to the south is open, and eventually Yaznai is going to be cut out. So they could potentially, farm this lobby if they got themselves into a strong position. They got to worry about Cherry. They got to worry about the last member of Carnage. But jumping back over to Yaznai, we can see Nox getting traded back and forth. ECR and Team Clueless down here fighting just next to the post office. Pistolo's going to try and crouch walk his way up to the front of this apartment, but I don't know if he's got anywhere to go that's safe.
His first goal right now, I think, is just to get up to the wall of this apartment building and force the red zones to actually have to come out if they want to flush him, tuck away into a little bit of a corner. But I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to survive in that, or not just Clueless, anyone in this city. Oh, yeah, Patrick's the only one left. Pistola did go down and actually fully killed as well, and Jon Snow is aware of the direction that he's going to be running, but could also just be quickly distracted by 64 up.
Yeah, Zelot finds him. Unfortunate there. The Yaznai is actually 6 feet under now, getting picked apart by Orion, who moved out early to one of the pylons down there. And actually going to pick themselves up 2 kills there. So 6 feet, actually potentially 3. Infamous is the last one up for 6 feet under. So I was just singing their praises for the, acting proactive in that previous circle, but now maybe bit off a little more than they can chew, and they shouldn't have come down to this low ground as early as they did.
Well, you say that, but the blue is at their back. I don't know how much later they could have forced their way through. It's a hard run. There's really not a lot of cover, and you can see Infamous having to use some smokes. He's trying to wrap back up counterclockwise, but this could push him directly into either Cherry or Zray. It's a lot of solos left up here, but he can't even get behind the rock before Firefighter finds him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I thought they could have got themselves into a strong position, but unfortunately just getting picked off by Orion from the low ground. You can see now there's just going to be... I mean, this is the circle where we're going to see some scrappy deaths, right? People trying to make a YOLO run for it, try and find a tree, a rock, anything. The more the city that gets cut out. And actually, that shift down to the south is actually problematic for a lot of teams on the north now.
Yeah.
You see San Diego Rarity just thanking their lucky stars right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does favor Yasnaya more than another circle could have, but it's still only 2 buildings inside, and so it's bad for the teams in the north that have to come down from this hill out into the essentially what's a field. It's bad for the teams in the city, but Firefighter goes down as One Eye Open do get pushed, and it seems that Red Zone really, really want their apartment. They actually just steal it away from One Eye Open. There's only 2 of them remaining on the east side, and they're basically forced to play catch up in this.
Very positioned on the back door there. You can see already a couple of kills getting traded out, but Red Zone's still got 4 up, so as long as they play the numbers advantage here, they should be able to clean this pretty easily. Again, one of the worst buildings in the game to push just because tight angles, the staircase is such a choke point. I think they've isolated Monhati down here, and actually you can see a Molotov come in here. Bit of a waste. There's I thought he was going to throw it into the downstairs bathroom there, which I think is where Monhati is.
Yeah, he might have been aiming for it.
He's just primed here, but all 4 members here trying to clear in through the front door. And actually, is one of the members of Red Zone's on the outside?
I don't know, but Dubers is, and he might be running around the outside to bait Red Zone into this building that Monhardi is holding the angle, but you mentioned this is a very difficult building to push, and Red Zone don't want to take any chances. And they're just going to... We have this hallway. We are going to stay in this hallway. On the other side of the circle, it's going to be 64 up, deploying so much utility to try and push into Rarity's building. Zodiac peeks out the side, and it's a trade of damage. You can hear the barrels ringing true throughout the entire circle, the entire lobby right now. And Dirty Zen going incredibly aggressive, wants to get up close and personal. His teammates on the back... It'd be a distraction, but the peak from Zodiac and the immediate finish as well.
Yeah, 64 up, just in a really rough spot. The edge of their wall being cut out in this circle. And again, they just haven't been able to find an opening. If they could have got, 1 or 2 knocks onto his prio, maybe they would have been able to mount an attack, but this is being held out here. And that circle again, just bouncing back south and north here. Here comes the push actually from 64 up. Somebody's got onto the building. Who's that prone down there? Ooh, Subtle's looking for it.
Wants to find the angle. It's going to be the underhand grenade thrown out, but I think it goes just a little bit too far. Hoshi actually gets his first aid kit off, and so he's going to continue to push aggressively outside of the wall, and Rarity don't want to leave their building. That gives Hoshi the opportunity for a first knock, but it will be immediately traded by Deadeye. So a good follow-up and a good revive to keep 3 standing just in the nick of time as well, because the circle pulls away, finally 100% from Yasnaya.
Yeah, now again we have kind of the complete opposite here, where all these players are going to have to run out into the open, and I mean I'm just praying nobody's been wasting utility cam, because there's not a lot to play behind running out from Prios.
Snow Patrol look to be in the best position right now, but best is not that much better because they have 0 cover. They just have a little bit of a plateau, but the survivors of Yasnaya, you mentioned it, they just have to run out, deploying all of their smokes. Orion are going to be holding the line, and Rarity and Red Zone hitting each other. Actually, Rarity come out on top fully in that. They do lose a player to the blue. Zodiac does go down, but Deadeye and Subtle are still standing. But it's going to be Exposed who are picking up the pieces of that. Just Subtle alive, and he's not even standing. He is on his belly, crawling forward.
And now, actually, Snow Patrol got themselves a little ridge, but they are seemingly out in the open here. But they are going to be occupying center for Phase 8 once the star does post. You can see they are the closest here, but I don't know if any of the 3 other teams are going to have to fight before this comes in. So Snow Patrol could pretty much just sit in the open. Everybody else is not really got an angle, unless Matty gets an angle downhill onto Snow Patrol. This is going to be interesting to see the way this one plays out.
That ridge by Subtle keeps him alive just for now, and Exposed.
This is good.
How
this is
going
good.
to watch, but yeah, Orion on the aggressive push from the east side. They know that there are players in this dip. They see the utility in Potato.
Oh, no,
well, okay, he does Potato at the start, but he does correct it in the end. But Mitchie Boy tries to come back, but he gets taken out, but it's trades all across this entire field. Snow Patrol are eliminated. Orion are eliminated just immediately after, and now it's just Subtle left versus Maddie, a 1-versus-1 for the win. And I did not expect Rarity to be in contention for it.
No, actually, that bridge working out perfectly for him. As soon as that other fight popped off, he came and he backstabbed, and now put himself in a 1v1 situation. Matty hurling some utility out. He's going to put some flashes out, maybe just try and get a lucky stun. Matty does spot him out here. Does get a headshot onto Subtle. Comes out the peak. Great work from Matty to close that one out. Exposed going to pick up 5 kills and the win in game 1 here, Cammy.
Exposed, they only win with 5 kills, but they were the team, I believe, that left Yasnaya quite early once the circle started to shift away inch by inch from, I think it was, it's like circles 4 through 7, I think it was. And so, when you're in a circle like that, it is so hard to guarantee safety while picking up kill points. You can't blame them too much for just trying to play it safe and avoid all of the drama that was happening in Yasnaya.
Yeah, and there's always 2 ways to play circles like that. You can bide your time, or you can try and get stuck in and pick up some free kill points. But obviously, running the risk of doing that in the city, we saw there was probably 30 players in Yasnaya come Circle 4. So, again, I think they played that one right, biding their time and kind of, slowly moving with the circles instead of slowly moving into the city as other teams were doing. And that's where we saw a load of teams get condensed around the Prios in the apartment area, and actually Exposed managed to use that opportunity to get out on the west side. So can't fault them at all for that, and it obviously paid off in the end.
Yeah, it might be a little disappointing of a start for a number of teams, but considering that the kill spread was a bit more even than we've come to expect, it does mean that there's not going to be a single winner just running off with the lead right now. Yeah. And it's only the first game of 5, so there's still a lot of time for teams like Dawn, teams like 605 who went out, I believe, first, to really bring things back into that. It was only 5 kills for Exposed, but then you have following up on that is 8 kills for Rarity, 8 kills for Orion as well, so a little spread out at the top.
Yeah, it was, and It's I mean, what else can you say? It's a Yasnaya game, and it kind of played out as expected, to be honest.
Well, what can we say? Not much left, because we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk and hear what they have to say about game number 1.
Thank you so much, Cam. And hi, Pac. Well, we were talking there for just a second, about, oh, this is such a friendly circle to get everything started with. Oh, it's so easy. And then suddenly it shifts to Yasnaya and then goes into the wide open area that even Godspeed, you said a second ago, you weren't even certain if you've seen too many circles even in there before.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a circle or seen a circle in there. Like in that specific, obviously circles have ended in Yas all the time, but like that specific patch of field where there was like a couple weird like ridges and like one like mini bowl. I don't know. It was just crazy. I've never seen a circle there, and yeah, it was a wild ending.
Well, we've got to do it every single time. Toffees isn't here, but it is tradition. So Clover, what time is it?
It's highlights.
Highlights. Let's go.
Highlight.
There we go. Highlights.
There we go. We were waiting on you.
All right, we'll kick everything off. Dawn, this was your pick. Godspeed. They come in.
Yeah,
They get a little bit bloodied, though.
It seems like 605 and Don were kind of like business as usual, ignoring the fact that there's, teams from PCS now here. They just kept going for it and fighting each other like nothing had changed.
As well, I mean, there's just so many unfortunate rotations. A lot of teams are really thinking similar. This really great push, though, from 6 feet under. It was a lot of pressure here onto Duel. Found themselves kind of getting taken from both angles, but at the same time, Snow Patrol had a really nice rotation in here. They did lose Sneak Attack onto Stray God, but they took control back out of this, taking Carnage away from the north, and that put them in a good position for the latter half of the game.
Yeah, Destinator also was just picking up kill after kill, especially on the teams that were coming in from the north. But Maddie with a really nice wrap around the circle, able to kind of get around the problem that was subtle, spotting him here in the end, and able to clean up a nice little win for themselves. Honestly, five kills. Yeah, it's not the flashiest, it's not the highest we've seen by any stretch of the imagination. But even still, starting out, this Challenger Series of 12 games. Getting a win, that's a huge confidence booster, and that's going to hopefully propel them forward going into the next 5 games for the day.
Well, good play, too. I like the fact that they were aware of what was going on in the circle. They went ahead and tried to flank around the outside. In an area where there was no cover, that's just good map awareness and good circle control coming out from Exposed. While they did take a couple of casualties back down towards the south, Maddie did manage to clutch it up and get them a win. But, man, again, that is a hellacious ending circle as you saw everybody trying to exit. Yeah, Yasnaya, there was nowhere to go, and it was just kind of a bloodbath off the side. Luckily, or unluckily for some of these teams, they had abandoned a lot of their vehicles, so they were just having to hoof it into the circle. And when there's no cover, that is so deadly. I mean, Clover, did you see any teams or any actions that specifically stood out to you in that round?
I mean, even then, you kind of talked about, we had 7 teams down in Yasnaya. Early on, Snow Patrol rotated along the west, that we did see kind of take out Carnage, pick up a couple kills on that, but Exposed sent a player out that way. They're looking for that similar rotation, lost Jules, though, in the process, and that kind of kept them down to the south, which they actually played quite well, given the circumstances. But, I mean, for real, that was such a tough circle. I think you had a lot of teams that read ahead, thought about their rotations, and trying not to get caught out, and so that was, for me at least, the stuff I was kind of looking at, those teams that were thinking ahead on that.
Godspeed, you were talking about Destinator and walking away with a ton of kills. He walks away with 4. Potato also gets 4. We have a lot of people that were picking up around 3 to 4 mark. Zealot coming up from ECR as well. But let's just go ahead and look at the full leaderboard breakdown from the last round, and technically the overall leaderboard as well, because we've only had 1 game. But up on the top of it, it's going to be Exposed. No surprise at all.
Yeah, but I mean, I gotta give it up to San Diego. San Diego Rarity is such a weird team for me because, like, I feel like these guys have been together forever. They obviously have good chemistry, and they have the potential to just be so strong and do so well. Yet, like, they constantly, I feel like, find themselves in like the lower bracket, so to speak, or like the challengers or the contenders. You know what I mean? I really just want to see this team finally break out. I think this is a good start for them, and they should be moving up, to PCS. With the group stages for PCS2. On the other hand, I'm really impressed with Orion. I really like what I saw from these guys. Yeah. Again, Destinator was just tearing it up in that game, getting a lot of damage farming off the people coming in from the north, and even Carnage, Zregat, we've seen Carnage do really well as well, coming down from PCS. So I mean, I don't know. There's so much potential in this lobby, especially with like San Diego Rarity. It's a team that I'm definitely going to harp on because I've casted them before, especially in contenders, and I think they have so much potential. I really just want to see them finally realize what they should have a long time ago and move up.
Well, ECR as well stepped up. I haven't had a chance to watch them a whole bunch, but they had nice positioning inside that last game. And you can see damage output and kills from Zealot. Very good performance coming out from them. But also, Clover, your pick, One Eye Open. Dubber's coming up, putting out some damage of his own.
Yeah, I mean, East Coast Red Zone, they really popped off later in the Challenger Series, so it's no surprise to see Zealot on here. But Dubers as well, I mean, this is a team, that, both teams that really pulled in so many kills down the Challenger Series, so to see them right off the bat come at you with damage, come at you with kills, I mean, this is, again, what I was kind of talking about. These Challenger teams are not going to make it easy for the guys coming down into relegation.
That's a big part of the Challenger Series, is exploiting early fights, trying to pump up a lot of kills. And we're seeing a couple of teams that are very used to performing inside of where we're looking at the Challenger Series, trying to make their way up inside there. They're coming in with that mindset and that approach. Some of the other teams we're seeing play a little bit more passive, and that can come back to bite you in a shorter form tournament such as this. So, like Godspeed, if you're going to be one of those placement teams, what are some of the secrets for success? I know Rumblers was always a kill team. That's one of the reasons I loved you guys so much. But it's a little out of shape to ask you, okay, if you're a little bit more of a passive team, what do we need to be looking for?
I mean, when it comes to being passive, realistically, it just comes down to rotating early and making sure you're in the best position, right? Like, if you're trying to be passive, you're obviously not trying to rotate or play edge or fight on edge, really, because that's kind of what the later rotations generally you'll find yourselves in. But overall, it's just, again, putting yourself in a position early enough in the first couple circles to where your rotations will be easy or clear, so you're not going to be met with a lot of opposition, so you can just kind of sit in the center or just relax and let the circle kind of do its thing around you.
It's about trying to find that path into the circle. Well, we made some predictions earlier, but there's a lot of fun that's going on. We've got this new nice esports tab that's happening for PUBG. Thank you so much for that, by the way, Debs. We appreciate it. But you guys can make your own picks, and feel free to judge us for all of our failures, as you can claim, look how much better than I am than these analysts on this show. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at everything going on with the PUBG pick'ems. All right, if you're familiar with PGC and everything that happened with that, we've just got a little bit more of a breakdown going across different regions, different things that's going on. You guys get to make your picks, and as you're watching different events and doing different stuff inside of PUBG, you get more and more chances to try to, pick something out. But there's a little bit of variance this time, too. Like, you can, instead of just picking who's going to be your overall winner, you also have a couple of little matchups that are kind of cool, and I like to see how that breaks down through this. So, we've got everything going on with the pick'ems, but remember, that does start next week. Right now, we're just in the Challenger Series, so unfortunately, it's not going to apply just yet. So make sure you stay tuned in for all of the action that's going to be happening next week, so that way you get more chances to make a couple of picks of your own and walk away with a couple of cool skins. All right, we're getting everything set for the next game, guys. So given what you've seen inside of that, I know we kind of broke down a lot of different stuff, but what do you guys see coming inside of this next round? What are a couple of teams that you think that didn't have the best chance to show yet?
Duel. I think that they set themselves up in a decent position, but unfortunately found themselves a little bit sandwiched, kind of fell apart in the end, and they just need to shake off a little bit of that dust. So I want to see them sit near the top of the leaderboard, if not at the top today.
You say you want to hear you want to see them shake off the dust, but we've been waiting for them, Clover, to shake off the dust for like the last 3 weeks. At this point, True. I don't know how caked on that does. It's basically rust at this point. I don't know what to tell you. I'm harping on them because, quite frankly, that team shouldn't even be down here in the first place, let alone be, I'm not going to say struggling early because it's just the first game, but Cherry shouldn't have to be, trying to survive. Basically on that team, like that's not the way that team should have had 3 to 4 up, and they should have been strong in that circle, and they should have been dominating. So
all right, we've talked about Duel enough. I don't want to keep beating the dead horse of Duel. These guys are good players. We expect more out of them, but we're just not saying it. I'm gonna say Carnage. Carnage was my pick coming in today. They go out 9th, but here's the thing. We got Zregod walking away with 6 kills and Maji walking away with 2. Most of that off of early game fights. That's the way this team likes to play. They will mix it up early, and especially on what is a very comfortable circle. Suddenly Carnage is there taking pot shots at you from behind, and you're like, why are you breaching circle 1, man? And it's a great way to get some early points, so that way if you don't make it to late game like they did in last game, they're still walking away with 8 points. All right, so we've got that. I do want to keep an eye on Zealot, though. Zealot, I thought, was a very phenomenal player. We kind of hit on Orion and a couple of things that were going on with them. Dawn had themselves a decent performance, Godspeed, but not a very lively performance. They did walk away with 2 kills between Danny G and 2 kills on Microstar, but also 7th place. I thought, given their position, they'd come up a little bit higher.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, with how they kind of taking those casualties early, the fact that Micro and Danny made it out with 4 kills and still got 7th is impressive enough. I mean, Clover can speak on this, I think, better than I can, but as long as 605 and Dawn can just kind of leave each other alone, I think both teams will actually do just fine. I think they'll be towards the top of the lobby.
Well, Clover, I love you, and this has now happened to you twice. The moment it was supposed to be your turn to talk, we've got to go ahead and throw it to the casters. We're going to start with you next time, Clover. Don't hate me for this.
I tried to keep it short, man.
Cammy D, Hypox, you guys take it away and keep making me feel like a horrible human being. I swear, Clover, I love you. I'll let you talk.
Yeah, well, we are here on to game number 2. Here we are, game number 2. Sorry, I had to unmute myself again. Technical difficulties. It's fine. I'm having to handle like 7 things at once, but we're getting into it. It's fine. It's good. I'm getting better throughout the rest of the day. We'll get there in the end. Anyway, another Erangel. Yeah. Anything to say before we get into game?
No, I think they covered most things off there. It's a good start for a couple of the teams that,
Yeah.
You'd say a middle of the pack in this lobby, to be honest. And I don't think we really had any of the top teams really, sparking my interest at all in game 1. Again, unfortunate set of circles, bad plane path.
Yeah.
Maybe write it off, but again, I know Matt said not to harp on about it, but just coming back to that duel situation, just that awareness to not be decisive a circle early and putting themselves in a really bad spot, for me, is just kind of synonymous with what we've seen. And I would have thought coming into this lobby, they could have just, come out of the gates kind of tearing, really.
Yeah, for, again, a team of that pedigree with those names on it, you really would expect that this is the perfect situation for them to just say, screw it, we're going to fight, we're going to frag early, similar to what we saw Dawn do. Yeah, and so if Duel, are we on the same page here? Do we both think that they should have pushed Comcard on that plateau?
Oh, yeah, I literally said it in the last cast. They need to wait for an opening from Comcard, somebody to cross between the Wizard Tower and the warehouse, get an opening, at least knock a man down so that, Comcard can't swarm them from above, and they never did it. So, for me, that was a major oversight from them, and again, just passive play you wouldn't expect players of that caliber to make in this lobby.
Ooh, well, we missed game 1 Erangel Military Island Circle last game, but it's only late. We're getting a Military Island Circle game number 2. At least the plane path was better. Imagine last game's plane path leading into a Military Island Circle. That would have been really, really bad for a number of teams. For example, Carnage, who loot up South George, or any other team that, say, wanted to go up to Severny like Red Zone are right now, or Rarity here going to Stalbert. This is a drop position that you really don't see all that often anymore.
Yeah, and again, it's I mean, luckily they're obviously going to get the esports vehicle, but this is it's a bad rotate whichever way you cut it, and obviously that's the worst circle to post for them landing there. To be honest, it's just all round just setting yourself up for failure. I've never been a fan of the Stalbert drop myself. Microstar looks like he's inspecting his weapon or something, or deciding on something that's on the floor there. Maybe just taking I guess a second hesitation about the weapon he's got. But you see Exposed now coming back over towards the Povka. See, really good start for them as well. Again, this is, I mean, look at the leaderboard on the left here, Cammy.
Yeah.
That's kind of all the middle of the pack for me is pretty much the top 6. To be honest, it's that's surprising for me. And again, it's only one game. You can chalk that off as a rough start, maybe an anomaly, but I don't know. Some of these PCS teams already showing why they struggled throughout the other weeks. To be honest.
Yeah, and that was a very unique circle, the way that it played out and the way that there were so many teams in Yasnaya, but it's time to brush all of that away and just head on to game number 2, and that is exactly what 605 are doing, immediately crossing the bridge, wasting no time coming from Milta and trying to take a little bit of the land for themselves, good old European conquistador style.
No, they're going to opt for boat rotation here. All 4 of them. Yeah, we never call it a clown boat.
That's true.
I don't know
That
why.
is true.
I don't know why that is. I guess clown car's just more catchy.
The alliteration is really
Yeah.
nice for a clown
That's-
car. Clown boat's a little. You call it a blowhard boat? Does that work?
Sure. Let's
Sure.
Let's make that stick.
We'll workshop it. We'll come back next week with a full solution. Ooh, clueless. Okay, they're good. They're fine. It's not as good as who is it? Subtle's trick.
Yeah,
last game,
that was someone else. That was
Yeah.
I'm
He's really
so
going for
surprised
style
he
points
landed
there.
that. So surprised
I
he
know,
landed
took
that.
0 damage too. Here for Dodge, they had for a team that so many people have high expectations for, myself included. They had a bit of a tricky game last game, but looting up South Africa Island, this is a perfect circle for them. Immediately taking the highest ground available on that island. You saw them send a couple of shots out towards 605 just for a moment there, and they're just staking their claim and making sure that they're putting as much pressure on the teams around them as possible. In the meantime, SFU coming, I believe, from Milta Power and coming in on the eastern coast. That's already starting to get a bit tricky around Novo.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird area to be that congested. Again, we usually see a pretty even split of teams going early, getting across the bridge, trying to get themselves a position on the island, and then 3 or 4 teams that maybe get into it on one side of the one side of the map in terms of bridges. Sorry, but it's weird to see kind of some congestion down here. And again, already you see Calm Card have made it across, Clueless have made it across, 605 occupying the crossroads. This is tricky because again, with all of these people here, it just makes it difficult for anyone to get away. That if it goes south and people try and get uphill, obviously it's a slow vehicle rotation. It's not pretty. It's not a pretty start.
Yeah, I don't think Clueless are in a very happy situation right now. Having 605 take that crossroad position at the start, not much of a surprise. Clueless were coming in a little late, should be fine. But the fact that there's also a team already in the Novo barracks is bad. Zodiac sending a couple of shots towards Jules. Exposed are all split up. Some are in boats, some are in vehicles, which I guess is good because it means if Jules goes down, at least it's only one instead of the full clown boat going up in flames.
Yeah, and this is just the time where you just think, why have I ended up with a 3X Mini? It's like the worst
here's
combo.
Deadeye.
Actually, Deadeye's going to pull up here. Yeah, some.
Okay, all right.
Okay, there you go. They're the vehicle combos. So maybe the 3X Mini is Zodiac's forte.
He had to warm up a little bit. Onto that one. And Deadeye might have been the secret ingredient there. But hey, they get a kill at the start. It doesn't really put them in a great position in the circle. But it could, because that is Milta Power. That's not in the circle at this point. And it won't ever be in the circle at the point, because that's they circle is smaller, not bigger. But this could make them more free to take that boat rotation. Unbeknownst to them, there are a number of teams that have taken that similar boat rotation, so it still the landing might be a problem, but we'll see what happens.
On top of that as well, that we know that area is congested as well, so it's not even like they really have any option other than wrapping the island. And again, come circle 2, if you're in a boat in blue, it's going to be so rough to get into a good spot.
Yeah. Clueless here, they actually were able to make it out of the sandwich position that we saw them previously between the two strong spots just outside of Novo, and they make their way into the hillside north of the actual military base. And they did it safely. We didn't see how it happened, but they took very little, if any, damage at all. And I'm a fan of their position right now, but Atheris, they don't want the hills. They're going into the base itself. They want that hard cover.
Yeah, and I mean, the one positive is they're going to keep vehicles, but again, the later it goes, the more teams that come down onto military, you know, those hills surrounding the base itself, if we get a couple of dodgy shifts, then is Monahati actually going to swim across here? I don't think I've ever seen anybody drop off here and swim. I can honestly say, in God knows how many hours of playing and watching competitive PUBG, I don't think I've ever seen anybody to opt for this swimming rotation.
Yeah, usually it's the peninsula that Ornn are currently hanging out at, but maybe that's why when I open, we're forced to come onto this side and take that swim, making sure to keep themselves underwater as much as they can be, in case, you know, to stay out of line of sight, stay out of any shots, and oh man. Calm Court are loving this. SFU are loving this, and this is also somewhat good
Dodge
for
as
Rarity
well.
and Exposed, but Dodge too. Oh yeah, no, Dodge definitely are. This could be a great position for Dodge to pick up a number of kills, but look how much land is actually available in the circle. I believe it is close to a third, and this is phase 2.
Yeah, we're going to see a mad dash for some of these teams on the south side. Obviously, Dawn up on the plateau here. Duel making their way up along the road, actually uphill. Wooly's actually going to opt to dip down off to the left. I think he's heard something that's maybe made him a bit worried. Oh, actually, Cherry's just going to pick him up because of the gas situation, I assume. Actually, Clueless pulling up towards this. They might actually catch Cherry.
This could be really bad.
They're turning into him! Oh, he turned downhill because he wasn't going quick enough.
Yeah, they had to pick up
no.
speed. This is the only way, and I think that might have just saved their life, but they're spinning out anyway. Wooly does get knocked out of the vehicle. He drops himself out? He's going to get picked up. It doesn't matter. He is still dead. That's Cherry alive, and this is duel separated. But Clueless was only the first of many teams that were on the northern side of Sosnovka Island that are looping around and coming in from the south side in the exact same path that Duel and Dawn started just previously. This is going to be a tight race on the southern coast, the southern highway of Sosnovka Island. Clueless right now, still searching for Duel.
Just quickly, I don't understand that, though, because the vehicle wasn't disabled, so he didn't need to jump, because the vehicle's not going to blow up. Maybe that's just a force of habit. He was jumping because he was expecting to blow up, but I don't know. Dawn now actually manages to out-rotate Clueless with them getting held up, tunneling on those kills, and Dawn are actually going to get themselves up onto the hill just south of Observatory, and this is another really strong... The two strong positions here got to be Observatory and the hill to the south, because obviously Observatory can shoot down everything, but Dawn has great sight lines on those southern rotation paths. Anybody looking to wrap around towards the barn compound on the south coast and things like that.
Clueless, they actually heavily chased. I think they saw the amount of cars that they were driving into on that road and didn't want to follow up behind them, and are now just taking this sort of hilltop position, trading a couple of blows with Dawn, as well as, I guess, trying to finish that kill against Cherry. But you can see off in the distance, it's Atheris as well coming in from the western side, and this could be a good position for Clueless to pick up kills of late rotators. And keep in mind, there are a lot of late rotators on this circle.
Yeah, there is, and obviously the later it goes, I actually see Monty putting some more bolt action work in, which we saw a lot of in that game that ended over near Oakland in the previous weeks. But Dawn maybe just need to be careful of their sight lines there. Obviously, Observatory do have the angles down onto their position, so they need to be playing on the south side of the hill. But the adventures of Cherry continue. He's managed to get himself to the fence line of military, so going to stay alive for the time being. Orion, obviously one of the teams that opted for the swimming rotation, do finally find landfall, and they're going to be now foot rotating up towards the hills over just towards Grandma's house. Yeah. So, I mean, not a terrible position. Still 4 up. They're going to get themselves an edge here, and they should be relatively uncontested depending on where that circle's just.
Oh my! You're kidding me. You are kidding me. We have how many military island circles have we seen this month? This is the do I want to say weirdest, or I want to say the worst? I think the center of that circle is not in Novo. It is on the pier jutting out of Novo. It's as little land as possible. This is going to be another frisky game.
Oh,
That's
no.
all I can say. Dawn are
Yeah.
sending it. So many teams are going to be sending it into Novo right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, there's already 4 or so teams that are in here. Lampalot's going to pick up Microstar for free on the way in here. Actually, there's a number of other teams trying to pressure Dawn, but looking like they're going to get 3 members alive into the city. And actually, looks like East Coast Red Zone's maybe considering a push over to the barn. Maybe got that knock and they fancy that position over their own. I mean, the way we saw the last game, you know, City circles up until phase 5 and 6. Maybe some people looking at this game a little differently now, or maybe reconsidering their position. But this is, as you said, Cammy, this has got to be one of the weirdest circles I've seen since we've seen the super settings come into play. You never, ever see them come this hard over to Novo.
I like that Dawn are just trying to push deeper and deeper into Novo. Get away from...
Yep.
Like, Dodge are now sending it into the city. They're not going to be the last ones. I think we're still waiting on 6 to 8 more teams that are having to come into Novo that aren't even in the zone, that are even in the blue a little bit themselves. And so Dawn is trying to bail from this. Dodge able to make all 4 inside that building. Crop does get dropped, but just look at that kill feed. Carnage are completely eliminated. They get wiped out on... I don't even know where it was on the map. It's going to be chaos right now. I honestly don't know how we're going to call this.
No, this is going to get very, very scrappy again. Just a lot of window peaks. Obviously, this is such a... Nova is one of those cities where the building density... Actually, Zin's going to get spotted out there. Jeppy landed a fantastic nade. The molly from Berry coming in just to seal the deal. Good usage of utility there. I'm not sure if Zin got spotted out or they heard something there. A bit of an audio cue, but... Gonna get picked up, and again, he's in one of those little rat spots that you'd expect to make it to late game, Cammy. But I was just saying, the building density here, the crates just make this an absolute nightmare to fight in.
Oh yeah, don't get me started about those crates. There's a reason why no one has over there outside of Duel and 64 Up are trying to sneak into the city. No one's trying to post up on those crates and take control and really be sort of loud and proud about it. Ooh. Monhardy goes down to Destinator. Ornn, they've been running in after their swim.
I was going to say, these are the 2 teams, though, right? These are the 2 teams we saw making that swim rotation. We can see the expected shift come out here now. There is still a lot of space. I'm surprised nobody actually opted for the high ground, to stay on the high ground there, Cammy, because that's... You know, on the elbow of that road up the hill is a really strong position. Where we saw Oath win that game out just opposite the Wizard Tower. You can see Cleeless maybe considering going up to that side, but I'm surprised maybe, you know, Dodge didn't think, let's hold our edge up here on the high ground, hope for a few kills coming on the edge. You've got to expect there's going to be teams coming in late.
Ooh, Ornn, it's not just One Eye Open. They've actually come across Exposed. Oh, no. But now it's One Eye Open actually on the flank, and Refray does get a knock. That's a grenade that comes up right. He's running into the grenade. Okay, he changes his trajectory just a little bit, but Destinator is on the push. Maddie does go down to Potato. And wait, where is Refray getting shot at from? Is that even another team from the south? It's just a kerfuffle here. Tumasov goes a personal. Doesn't overcommit. But actually, Ornn all keyed on his position, and he does eventually go down. Luckily, he finishes off ILGS, but Exposed are out in 15th place, and Ornn are there to lick their wounds. It's only 2 of them remaining, and One Eye Open might be aware of this. They have the Crossroads compound, even though it's not really in the circle, it kind of is. They could try and keep Ornn locked out, but that's why Ornn are looping in from below the bridge. And now on the southwest side, Radiance are trying to control the southwest whole angle.
Yeah, that's San Diego Rarity get themselves into the spot I was talking about. Clueless did eventually get 2 members up here on the high ground. Nitrogen and Patrick, I think the last 2 up for Clueless. So maybe just a little bit, I don't know, maybe just a little bit late to the party here. Again, these teams being forced in so late next to each other on such a thin slither of the circle. But everybody knew where this was going, so I would have expected somebody to think holding the high ground is going to pay dividends for them. Unfortunately, I mean, you can see the teams that are up here just getting picked apart by each other. San Diego Rarity going to keep 3 up. but Patrick will be the last one for Clueless. So hopefully San Diego Rarity can do something from this position, because they had a strong first game, and you know, I mean, for me already, if this is calculated, this is good macro play in my eyes.
Yeah, it will depend. I'm about to make a John Madden call right now, but it is going to depend on where the circle goes, on how much they can get out of this. If it shifts all the way to the north, they are going to have to fight blood, sweat, and tears to get inside. Yeah. But if it does stay even moderately central, that slope on the hillside could be useful to sort of clean up the scraps, because at some point these teams in Nova are going to have to fight. Once everything sort of calmed down in the city, they've been fine. They've been trading a couple of shots here and there, maybe a knock here and there, but no real finish, no real push. Calm Card, they've been sitting pretty. 605, they just shifted over to the east. They've been sitting pretty. It's when the circle shifts away that it's going to be a bloodbath. Yeah,
and we just saw it on the free cam just for a second there. There is a plateau that, as long as that doesn't get cut out by the next circle shift, Cammy, then I think San Diego Rarity have a good opportunity to pick up some kills still. But like you said, this next one could go anywhere. So, you know, we're kind of talking on the what ifs here. This could, again, shift hard to the east here and just cut the hill out completely. Yeah,
or it doesn't.
Yeah.
This is pretty good.
That's pretty good for them, honestly. That's the kind of shift. Again, you can see the plateau still in that dark shaded area, just up on the top of the hill. If they can deal with the snow patrol solo and find out Patrick, I think actually they've got a good opportunity to kind of pressure.
Yeah, but now what does this mean for the teams in Novo? 6 or 5, you can see that they're just barely inside on the edge, but I imagine that they're going to want to get a little bit closer. But do they push into Novo, or do they just run up the hill to their south and try and take the high ground there? Because, I mean, we know, because we can see the map, that there's not a lot of pressure on the west edge of this circle outside of Nova, outside of Rarity, but they're even further south than that. But when I open, they're just going to be running up that street.
That's actually a really nice move. I like this from One Eye Open. They're going to get themselves, they're going to break LOS. They're going to make it all the way up to the top of the hill. And actually now going to be able to contest the area that we've just been talking about for the last few minutes here. San Diego Rarity probably aren't going to expect a team to come up from the south, at least not a full team like this.
Now on the other side of things, it's Ornn, the other swim team. They went, if you remember, they went under the bridge and kind of went up this entire coastline. And like D-Day, going to be approaching the beaches and sneaking into Novo. I don't know if anyone's going to be watching this angle, so they could actually get pretty far into the city before they're forced into a fight. And sneak attack, caught off guard. I don't think he had a single clue that One Eye Open was right under him.
No, I really did. Again, you wouldn't expect somebody to be making this play if there was that much congestion down a crossroads. Expecting this flank is it'd have to be some big 5-head plays, Cammy. Patrick does manage to get away from San Diego Rarity, but you can see actually the way the circle has pushed. I'm not sure about the prone play here. I feel like they should just contest the high ground, but they're kind of just settling for a little edge just to. Again, I guess they're biding their time. They're waiting for LOS to come out. Here now they're going to give away the information. No, now the information goes over to San Diego Rarity that it actually is a member of another team. I don't know if they know that it's 3 up or what. Zodiac's looking like he wants to get aggressive on it.
Oh, he absolutely does. I do like that One Eye Open. They got the information that Rarity were shooting at the last member of Clue This and picked that one up for free, but it does give it away. And a nice nade to sort of finish things off. And Zodiac, he finds them, but immediately dropped by Dubers. This is a good opening for One Eye Open, but it's Rarity on the peak. Nice. Dubers goes down as well. Just 2 remaining across the board for both squads. How are they going to trade? Firefighter is still on the prone game, crawling forward, waiting for someone to peek onto his angle. He's actually going to go aggressive. Spots the peek out of the side. Zodiac does get finished. Subtle does go down, and now Firefighter up to the 1v1, but Deadeye swings around the side and finishes him off. And so Rarity take a lot of damage, but they do stay in the game.
I like that. And again, unfortunately, they couldn't close the fight out to get the third member back on the feet, but again, this is all points that nobody else from Novo is going to be at, because everybody else is just sat in buildings. I was about to say vehicles there. Everybody else sat in buildings just taking these peak fights. They're not necessarily converting kill points. Plushcode actually pushing up here. 605 maybe looking to get aggressive here. Actually, San Diego Rarity probably not expecting. Deadeye lands a headshot on him, though.
spotted them out. I don't know if the grenade play was the play. Maybe he should have gone for the shots, and because of that, he is going to get taken out by Deadeye. But what's the rest of 605 going to do? They are very closely on the heels, but Deadeye still on the spray. Can't find the knock. Luckily, Subtle is there to finish, but Deadeye does go down to Duke. It is now Subtle left in a 1 versus 2, but luckily, Frost is almost retreating. This could give Subtle an opportunity for a 1 versus 1 against Duke. The Molly just barely doesn't spread to his position. Flashes go out. But Duke is on the revive, and Frost is on the flank.
Expect this. Oh, he's not going to expect the flank from Frost, and maybe just opting to back away. Again, great push from 605. I'm not sure why Plush God took a headshot and then carried on throwing utility for 10 seconds. I'm not sure about that one, but luckily manages to get back on his feet. And San Diego Rarity didn't pick up any kill points off that. But nonetheless, a good hold. You know, 2v4 holding that down, and now that I guess 605 is going to chase.
They just barely spotted Subtle, but the blue is pushing in. They're going to want to get rid of him because he could do some heavy damage right now. He's actually going for the peak. He finds the first one. He's going for the second. Oh! He's actually going to get the second. He's going to He could easily 1v3 them down to 15 HP. Forces him behind cover for the first aid kit. And how is Frost going to play this out?
This is fantastic. Work from the duels coming up in the background. So Subtle needs to do something quick if he wants to pick up these kill points. And actually, going to flush Plush God out here. Frost goes for the peak and actually getting third party here. Oh, Subtle just can't land the tags. Oh my god. Oh
there
my
it
god,
is.
that's
He finds
fantastic
it.
from Subtle.
He 1v3s 605. We thought he was retreating, but no, he was pulling them right into a trap. And Duel, I thought for a moment that they were going to third party on back and backstab Subtle, but they stopped just before they can break over that ridge. Do they know that it was a 1v3? Do they know that they would have a 2v1 advantage there? They don't want to push. They're just hiding safe, and now Subtle has a rock to play behind.
Yeah, and actually, I think he's going to be baited right into Duel's line of sight here. Actually, he's going to get the audio cue first. Duel will open up shots down into Nova, and that's going to give Subtle the information here. He could get a fantastic downhill angle on them here, Cammy.
He needs this because the circle does, as expected, shift away from him. And if he takes Duel out, this would give him a lot of space to play with. And when you're the last one alive on your team and you already have 12 kills, just go for it. Why not? He spots them out, pulls out the DMR. But I think the line of sight was broken just before he can land the first couple of shots. And Novo fights are now going to finally start to break out.
Yeah, as you see 64 up, trying to stick a res here inside the smoke. One member of East Coast Red Zone's actually 2 down on the ground right now. And actually, just Jeppy and Berry up right now. I'm assuming one of these res is going to come through, but it doesn't look like we have anybody sticking right now. Dawn coming into the mix as well. There is a member of Dodge inside that crate.
I love this by Dodge. Putting Reno there for the assistance. If Dawn get aggressive at all across the road, he's going to be here. But it doesn't matter, because Mini Fridge already goes down. That wasn't to Dodge. That was to SFU.
I think he's underhanded a nade over that wall. Oh, no, Lamb spotted him out. That's unfortunate for Subtle.
But such a good attempt anyway. Ooh. More nades. Mini Fridge gets dropped a second time right after he was revived. That's going to make him bleed out even faster. And he's underhanding more grenades. That's just a flash to allow him to peek, but the blue is coming in. It's all about keeping them up against the zone and taking zone damage. Oh, Reno.
Ooh,
oh, Reno.
This.
You love to see it.
No! Why?
He thought he was spotted.
Off?
He thought that he was spotted on the climb, and I could definitely see the panic in his eyes for a quick second. But it's fine because they still have control of the area. Dawn does get eliminated, going out in 8th place. And so he's going to group up the rest of his squad. Calm Card. They're going to go out in 7th place, forced to run down a hill.
Yeah, Duel putting some points on the board now. Again, only a couple so far, but got themselves into the top 6. And like I said, a couple of kill points on the team already as well. So that's good for them. Whether or not they can make a push to the late game here, I'm not sure, because they're not in a good position in terms of where we got to assume this next circle's going. The barn is just getting fed.
Yeah, this is great for SFU, but it's also pretty good for Duel to continue to manage. Now, who's going to be the survivors out of Novo? Dodge have a great position. Red Zone have a great position. It's going to be on Orion. It's going to be on, well, the other duo is SFU, because they're in a split, a very ambitious split, but hey, you got to take those chances, right? And then 64 up as well, pushing through the city to try and survive and eventually forced to cross the road.
Yeah, now it comes down to just who's going to make the move first. Again, we've got a couple of teams in a position to hold anybody that's kind of deeper outside of this circle. And 64 up look like they're going to be the first line of defense for East Coast red zones. Orion have to push into them. 6 feet under have to move as well. So actually, Sociopath's going to get picked off at distance from Lampalot. I think that's his third kill now. So putting in work for Duel. Rogue is going to find Potato out. That one should go down to the blue unless he finds this flush. But the other member of Orion not in a position to trade that one. You see just in the distance on the X-ray.
Destinator. What direction can he even go that's safe? He definitely can't go for the revive, and it doesn't matter because Potato does get actually stolen by Lamp a lot.
Yeah,
so
Lamp,
that doesn't get a 64 up. Ooh, and nades coming in onto Dodge. I believe that's from the high ground SFU, and Lampalot going down. It's just Tony V from Duel. And now 64 up, they're eliminated. In 6th place, it's only 5 teams remaining, and there are definite teams that are in like the stronger position versus the weaker position right now. Dodge being one of them. Orion now go out. 4 and a good opening tag from Monty. M4ing him in the face. The Dean goes down and smokes come out for Dodge to execute on the push. Skax is going for the revive in the meantime. This will mean it's going to be a 4 versus 2 in the barn if the Dean can get the first aid off. And that is if Red Zone don't just spray them out in the through the smokes. Barry Vibes gets 1. Crop kills himself. No, it's actually going to be Skax with the frag grenade. So this push is not working out, but Monty is getting up close and personal, able to prone behind the stairs and get a first aid kit off. So they're getting closer. Okay, Snow waiting to see if he can't find any more information. Then running out in the open. So there's not much more that he can do, and he gets taken out by Jay Snow by the barrel. It's barrels ringing everywhere. This is the barrel meta. Flash coming in from Monte because he wants to continue the push that the rest of his team aren't unable to follow up on. But first, taking out a member of Red Zone. And it's a full Red Zone push up on the southeast side. Is Reno calling this out? Monty needs to assist the downhill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, Monty kind of backed up to the wall here. And again, I don't think you can really do anything to stop this push. But these guys, Red Zone's desperately looking inside the smoke here. Jay Snow will find Reno, and now the peak from Monty probably going to come out because he's got 3 enemies out in the open here. I think he should maybe try and go for it. Actually, no, he's just going to back all the way up.
It's the window. It's the top floor window of the barn that puts too much pressure on him to help out as much as he would have wanted to, but he's holding the angle, and he gets the double spray down to finish off the Red Zone. And perfect timing right after Skax was taken out. He knows that it's a 1v1, and he knows where the Dean is. He could win this game for his team. 6 kills already. Well, it's only 1 more standing between him and those 10 tasty points. It's a game of cat and mouse right now.
Yeah, it is. And again, the center star is going to be the factor, I think, here, Cammy, in terms of positioning and timing. I'm not sure without a zoom in.
Is it inside or is it outside?
I think it's just outside. Yeah, I think it's going to be out on the porch here, so that kind of puts the pressure on Dean to come out and make a move. Monty might actually find this flush. The Volt comes down on the outside. Actually, there comes the peak, and Dean's going to find it.
He's actually able to find it. Monty tried to go for the finish onto that, and the perfect time of the peak to give SFU the win. It's another low kill victory, but SFU are certainly not scoffing at that. They take game number 2 with 5 kills.
Yeah, and again, it's lovely getting fed in that barn, but I mean, what can you say? Really, that was a chaotic circle nonetheless, and it was kind of bouncing every which way. I don't even think we were expecting Cammy, to be fair, but no. Yeah, tried to remain active, and I saw him in kill feed a couple of times, third party and inside Novo, and I mean, you can't knock it. It comes down to a 1v1, and Dean clutches it up.
Yeah, and definitely a good clutch for him. It's very difficult to criticize the low kill wins in circles like this. I mean, you had whenever there's a bunch of teams in a city, like Yasnaya previously, Novo this game, getting kills is so unreliable. It makes the kill points really scattered about. But this means that even after the first 2 games, I don't think we're going to have a clear tier list on the leaderboard. this will be a very interesting sort of points progression, at least so far.
Yeah, it will be, and it's good to see Duel put some points on the board to talk about a couple of the other teams. That performance was subtle. San Diego Rarity absolutely making that high ground position work, as I said, and mopped up a number of different solos, and again, even coming out in that 1v3 situation as well, which was a fantastic way for it to end. He's got to take match MVP for me there. That was an insane performance coming out.
I mean, I don't know how they did on placement. They actually didn't get a single placement point, but still 12 kills is very, very strong. Yeah, absolutely. Take it any day of the week. And I think right now these teams are just hoping for somewhere else to play, but it's fine. That's enough for us right now. We are going to throw it back to the desk to break down game number 2.
Thank you so much, Hypoc Cam. All right, so we had a Yasnaya ending for the first game, and this time around we had a set of crazy circles taking us over towards Novo. All right, we had a little bit of a discussion about Duel and about the fact that we wanted to see them perform a little bit more. Well, Clover, you were leading the charge on that one. Lampalot walking away with 7 kills in that last round.
I mean, you know what? It really was good to see them pop off. I know we kind of heard them talk a little bit about San Diego Rarity, who did kind of work their way to clear that up. Duel coming in on the backside, getting a couple more kills. Lampalot, as you said, picking up 7, but I think at the very end, that circle placement put them in a really tough position, and they did go out 4th, but this is a lot better. This is what you kind of want to see from a team with this kind of experience.
I know there was a little bit of memes about, oh, look, Duel still only has 1 point at the start of last round. I checked back on you guys' Twitch chat and saw that that's where you guys were headed to. But there was so much that was going on inside that circle. We had so much water. Like, there was a period of time where it looked like the end, as Cam said, was just on the edge of a pier. Godspeed, how do you react to something like that?
You just send it, baby. You just send it. Oh, man. There's a lot of really cool moments of that. I mean, I can't agree with Hypoc more. Subtle was the absolute MVP of that round. I mean, just disgusting. But we also saw some really nice plays. One thing I've noticed is mollies are also still being very used consistently, even in the Challengers Cup. You know, it's something that I was curious to see if that would kind of taper off or slow down if we went down to Challengers as opposed to PCS, but no, not at all. And look at just absolutely disgusting shots coming out from Subtle here. He almost gets a three-piece right here with a combo in the wings, you know what I mean? With a nice little 3-piece in the soda. But he actually has to back off for a second, and then he gets it eventually later. But just ridiculous aim, mechanical skill, everything was beautiful there. And then we see Broke status here. Unfortunately, he gets a knock. I'm pretty sure this kill was actually stolen from him, and then he died shortly after. And the Dean here with a nice little play, knowing that going out the front window was going to be the downfall. He actually went out the window, was able to get a nice little peek on Monty in the last member there of Dodge.
I thought there for a second that Monty was going to clutch it up. He looked back over, went for the spray. He was like, okay, there's a point just sitting on the board. I've got to go for it. And that was the moment the peek around came. Such a big play coming out from them. So, all right, Clover. There's so many different teams to break down inside of this. As in-game casters were alluding to a second ago, there's been a little bit of a mix-up as far as we haven't seen the same teams ending towards the same spots. But we have to remember that ECR and Orion both ended up pretty late game inside that last round. But Rarity also stepping away with a huge amount of kills. Like, what are your focus points in this last round? Where do you pin down, like, okay, this is what we need to modify just based off of how chaotic that last round was?
Yeah, I mean, you know, San Diego Rarity walked away with 12 kills. That's 12 points. And so some of these teams that did make it into the latter half in that top 3 only had 4 or 5 points. And even with placement points, that actually put San Diego Rarity still on head for that match. So as you kind of said, there was a lot of teams that were in a really good position. They went to Nova early. We saw ECR go there all the way by phase 2, and they just kind of sat there. And up until that last phase, they only had 3 kills. And I think that might have hurt them a little bit. Now, they did clear up as they crossed the street. But again, I mean, when you play it a little bit safe with some of these crazy circles, if you're taking a little too long to rotate and get that information, you're going to hinder your ability to rack up those kills, which is really what I think it's going to come down to. I mean, because it's a point is a point, but those placement points are not guaranteed that you're going to be on the top of the leaderboard.
Just like you said, Clover, we had a lot of teams that rotated early, But we also had a lot of teams that were like, I don't know what's going on in the circle, and kind of played over towards edge. And that led to a lot of teams' mutually assured destruction happening along the way. But let's take a quick look back over towards the leaderboard right now. Get a little bit more of a breakdown on everything that happened. Naturally, 6 feet under, walking away with the win. 5 points. But my God, Godspeed, what you got to look at. Dodge doing a great performance. Rarity with a massive amount of kills.
And again, even Duel, Duel showed up with 8 kills. I believe 7 of those were Lamps alone. East Coast Red Zones also found themselves in a really nice position in Novo with that crazy circle shift. And that was actually one thing that I was really curious to see is, like, how are the teams going to adapt to such a wacky circle? I mean, obviously, so much of it was in the water. I think about only 40% of that at one point was playable, maybe like 45. But either way, I was really impressed with, I mean, I can't say it enough, San Diego Rarity and Subtle, but also I really liked what I was seeing from the duo of Duel, what was left of them as they came down that hill, and Tony V eventually went down. But overall, they were starting to fight and look like the team that we thought they would be. On the other side of things, I mean, 605, Dawn, Calm Card, who also had pretty strong positions in the circle before the shift, just weren't able to make it happen. And because of that, they find themselves with a very small amount of points. Subtle with 8 kills. Again, Lamplot with 7, Monty with 6. I think those were the 3 big ones, 3 big names coming out of that round. Obviously, Destinator's been consistent so far. I mean, we've only had 2 games, so really no one is out of it yet. Like, it's not even close to being out of it. Still 10 more games to go, but Destinator's been very consistent. Obviously, we've seen Rarity. They had consistency in the last game just by winning it, but it's nice to see Lamp up here. Even some of the people coming out from East Coast Red Zone, Zillit and Jay Snow for Life. I'm
with it.
Place,
Jon
but,
Snow for life.
Yeah.
He was done wrong.
JS
He was done wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, it's been a really interesting second game just because of that circle.
All right, Clover, we were talking about last round. Let's look at the breakdown so far. Here is our overall leaderboard.
I mean, you really can't go wrong here. San Diego Rarity, they have shown how much they want to be here. It was a lot of heartbreak when we didn't initially get in for that top 8. And on technicality are in 26 total points, 20 of which are from kills. Orion GG as well. This is one of the teams that were in the top 3 out of Challengers, 6 feet under East Coast Red Zones. I mean, your Challengers teams are taking away right now after 2 games. This is going to be a hard push for some of these PCS teams that we're hoping to really pull in from it. We still got Miramar left to We've got one more Erangel, another couple opportunities for these teams to redeem themselves. But that's really where we're at now, is you can't let these Challenger teams run with it because they are just on fire. They're coming out of Challengers with so much heat behind them, and it's great to see them continue to hold their own in the Challengers Cup.
All right, so our overall kills and damage, it's not going to be so subtle to see Subtle up at the top of it. Great performance inside that last round. But Godspeed, I've been waiting for you to make the joke. You said it inside there. You're like, dude, Destinator is decimating everybody. Holding up in that second place spot in kills. Tied with Zragod and Lampalot right now. But damage, it's still going to be ECR, who's kind of been a surprise standout to me.
Yeah, I mean, ECR, it's not so much of a surprise considering how well they did just generally in Challengers. But yeah, I mean, I'm really looking at Orion right now because I like the way that team has played. I feel like they have a nice little mix of aggression and just knowing when to be passive and when to be aggressive. Destinator obviously is a big stand-up for me so far. So I'm just excited to see what they do. Again, there's still 10 games left. We're still very early on in the series. Even teams that have dropped potentially 2 goose eggs, 2 0-point games, they're going to be just fine as long as they just pick it up. First 2 games out of 12, not a big deal. It's just if we start to see them continue to slip, maybe, game 3, game 4, then that's going to cause a little bit of concern. Otherwise, I mean, it's still anybody's game. I mean, it's very early.
I often wonder, we often talk about how this team plays very passive and this other team plays aggressive. Do we have teams that kind of epitomize both of them and are passive-aggressive teams and just go around and put Post-it notes on their team fridge being like, this is my trick, you can't have it?
I think the best teams do that. The best teams are the ones that know when to be aggressive and when to turn it on and when to turn it off. And those are the teams that are the hardest to play around as well because you never know when they're going to strike.
Does that mean that we get to call them passive-aggressive teams? Because I want to coin this term right now if this is the case.
Go for it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. That's I don't know if that's a term that I would use, but yeah, sure. We'll go with it.
All right, so we're 2 games in. seeing it getting a little bit mixed up here. Orion has been performing pretty well. We've seen Duel finally step it up. What are your takeaways so far? Is there any teams that you think that we really need to focus in on that we haven't had a chance to yet that you really want to talk about?
You know what? Dodge.
I like how both of you are looking at me like, nah, not really.
I think Dodge is almost where they need to be. They've had so many great moments of brilliance over the last couple of months, but I think that recently they've tried to change up their play style. It hasn't quite worked out for them. They seem to be completely knocked out of their headspace, a little bit out of their comfort zone, falling a bit to tunnel vision. They were in a really great position through that, and as we've seen, are able to rack up damage. Monty is just a fantastic player, but something just still isn't quite fully clicked into gear, and I think if they can just figure out what's wrong, I expect them to start climbing just a bit, and this is a team that I really want to see do well.
All right, Godspeed. I see it in your eyes. There's something that you're like, do I talk about this? You can feel free. It's a safe space, Godspeed. It's fine.
There's nothing but a dead soul behind these eyes, buddy. No, I think I'm still sticking to my guns with Dawn. I feel like it's just been 2 games, and maybe they're just warming up. But I expect Dawn to really come out swinging, especially if not on a Wrangle, but at the last 3 games on Miramar. I feel like Dawn is going to be the team to look at.
I'm going to say it. Like I said, Carnage. These guys like to fight. These guys like to scrap early, and they like to go for kill points. They're at 10 points right now, all kill points. Maybe guys throw in a splash of placement points.
Just a pinch of placement.
Just a little bit for me. I would surely appreciate that. But we're getting ready to set everything up for our last Erangel round of the day. Remember, there's still 3 more Miramar that are going to be following back behind that. So Cammy D, Hypoc, you guys take it away.
One more Erangel left. That's all we got. That's all we have before you go over to Miramar. And I want to say, if you're an Erangel team, that this is your last chance to make a good stance today. But with the Erangel circles that we've seen, I don't know if there's a single team that could comfortably call themselves an Erangel team at this point.
No, and it's again, it's an interesting point Clover raises about some of these Challengers teams kind of making a good impression so far. Again, things could completely switch up. Some of these Challengers teams could be way stronger on the home map than Miramar, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Again, I'm a lover of the chaos, so it's good to see some of these Challenger teams step up in this lobby, and I'll be honest, already exceed my expectations. Obviously, I had a couple of teams pegged to perform really well, and they've not done that just yet. Interestingly enough, Duel was one of the ones that I had concerns about. Again, we got Tony B stepping in there now, but they were supposed to get some points on the board, and that's something they didn't get going in the first few weeks. I think you said it before we started. They kind of warmed up in the final week, and maybe we're seeing a step change there.
Yeah, so Duel specifically, they got more placement points and more kills on week 3 than weeks 1 and 2 combined. And so I was hoping that this would be the continuation of them finally coming into their own. They have still seemed a little timid, not just game 1 playing under Calm Card, but also on that western side that they were at in the end game, or nearing the end game, was a bit... I can't speak too much because that's a very unusual spot to play. It's a very unusual circle. I really don't have a lot of experience in that area myself, but I still kind of wish that they went a little more aggressive even after losing Wooly so early on.
Yeah. And again, losing the IGL, putting him into the spec slot, so to say, is it's always tough, but I think they made the best of a bad situation. Whether or not that bad situation was their own undoing, I still think they made good from it as well. It's kind of the complete opposite of the first game circle. So this one centering up around south of Hospital. Obviously Carnage in a fantastic position. Only really 4 teams in the circle for this first one. Obviously a few teams around the edge. We have School App, Snow Patrol, a couple of other teams around the center there, but a lot of space down to the southwest corner just due to the plane path. So probably going to see a lot of teams looking to wrap and come into this first circle a little later than maybe they would want to be. But 6 feet under going to carry on looting up here. One eye open, a team that already is... That play from the last game really, really did impress me, actually. the push up the hill all the way up towards Observatory and that flank onto San Diego Rarity, which unfortunately didn't work out from Cami. But I've been impressed with the decision making of some of these Challengers teams. As I said just before we hopped into game, One Eye Open's one of them.
Yeah, and One Eye Open throughout the qualification process for Charity, throughout even playing Challenger of this opening season of PCS, they've shown some really good signs, and I don't recognize too many of the names on that roster. So I think that it's a lot of newer players, not maybe if not to PUBG specifically, to competitive PUBG. And so I think as a team, they're one of multiple teams that are going to be, I think, like the next wave of up-and-coming competitors that could eventually hit actually the top level. And where are they on the leaderboard right now? They're 12th place right now. It's not,
I was just about to. I was going to cut you off there because I was like, I kind of led him down a path there. Well, I'll say
you baited me a little bit.
It's not showing in the points, but I think when you see a team making plays like that, it's very easy to draw the conclusion, well, it's not working out for them. They're doing something wrong. But for me, I'm looking at that and saying, that's a move that most teams wouldn't make. They'd say, look, let's take this team fight, let's do this. That kind of heads up play and identifying a way into a circle that seemingly is closed off. Actually, for me, is the signs of usually a more veteran team to say, actually, we can keep three up here instead of forcing a straight heads up with this team. That's the kind of thing I like to see, just kind of thinking your way into the next circle instead of just saying, look, we're going to just brute force it.
Yeah. 64 up right now, taking the infamous Q position. Do we like talk up Cube a little bit too much anymore at this point? It's been a couple of years since I think Cube saw its like biggest glory days.
Well, it was like the ones where we had I'll call them out, interrogate swimming for 7 circles, and then the circle would end outside Cube, and Cube was the dominant position. Again, it used to be a Tempo Storm hotspot. So obviously, Luton West Coast, they would usually have first dibs on there or send something extremely early. But obviously with this water patch, I'd say the water change, to the circles that came in 2018, we kind of don't see it as much anymore. And again, it's a great spot, but really, do we see teams ever racking up points from there anymore? No, I don't think we do.
Yeah, because I think everyone just is so used to trying to avoid that position. It's difficult to sort of force command of that situation because there's really not much around you, which makes it so strong, but it also makes it real easy to avoid. Athers right now just trying to rotate through an open field. Should be pretty easy. There is a fair bit of water in this circle, but I still think that it's a lot more regular than the previous game, I gotta say. Now, if we see a hard shift up towards the northwest, it can go wild, and at this point, I almost expect it because Erangel is a cruel mistress this month. But for now, a lot of people are fine. Who is not fine is Comcard because Enland gets dropped out of the vehicle. Zovrin is forced to take a swim himself. Pankill is trying to trade back, but can't find the final stock.
Please hit that.
Oh, there it is. Oh, got my Plush God and Quattro.
Behind.
Yeah, this is getting kind of scary. Oh, wow. And now Zovrin goes down, too. This is getting to a really bad position for Comcard. It is just Pankill standing. This looked for a quick moment to be just a quick little, like, slap fight. Maybe a little trade, but Plush God coming in from behind really wants to take Comcard out of the game super early. Pankill forced to just hold an angle. But the question is, how much do 605 commit to this?
Yeah, and again, this is a huge investment of time this far out of the circle, but I mean, right now they've effectively got 3 kills out of it, right? There's going to be the second or third get confirmed through on Why You So Ugly. So now at this point, I feel like that's actually the second. Sorry, just looking down at the kill counter, but now I feel like it's a worthwhile investment. If you're going to stay this late and still pick up 4 kills, you're kind of banking on, if you're getting in late anyway, why not maximize your point output by drawing this out as long as it needs to be?
Yeah, but they already have 3. There's no way Pankill is going to revive his last remaining teammate who's bleeding out on the beach, like hundreds of meters away from him. So to stick around just for one final 4th kill might be a little much, and this might be why Plush God is running away, getting grouped up with Frost.
They're kind of committed. Again, look at this. They're going to have a lot of space. They're not going to know that, but for me, at this point, you know where he is, clear as 4, and just take the kill. Again, there's no way that Pankill should ever win the 1v4 there, as long as you stack up and don't die to a silly flush or something like that. I don't know, for me, if you've got 3 on the board, it's kind of a 50-50. But, I mean, again, they're not going to get themselves center circle on circle 1, so they're kind of banking on that hard southeast shift.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how it pans out for them. Again, you are absolutely right. It's a big investment to stay behind for just one more kill. MacDub actually shutting down on Snow there as they tried to throw he didn't wait for the smoke to bloom. I'm not sure why he ran out that early, but he got absolutely lasered.
Oh, and actually Berry Vibes took a couple of shots through the garage, had to close the door to stop that damage from happening. Luckily, Jon Snow was able to crawl back to safety to get the revive, and because this is Zealot's first knock, he is not bleeding out as quickly as he would have been otherwise, and so they might have an opportunity to revive him at the end of it. But it doesn't look like they wanted to make that run a second time. Carnage, they're still watching this. They're not going super aggressive. It would be a bit risky, a lot risky actually, to I guess run down that hill and across the road. But they are making sure. Oh, the run's happening again. Ooh. Oh, he makes it this time. It doesn't even try with the smokes.
That's that takes balls. That takes balls.
He just goes for it. Hi, my name's Jay Snow for life, and welcome to Jackass. Yeah. That's basically what that was. Where's the circle going to go?
Okay.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen.
Dude, actually, depending on this next shift, we could actually see a Zaki finish. This could pull all the way to the northwest. This is the first time we've seen one of these this far over to the west side of North George Bowl Bay. That's actually crazy.
You're right, because we've seen a number of games that end in the field southeast of Zarki, but not full-on Zarki, like Zarki, capital Z Zarki. But now I wonder, where are these teams all going? We are seeing 8 or so teams go for the Georgia Pole Bridge. We've never seen more than maybe 2 try and take this super long bridge. But, like, how else can you go? This is the worst part. This circle is the worst part of the entire map to cross that river because of how convoluted the bridges can be.
Yeah, and actually, this is one of the easiest bridges to camp because those buildings on the north side are so close to the bridge opening. It makes it incredibly difficult to scout. There's literally like 36 windows within like 200 meters of that bridge entrance. You can see already, Carnage got themselves into the apps. Each one of those apps has 9 windows facing that bridge, Cammy. It is like one of the best bridge camps. And you're talking to somebody that looted North George for the longest time. We never, ever got the opportunity to camp this, and we always used to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. So you're feeling a little tinge of jealousy is what you're saying.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit. No, this is definitely probably the most difficult game of whack-a-mole for any of the teams that are going to eventually cross, but no one's actually followed up behind Carnage. I believe we're seeing a number of teams hang out in South George, just on the south entrance of that bridge, but no one has actually elected to cross just yet. Perhaps hoping that it swings down south, but the chances of that happening are really not in their favor.
No, it's, again, we can see somebody way out in the distance in a boat. This is just like desperate. Oh no, it's Dodge. Wooly going for the highlight reel. He's feeling himself, I guess.
Look at all the tracers.
This is fantastic. I mean, if these are landing, I don't know if we can take a quick peek at the vehicle HP, but if these are landing, this is... Oh, no, okay, nothing's landed. Nothing's landed just yet.
Nothing's sticking. These pro players. Their shots are terrible. Actually, I like how Dodge are trying to send some back. Just roll the dice, throw the dart. Who knows? Maybe something will land in, as you mentioned, highlight reel. But they're making their way across. Those are hard shots at that range. So you can't actually fault the players on the coast too much. But it did look a little hairy for a minute there.
You see 605 making the transition all the way from the east, and we know they were one of the teams from Sharkfin that got caught up in that late fight, so managed to get themselves pretty close to Circle 2. It's actually fairly impressive, Cammy. Again, they've not messed around in terms of timings here, playing this hard shift, as you would expect a good team to. coming in on the east side. Maybe going to try and find something on the north. But Snow Patrol running parallel with them inside. And you can see there's another team on the minimap here occupying. I'm guessing that's around the bunker area. So Snow Patrol might have a surprise around the corner.
Okay, Duel. Where is Wooly going? We're swinging back down to the south, and he is... I mean, that's a swing. But they're getting ready for the circle shift, and, well, if you were looking at the minimap, you saw it swing up north. We don't know exactly how far it shifted, but... yeah, they're gearing up their vehicles, trying to pick up speed, and Duel are splitting 2 and 2. 2 going up the west side, 2 going up the east side, but they're going to be running directly into Dawn. I don't know, maybe try and go for the kills that you can right now, because crossing that bridge, or any of these bridges, is going to be so unreliable.
I actually think, just looking at this now, this could still just go direct north or northwest to cut the water out. I'm pretty sure there's a scenario where we cut out that east field. We'll have to see, but... you can tell in the tone of my voice, I always get so excited about these circles, Cammy, just because I love the diversity. I love going places that we don't usually go.
Every single time that I have the opportunity to commentate those games in that Zarky field, they're some of the best endings. But 605, they don't want to wait for the end game. They want to take the fight now, and they come up against One Eye Open. Dubers does go down to a Molotov, and a grenade comes out to try and stop the flank, but Frost does get shut down. That is going to delay things momentarily for 605. And how do they push into this compound? Well, Plushgod has a little bit of an idea. He's just swinging around a wide wall and gets Refray.
Actually, Plush is going to get spotted out by Firefighter today. Going to get put down with the barrel headshot. A couple of reses coming out right now. Again, 3 members on the feet now for 605. That nade's actually going to re-knock Frost, I think. It is, yes. Firefighter going to find him with the nade. Now, that's going to put the brakes on this fight now. They try and get the res inside the 1-story. 605 just poised outside. Quattro prone with the barrel here, just waiting for something to pop out. Actually, Duke. Snow Patrol coming up as well.
Snow Patrol?
So,
hello.
Okay.
This has gone from bad to worse for 605. Duke goes down, Frost goes down, and it's just Quattro standing as Snow Patrol pick up all of the pieces of this broken toy left in front of them. What can Quattro do? I think he just took a tag. Crawfish, very interesting pseudo-high ground flank. But now that One Eye Open has gotten the revive inside the compound, they at least remain with 2.
Yeah, this nade into the shack going to flush Quattro out. He's going to have to play on the backside, and now you can see... actually, Quattro landed a headshot there onto Michi, but does get traded out by sneak attack. Good work there to stack 2 up on top of each other.
But this could give One Eye Open an opportunity to... I guess, take this zone back from Snow Patrol now that the revive is coming through, but unfortunately they do not pounce in time, and Snow Patrol are remaining as 4. Should be a fairly easy first aid kit for Michi Boy. One Eye Open playing way passive, but you can see Sneak Attack is opening the door. Molotov's going into the window. They know that One Eye Open are in this building, and they don't want to let them have it easy.
No, they don't. You can see on the picture here just where this circle is going to go. Oh, yes. Sorry. This is the exact ending I wanted to see when we first saw that phase 2. Again, cutting out the eastern field here and having the high ground. The Dodds are now in. We're actually going to jump back on board here. Sneak Attack does shut down Refray. So this fight lighting up again. Michigan going to get a flush out. Now they're just going to push 4v1 and get this last kill. Firefighter just hiding inside the 1-story. There you go.
Yeah, Snow Patrol, once they took out Refray, they knew they had the 4 versus 1, and they just flood over like an unstoppable wave. I feel like Refray could have done something there on an off position if he had backup, but I feel like One Eye Open just played it a little too passive. That was a team that we sort of amped up at the very beginning.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean, when you're in a fight that long-lasting and you take so much damage throughout, it's understandable why your confidence is perhaps a little marred.
I want to talk about something, Cammy.
Go ahead.
We saw Duel making that weird move south, right?
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure we've just seen 3 members of Duel die to the blue. As in, knocked and then bled out in the blue. So I'm not sure... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Now Lampalot's getting... Maybe they were getting held by Calm Card. I don't know, but that's the 3rd to go.
What do you mean? Wait, Calm Card. You mean Pankill, the lone survivor of Calm Card?
Yes. Yes.
I don't think they were getting held out. I just think it was a risky rotation. But a circle like this is so unforeseen. Oh, yeah, and Carnage, they finally get someone to gatekeep out. Let's trying to swim, trying to duck underwater, but you got to manage your breath, and they're going to have to keep bobbing up and down. Except they're not bobbing for apples, Carnage. They're bobbing for heads. They're getting suspiciously close, I have to say.
Yeah, they just... Now...
Okay.
They either drown now. There you go. I was going to say they either drown or die to headshots here. So it's pick your poison for the boys on red zones.
Yeah, I think Barry vibes. He sees what's in the cards, what's in the tea leaves, what's on his palm, and he's just going to drown himself. Oh, no, I say that. I thought he was for a second, but he's continuing to swim. He's got 10 HP. One more bowl. Okay, yeah, there he goes. He does eventually drown himself, deny that final point. Carnage only have 1 point right now because of it. Because enough of red zone drowned. And while those shots happened, Clueless have been sneaking closer and closer to them.
Yeah, and police station here, really good position to hold, but I'm not sure if Clueless are able to breach the ground floor and just get inside, they might pick themselves a couple of kills up. Cherry, the last one up for Jewel. Again, I might add.
Again,
Gonna try and get himself into the 8 apps of North George.
Ooh.
Does get spotted out by Nitrogen there. Some shots go across. He's gonna make it in the door though.
Yeah, that's good for him right now. And this is a little bit of a stack here in North George. And so far on the edge, no, I don't think any of these teams are super comfortable about their position. They know they're going to have to push out eventually. And you can see them just step closer and closer to the north side for when they're eventually going to have to make the full commitment. That's a Groza. That's definitely really good for city warfare. That close range. Well, if you don't get spotted out and tagged down like that, but the circle is, of course, unsurprisingly going to shift away from the city. And now how are Exposed or any of these other teams how are they going to try and leave? What direction can you really go? Pushing north is not super comfortable from this city.
No, it's not, and that again just makes Dodge's position so much stronger. Too much actually. Just eating a headshot there.
Yeah. He already had the lineup to trade that, but was going to miss. I assume because of the bullet punch. Carnage, you can see on their own rotation, they actually have the option to come out from the western side, which is going to help them avoid all of whatever's going to happen here. But right now, 64 up. They have 0 kills right now. This could be where they start to farm. All the teams that are leaving, rushing out of North George. That is, if they don't kill each other, because Mardones takes down Sauki.
Yeah, 64 up, I think need to prioritize holding their back. It looks like Zin's trying to look inside. We do see fight breaking off here between Exposed and Aetheris. One more member down. They're going to try and reset and get the res off here. Mardonis nowhere near to try and help out with that. But as I was saying, 64 up, they're in a pivotal position. They need to just worry about their back, not be looking to pressure into the circle here.
Yeah, worry about the people leaving the city, the mass exodus from there, and then you can focus on the circle. But so far, I still don't think they have a single kill right now. Rarity, though, they've been holding center, and it's looking pretty for them. SFU, they know exactly where they are. The nades come out. Nothing fully connects just yet, but they do know that they can easily hold the line versus SFU. Shots come out.
I was going to say, San Diego Rarity kind of forced a turtle at this point just because of the edge areas that are still in the zone. As you can see, Zodiac peek out onto Orion here. Does land some good shots, gets detonated down, going to carry on, but there you go. From 6 feet under, the third party comes in. Gonna have to reset and get the res here.
We did finally see Duel go down to a grenade from Nitrogen out in 13th place, so still not a great start of the weekend for that squad, but here comes 64 up. How are you going to hold? The smokes are out from Exposed. You drop one with the help of Dawn, but now Exposed, they're taking your compound just away from you. Hoshi on the side flank to try and steal it back, and now it is just Maddie from Exposed in a 1 versus 3. But he's inside, and multiple 64 up players on the roof, or I should say multiple, it's only one. And now Rarity, they're also getting torn apart, but Subtle on the flank, pushing super aggressive and takes down Soup. Hey, wait, Orion, they want to part of this as well. They got the revive on their teammate that was dropped by Rarity, and they're cleaning up the kills. I think they even steal the Dean. No, they actually drop it themselves and get that kill on their own. But Rarity are still standing as 4. This is incredibly complicated of a fight with all the dips as well as smokes being employed. But Tazenator finds one. A push up from Potato, and he actually gets a great spray down, finished off by LGS, and that's going to be a full wipe. 6 kills for Orion.
That was a fantastic spray from Potato there. It's great shutdown from Ryan. Actually, here we go. Actually, the second fight going to pop out there, but Tazanate is going to trade that one out. 6 feet under will fall in 9th place, and they should get all 4 back on their feet. 2 members of 64 up here, and again, I hate to say I told you so, but losing 2 here in a position like this is absolutely criminal. 64 up should have secured their behind. Worried about the edge instead of looking into the circles. Now you can see that it's pinned in here. Matty actually going to go down to Zin, but now as 2 members, they've made it so difficult for themselves to move into this next circle.
They get 2 kills, but they lose 2 players for it. I don't know if that trade is worth it.
No.
They want to make a go at this. They get as many points as possible from this round. Snow Patrol, 8 kills for them, and they've only lost 1, so that is significantly better in their favor. And they've had basically free reign of this entire northern part. They know where Pankill is. You can see them waiting for him. And now Carnage waiting for 64 up. Just torn apart by Carnage. Yeah. They just tear apart 64 up, and they have this ridge line for the next couple of moments where the blue encompasses them. And they're going to have to use these smokes to push in because, sure, they may have taken out 64 up, but now it's going to be another open run through a field. Shot at by Orion, shot at by Dodge. Could be rough.
Yeah, and now actually Orion commanding a really, really strong position now. Now they've dealt with everybody else that was in this field. You can see now they're in a position where they can just pressure Carnage coming into the circle. Potato going to get open and knock onto Magi. Carnage now just stuck out in the open. They need to settle for hay bales, Cammy, and we know PUBG of old how this usually goes out for the teams that have to settle for hay bales.
But even those initial hay bales that they're at right now they're still not really in the circle. But I don't know if they have any more smokes because they had to use so many of them on that ridge line.
There's an Aethera snake, Cammy, look.
Ooh. I mean, well aptly named of a team, but no, they are able to find it. Mardones goes down. Aethera's out in 6th place. 5 teams remaining. Carnage, surprisingly able to make their way inside the circle. They break line of sight from Orion, or at least most of them. It looks like MacDub is getting shot at quite a bit. But Zragod and Ripper, I think them popping off Reno, who was sort of like the wider flank player from Dodge, gave them a good opportunity to get in the side. What a shift for Dodge.
Yeah. And again, this high ground position is so strong in these field endings, and to have the high ground fed like this, I mean, it's great. I'm curious if Dodge have actually got many kills on the board just yet.
They don't.
They should have been feasting on the field, but
they have
I
to.
guess just that's disappointing to say the least. But I guess maybe a couple of these teams being forced into each other on the edge and towards, I guess, North towards edge just meant they didn't really have an opportunity to flex out and pick up any mid-game points.
They did take the more safe side of this zone because of that boat rotation, and it's paying off in placement at least. And there have been a number of games that we've seen a team that enters the end game with very few kills, but they immediately take command and actually pick up a good number of them. I think Dodge have an opportunity to reach double digits if they can utilize the high ground to their advantage. That is, if the teams don't continue to fight each other, and Orion are pushing into Snow Patrol, so they might thin the herd themselves out more than Dodge want. But ILGS, ambitious play, and it's going to get cut down.
Yeah, I guess just trying to secure something in the circle, but you see the rest of Orion, bit of split focus, trying to get some damage onto Snow Patrol, which isn't necessarily a threat to them. They needed to be making a play like Gwen Stacy did. Now, I guess unfortunately they have an open run. I don't know how long their utility is going to last here.
The Senator, he's waiting for Snow to run out into the open. They have to cross the road. It's not going to work out for Snow in the end. Potato does go down to Zragod, so that's another casualty against them. Carnage are continuing to make this work, but the shots over onto the opposite side of the circle are going to clue Dodge in that they might not be watching this angle. Do they want to sneak up above them and pounce when Carnage are distracted? Oh, okay. Snow Patrol, they're actually holding their own against Orion on the opposite side. They have yet to cross the circle, and the blue is at their back. But Orion, it's now just Hazenator. They had a really good position, but they weren't able to hold on to it.
now, I'm actually surprised Carnage kept 3 up from that field crossing they had to make. And maybe Orion didn't have full line of sight onto them as they did move. You can see now Taz sending some shots towards Snow Patrol. One member of Snow Patrol is actually knocked, and I guess that's the third party. But Carnage dangerously close to dodge here, and you can see they need to move a little bit north. So going to secure the kill on Orion, but now they need to shift their focus. Prop actually looking for an M24 banger, but doesn't land that one. You can see now Dodge sending 2 down. Monty and Finn are going to try and hold this one close on a rock. Oh, nice headshot there from Monty, actually.
Yeah, Carnage, they're landing the shots. Whenever Dodge peek, they could just get knocked in the head. Carnage have yet to move significantly close because of that, but it's eventually going to turn out to a knock. But Ripper, no, he's actually ran quite close. Going to try and throw out the grenades. It's not going to find their mark just yet, but here comes Snow Patrol. Take this opportunity to find a better position, and it's another distraction for Carnage. MacDub drops sneak attack. Still rushing forward, finding a nice ridge line to play behind, but it's not, again, still not exactly into the circle, and they didn't push Dodge. They weren't comfortable. They didn't want to take that high ground, but this could put them in a sandwich between Dodge and Snow Patrol, distracted by 2 fronts.
Yeah, I mean, even if they stay here, one nade and 1 molly just absolutely destroys this spot, because you can see they're going to just literally be forced behind this row of bushes and slight defilade they have. Finn is actually going to open up onto Zray here, and this might be the go signal for Dodge to just come on and clean this up.
Monty waiting for someone to peek, but he doesn't want to go super aggressive because Snow Patrol can easily third party from the north side. And actually because of that, Dodge are backing off. They try and throw a molly, but it doesn't go nearly as far as they wanted, and the revive comes through for Carnage. We're staying as a 3v3v2.
Yeah, this is interesting. Snow Patrol actually poised to kind of take a good spot here, to be honest, because Dodge are completely tunneled on the south. I guess they just want to get rid of this team, and there you go. Snow Patrol actually going to pick up 2 of the knocks onto Carnage. Crop's going to put Hershey down. Actually, Carnage is going to go out there. The final kill will go to the blue. Now we're going to see Dodge actually engaging onto Snow Patrol. Going to try and reset and get the res here.
Okay. Crawfresh, he doesn't want to let that happen. Flash comes out, but it doesn't really give him much, at least for now. He dropped 2 of Carnage. Can he find any more? 12 kills for Snow Patrol, by the way, but the double peak comes out, and he doesn't even get 1 knock. It's another 5-kill victory, this time for Dodge.
I mean, you take those, right? It's a shame that they didn't really get a lot more traffic through the field. That high ground position is so strong, and I guess it's that, like I said, everybody getting forced into a weird edge fight on just on the north side of North George, but what a fantastic guy. I absolutely love endings up there, and just seeing teams trying to adapt, and that's certainly disappointing. One of the teams, shout out to Orion. They really impressed me again that game, and I'm not sure if they had many other options or if they should have just chosen one, but it felt like a bit of split focus was the reason they went down there.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up 9 kills. They're not going to snub their nose at that, but you got to look at the 12 kills by Snow Patrol. One of the few teams to loop in from the north side, but they just stole it away from the few other teams that were there. They didn't give anyone a chance. They only lost 1 player until it hit the end game, and just the way that they tried to manage their position on the north side, sure, it wasn't a win, but they got more points than Dodge. That's a win in my book.
Yeah, and again, they were one of the teams that was rotating parallel with 605, right? And 605 was one of the first teams to react to that hard shift. They were actually just inside the circle as 605 was rapid in blue, and then eventually met them up there at that compound with, I can't remember who the third team was, but it ended up being a third party on, was it One Eye Open?
One Eye Open? One Eye Open?
Yeah, I think so. Up at that compound, and then, again, just had a fantastic way into the circle from there.
Well, that was the final Aaron Girl of the day. We have 3 Miramars coming up next, but until that, back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Cam. Thank you so much, Hypoc. That's going to be the end of them casting endgame. And then those poor souls have to come hang out with me while you guys get a jump over into game. So we are now done with Erangel for the day. We've got 3 Miramars, and that's where we're going to be headed to next. But by God, it's starting to look like Orion is going to have a good position every single time. 3 different games in a row that I think that they've been up in the top 5 and in good position.
Yeah, and this is a team as well that also has a very strong Miramar game, so it's safe to say that they could really come out on top today. That said, I mean, 9 kills this match. We've seen him get a lot of kills throughout the day. I Love Gwen Stacy, Potato, Tazinator, each bringing home 3 for this. And again, I mean, really, it was that end of that third party, both Orion and Snow Patrol hitting that moment at 9 kills each. It just unfortunately didn't end well for them, so...
All right, well, before we go into a deep dive on this, it's time for the highlights. So, Godspeed, take it away.
Yep, we had, man, this was a really wild circle, but it's one, I'm definitely in agreement with Hypoc. I love these circles up here in the north by Zarky. This is a really crazy fight that happened between 605 as well as Snow Patrol, as well as the third team. I think there was a third team here that was entrenched in here. It was really nice shots coming out. Snow Patrol was absolutely relentless as we see the poor souls trying to swim across, and they're not going to make it. ECR is going to get picked out on the water, but San Diego Rarity and Orion had a crazy hold in this field. It was eventually Orion that actually ended up pushing out and just completely wiping SDR after they had been in a pretty crazy fight of their own. But beautiful shots coming out from Potato. Nice little 2-for-1 there. And Dodge, I mean, they had a great position, but overall they just weren't able to secure that many kills. Sure, they got a win in 5 kills, 15 points, but really it was, I think, Snow Patrol that really stole that one at the end there. It was just a fantastic play by them to keep, with only 2 alive, mind you, to snag that many kills that late in the game.
They walked away with 12 kills in that round. That is absolutely insane. Clover, you're about to say something. What you got?
No, I mean, I do agree there. Like, you've got Snow Patrol, who wiped out, I think, a total of 6 different squads, pulling up 12 kills from that. But Dodge, I mean, okay, we saw them make the final 2 the previous match out there in Nova. Unfortunately, Monty just couldn't take out to Dean in that 1v1. This time, however, had way more man up, doing that against Crawfresh, who, while able to get 4 kills out of this, just couldn't take on all of Dodge in the ends. But you've got Monty as well that had 0 kills, and he had an AWP the whole time, so still slightly disappointed in Dodge.
All right, well, we've got our last round match report to look at here. So here's our leaderboard coming up. It's going to be Snow Patrol based off of those kills. Sure, they didn't get the round win, but they're going to walk away with 18 points. Back behind that, the round winners, Dodge, coming away with 10 points and 5 more off of kills. But Carnage Gaming, you did it, guys. You got your placement points. 5 that time, but again, 9 kills walking away, pushing them up to 14. And by God, it's just constantly Orion, just netting point after point every single game.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Orion definitely looks like one of the strongest teams so far. At least out of the 3 games, they've been kind of the most consistent. Again, Sneak Attack just does an amazing job, and Clover actually with some really great insight. Sneak Attack is generally the one, I guess, that gathers a lot of the information for Snow Patrol. I think there was a situation, Clover, that we were talking about where you're like, oh, Sneak Attack isn't watching the back. If you wanted to elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a 2-2 split, and I think Crawfresh and Sneak Attack having the high kills here show that they were on the better part of that 2v2, but now you can see Snow Patrol has climbed up to 28th place, and this is a team that is very, I don't want to say new at competing. They've competed at a lot of lower levels. We've seen them in Collegiate and 303 League, but they're really coming into their own. They've learned week after week, and I'm really excited to see them do this well on Erangel, but now they're a little bit weak on Miramar, so it's a toss-up, really.
But now you were talking about there is a team that's pretty decent on Miramar, and that's going to be our team that's at the top of the leaderboard, correct? Orion, they're comfortable in both sides, wherever you're going to play on PUBG, and so this could be a little bit of a trouble for some of these other teams that are coming up back behind it. Though, we should point out, Rarity is not netting that many placement points. They are just living off of kills the same way that Carnage is, so it's no surprise whenever we look back over at total kills, total damage, we're going to have Subtle up at the top of that with 12 kills. But again, ECR Zealot is pumping out so much damage for his team.
Yeah, he is pumping a lot of damage. And one thing I really wanted to point out as well is, as far as Orion is, we saw Destinator in the first couple of games kind of be consistent, 3 kills, 4 kills. Last game he didn't get any kills, and I'm actually not harping on that. I think it's great that, you know, he was able to kind of carry the torch in the beginning and really kind of step his foot forward as a fragger for the team. And even when he kind of took a step back, the rest of his team really stepped up to get the frags in the last game. So I really love that consistency coming out of a roster, especially when one player maybe does really well a couple games and doesn't have the greatest 3rd or 4th game, but his team steps up behind him. And I think that's really important, and that's why Orion has really impressed me so far.
Got 2 members over here, and total knocks for our top 5. Subtle, not just content with getting kills, he wants the knocks as well. Zealot also showing up for his team. No surprise the amount of damage that he's pumping out, but exposed Maddie. We've seen him pull off a sneaky play inside that very first round, and he's also showing up to compete inside of this, really I feel like he's putting out a lot of work for Exposed right now. But here we go. Assists are also a big thing to keep an eye on, as that's just, maybe you're not the guy that always gets the knock, but you're pumping out a ton of damage on it. And with this, 6 feet under, holding down the top 2 spots, but not racking it up in kills. What do you think that alludes to, Clover?
I mean, you know, we saw them have that really good game here in the beginning today. I think a lot of that does come from this, but really, team play. They're always pushing in together. We've seen that, but they just need to work on staying alive a little bit longer. They went out a 9th for this match. And, you know, I mean, Soup, by the way, to Dean, Infamous, Skax, these are all players that we've seen in various forms and various teams. And I know that the communications there, I think, unfortunately, they just keep getting caught into similar rotations to other teams and not coming out alive. Because when we see them go down, they're going down with 3 other teams around them.
Well, we haven't had a chance to really deep dive in a lot, and we're not going to have a second because we're going to have to go to break in just a moment. But ECR has been a team that has consistently been involved in a lot of influential fights. And I mean, it says something whenever you're going to name yourself red zones inside of PUBG, especially competitive, where we're just like, no, go away. We don't want that over here. They're like, no, we're going to come in. We're going to be a red zone of our own. And while they're not necessarily making the showiest sample on side the leaderboard, they're definitely putting in a lot of work. Moving into Miramar, each one of you, give me one team that you want to see perform here, or one that you just have your eye on that you think is going to be an influence. ECR? Thank you.
ECR was so scary on Miramar. We saw him rack up so many points and kills during the Challenger Series with this. I mean, Barry Vibes, Jon Snow, there's just that whole team. I mean, we're going to see them pick up a lot. We're going to see them stick to those long compounds, the long buildings. We're going to see some really wild rotations, and I think that they're going to play the circle smart, but I mean, I say that now, I'm hoping I'm not eating my words, but this is what I'm expecting from them for Miramar today.
I just want to see them throw more grenades. They need to make a red zone. That's in their name. How come they aren't making red zones? All right, so we got ECR, 2 votes for that one. What you got for me, Godspeed?
For me, it's going to be between 2 teams. I'm going to cheat a little bit here, but Dawn needs to kind of step up and make something happen at Miramar, and I feel like they are strong in Miramar. And then Orion, who's already killing it right now, as Clover said, they're already a pretty good Miramar team, and they've had a lot of consistency. So for me, it's going to be those 2 teams to look out for, Dawn and Orion for sure.
All right, so we've got just a second. Any last thoughts before we go on a quick break, and then you guys switch over in-game? Anything that sticks out to you there? Anything else?
Kills.
Get kills. All right. Hopefully, we're going to see a lot of kills as we make our way over to Miramar. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you guys in just 1 minute.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 group stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top Challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The group stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams, with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I know it was a very short break. Hopefully you got a chance to get up, grab a snack, find something to settle in, because we got 3 more games coming your way, all on sandy and beautiful Miramar. And if the earlier circles from our first 3 rounds are anything to say, it looks like we are in for some very spicy games moving into these last couple. So, my job here is to give you a breakdown on everything and kind of what happened and how all these rules and all everything kind of works together so you can know what's going on. So we're going to do a very fast, quick run through so that way you can know exactly what's happening. So you can see we are on day 1. So we just got done with our 3 Erangel games and then making our way over towards Miramar. We're going to be back tomorrow, starting on Miramar, ending up on Erangel. So we're just going to kind of flip it around. You guys should be aware of the placement point system. If you get first, you get 10 points, second, 6, and it just continues to diminish as it goes down. And for every kill you get an additional point, and that's how a lot of our teams right now are staying competitive inside of this, just trying to figure out some way to balance between those two. So, how much money are you going to walk away with? Well, in addition to this being a Challenger event, you get to make your way over into this next phase, depending on how well you do if you're in our top 8 teams, but you also get to walk away with a little bit of cash. 1st through 4th walks away with $1,500. Back behind that, 5th through 8th gets $1,000, and then 9th through 16th, while they're not going to continue on and make their way up into the next bracket, they at least get to go back home with $500 cash in their pockets. So there's going to be a lot of other little small things to keep an eye out for as well. Team with the most kills, team with the most chicken dinners, going to go ahead and throw a little bit of cash back in those pockets as well. All right, so with everything going on, there's a lot that's been happening, how everything's being configured up, but we've done a little bit of a switch around. So now I got Cam, I got Hypoc hanging out with me, and I can see you guys are both just so excited, so energetic. You guys have fun in those first 3 games?
How can you not with those circles? That's all I gotta say.
I know, I was a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie. Those games look fun.
I thought we had fun personally, but I guess our faces don't say so, Cam.
I don't think so. You're just staring at me. You're giving me the same thing Godspeed was with that just dead stare of, See, Cam's at least smiling for me. One day, yeah. Hypoc, one day, I will say something funny enough to make you laugh. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look quick at the leaderboard, how everything is stacked up so far through our first 3 games. Hypoc, take it away.
Well, obviously, we know, we've already talked about it, some of these Challenger teams coming out, absolutely, well, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself. If we look at it from the teams that we have coming down from the pro level qualifiers, and obviously the teams that have stepped up here massively, the storyline for me has been Orion. They've been performing really well. They haven't got themselves a win yet, but again, top of the leaderboard, 34 points. They got a really, really good kill stack on the board. Another special shout out for me, San Diego Rarity. Those are the 2 teams I've kind of got my eyes on. Dodge, kind of expected. They're one of the ones that, you know, they kind of underperformed up until this week, but it looks like they've got themselves off to a good start.
Well, Cam, you pointed out something interesting, talking about the fact that as far as we've had a lot of teams that racked up a lot of kills, but the winning team hasn't had a lot of kills so far.
Yeah, and you can. This is such an interesting leaderboard to look at after the first 3 games. In the top 3, there is only one team with a win. In fact, in the top 5, there is only one team with a single win. We've known about the possibility of a team performing well and winning an event, having 0 wins, just pick up a lot of kills. This is I think the best we've gotten so far with that. It's been, I mean, you have to mention how wild the circles have been. The Novo, Yasnaya, and then the zarkiness of it. It's not shocking why it's so weird, but
I love that
it is what it is.
Zarkiness. I want to use that from now
Zarkiness
on.
of it all.
I know. I need some more zarkiness in my life. Okay, so we're having to run through predictions. Kind of gave everybody a heads up. We haven't seen these teams really compete against each other as of yet, and you guys had to call this way before we started today, so you didn't get to just do a last minute come in and go,
yes,
well, gee, I think that Orion's going to win. So with this, my pick was Carnage Gaming, who's doing pretty good. They're managing to get a couple of placement points now. We're managing to rack up kills much the way I expected it. Cam, who was your pick?
I picked Duel. I'm being honest. I've said this already the first couple of games, so I can reiterate that they performed, I don't want to say very well on week 3, but definitely better to what we come to expect from them compared to week 1 and 2. In fact, they had more placement points and kills than both week 1 and 2 combined. I was hoping that was the sign that they finally figured it all out, and now being in a lobby that is objectively, well, maybe not objectively, but arguably an easier lobby than PCS, that they would be able just to frag out and finally work. But at this point, where are they on the leaderboard? They're in 9th right now. I think you call it that, like, this experiment is not going to work out.
Well, hey, I like the fact that you're just self-deprecating on your own pick there. I like the fact that you got self-awareness coming into it. Hypoc, did your pick end up a little bit better off?
I mean, I went a little bit of a different direction. For me, I picked Dodge purely because I've seen how well they've performed in the open qualifier lobbies leading up until the charity showdown, and then the group stage which we just had. They just look so dominant in the opens lobbies, and this for me are very comparable. There's that chaotic factor we talk about time and time again, where there's a mismatch of teams that don't necessarily have an awful lot of prep time with each other. And I think actually that plays more to Dodge's playstyle. And yeah, they've been doing okay so far. I haven't seen them be as dominant as we have in the past, but I guess getting themselves back on the right track, because they had a really disappointing group stage for me.
Well, got your predictions now. That being said, with these first 3 games done, what's a team that stood out to you guys? Like, who just done something that you weren't expecting, or is just a surprise? Like, oh my god, these guys are really good.
I'm gonna steal Hypoc's pick, and it's got to be Orion. They're obviously in the lead, so that does seem like the easy answer. But I don't think that anyone was expecting any of the teams from the Challenger, much less Orion, to be like the team that is taking the lead. It's not that dominant of a lead because of the way that it's all being split, but it is still really exciting to see some of this new blood really stand out.
Often say that consistency wins us games. Hypoc, what you got for me?
For me, well, after Cammy stole mine, I guess. I mean, if I was to highlight somebody else, for me, it's got to be San Diego Rarity. I kind of was theorizing kind of that push up to the high ground on that Novo game, and actually they executed it pretty much down to the T as I would have. And again, a couple of favorable circles for them, but they played that out really, really well. Even when they were put on the back foot with 2 different teams ended up pushing up the hill onto them, which is kind of that unknown factor that comes up in PUBG time and time again. I think they really dealt with that well. And again, that was on the back of a really impressive solo performance from Subtle, but just for the 3 of them to position into that spot, reading obviously the circle shift and kind of, I guess, reading the other teams as well. Everybody crashing into Novo and them thinking, well, we're probably going to have a few stragglers from other teams up here. We can get a really strong position. They did just that.
I want to give a quick shout out to a team we haven't really had a chance to, and that's Snow Patrol. Especially in that last game, they run that aggressive 2-2 split, got control over the north, even had Dawn walk up back behind them, sprung a reverse trap back onto them, and managed to survive for a very long time inside that game. Managed to set themselves up with a lot of points, but I think that everything sounds like it's starting to get set and ready to go for the next game. So beforehand, do you guys got any last notes that you want to throw into this? No? Okay, so with Cam's face of, nope, I think we got it all, let's go ahead and throw it over towards Clover and Godspeed.
All right, guys, thanks so much. I mean, Godspeed and I, this is what we've been excited for all day. Finally getting our chance to cast a game, and we're going to pretty much go right into it here in just a moment because we are already in the lobby. And, I mean, Godspeed and I were kind of talking about this during the break. 6 out of 8 of the Challengers teams are in the top 8 right now. I mean, I think we kind of heard a little bit of discussion about whether or not we expected them to perform well. So far, I'm not too surprised, but, I mean, again, we've really got to see some of these teams coming down from PCS1 to step it up.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's obvious teams that I think we've kind of talked about to death, but the one for me that I feel like should also be there that isn't a PCS team is actually Dawn. I feel like Dawn, after 3 games, I expect them to be at least towards the top, if not in the top 5, but they find themselves kind of struggling on the right side of the leaderboard. But with Miramar, you know, it's a new map, obviously, new drops, new rotations, new things to deal with as far as this kind of amalgamation of teams come together. We'll see how it goes.
Now, and from your opinion of what we saw on Erangel, as we've kind of brought up a couple of times today, a lot of these teams have never played one another. They haven't maybe even seen each other since the Charity Showdown, if that. So we've been going weeks and weeks with these teams not being used to playing on each other, rotating on each other, taking their drop spots as well. Do you think that that's been a factor for day one?
I think aside from potentially like a few obvious drops being contested and maybe one or two teams getting pushed out, I don't think it's going to affect these guys too much. The rotations I think are a big one as well as just the general play style of the lobby and the teams in the lobby. But I as far as drops, I don't think it's that drastic.
Yeah, now, of course, with that, guys, we did see the first circle pop. Right now, Clueless, Dawn, and Carnage are entirely out of the zone. They need to work their way up north to get in the circle. We've got plenty of teams all along the edge, but here in Picado, already off the bat, Snow Patrol and 64 up. Snow Patrol has been playing very aggressive, currently second place on the leaderboard. 64 up, who's had a little bit of a lackluster start to the day. But you know what? I mean, from this position, I really like that. Now back in Leonis as well, we've got 2 teams here. Carnage joined along with Tazinator just off to their east. The rest of Orion has already landed inside the circle there in La Bandita. So if something should happen to Tazinator here, it's not going to look good for him. We can see just off in the distance that little bit of purple as he is making his way, I think, out of Leonis, probably reading that situation. But I mean, Picado, this is a make or break. Sometimes we see only one team land here, but to have 2 off the bat, oh, look at this.
It's not terribly surprising to have 2, but I will say that Snow Patrol is a team that I feel like they're starting to get comfortable, right? They're starting to get confident. I think maybe in the beginning of like PCS, you would see a team contest here, and Snow Patrol would probably be a little hesitant. Maybe they'd back off, but I mean, they have confidence right now, and they should. They're playing really well. We said it time and time again in PCS that, you know, these guys were kind of like the sponges of the lobby. Even if they fail, they make mistakes, or they get sent down to, you know, basically relegation. That they would be able to, you know, kind of use the experience that they had in the previous lobby and bring it here. And so far they've done it. I'm actually really impressed with Snow Patrol.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, Snow Patrol is from the Collegiate. So the CBA, the PUBG Collegiate League here in NA, a mix of colleges from them, but these are teams that have been, or players that have been playing together for quite a long time. They're used to being the top of their leaderboard, and I think that's why they struggled out of the gate here a bit, is now you're playing at a broader leaderboard with a much higher range of skill. But as you said, I mean, they've really taken up a lot of knowledge, learned and grown, so to speak, kind of gone to school on things, and we've really seen them blossom here. So I'm really hopeful. These are 4 really strong players that seem to have a lot of cohesion. But I mean, Duel now, this is one that as we kind of heard before, this is just whatever this experiment is, it's not working.
I mean, I really just don't want to keep beating it to death, you know, like I don't really know what else there is to say about Duel than we've already said. They just shouldn't be here, and they're here. Regardless, even if they're here, they just haven't really been doing much anyway. So I just don't know what's going on with Duel.
Now we've got a couple of teams rotating a little bit close here. We can see Calm Card with Rarity off in the distance, just beyond them, one eye open, and we can't quite see it here on screen, but even off to the west, we've got East Coast Red Zone. So a lot of teams reading the circle, wanting to kind of have the high ground and the northern play here. But for right now, should be just enough distance that we won't see too much chaos. We can now follow with Exposed, rotating in from the west. This is another team that kind of have been wishy-washy. Right now in 6th place, they've had some brilliant moments on Erangel, but other plays where they've kind of fallen apart and struggled. A lot of their points right now, about just over half for kills. So, I mean, placement points have been really good for them, but at the same time as well, I've seen a lot come from them. I kind of would like to see more coming out of them on Miramar today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they won the first game, did they not? Was it not Exposed, I believe?
They did, but I don't think it was a high kills.
It wasn't.
Kind of
It
really
wasn't
what
a
we've
high
seen.
kill
It's been
game.
placement points over kills for a lot of today so far. Did have one game where they popped off. I mean, 605, kind of the same deal. I think they got really used to being at the top of their lobbies, and now are struggling just a bit. And so some of these teams that I was honestly expecting to come out with kill points just aren't able to secure that so far today, and are just getting by on placement alone.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point with Exposed is that, they have a total of 24 points. 13 of those are kill points, which means that they only have 11 placement points, and one of those was from the first place, right? So consistency definitely not as far as the kill points for them, the placement points. But I mean, these guys are also fraggers, man. We've seen some really nice stuff. That nice off angle in the first game that kind of gave Matty that duel that he needed to win against San Diego Rarity. So I'm still hopeful with these guys. Again, 3 games down. I will say this, though. Once this game is over and mostly goes to the 5th game and that game also concludes, then I will start to worry about some of the teams that are on the bottom, some of the teams that are not playing as well. Nice shot coming out of Jewel. No connection, though. Very close.
Yeah, and like as you said, I mean, once we start winding down for the day, these teams only have through tomorrow to rack up enough points, get to the top 8, and move on, securing their spot for PCS2. But as we kind of look as well, I mean, Atheris, another team, has really been struggling. And
they are struggling, yeah.
I think that as well, we've kind of seen them fall apart. They've had some roster changes. They've changed up their play style, and it just doesn't seem to be working. It wasn't working up in the major leagues, and it's so far not working for them today. But right now, Dodge, there you go, taking out Plush God. 605 down to just 3 players, and already see him scrambling for vehicles. They're caught out in the open on this ridge line, and we could just see bullets in every direction from Dodge, who's got great line of sight of this. Frost goes down as well. And this is going to be Reno right now with a good pick. And Crop, maybe? Are we repositioning for a better angle on this?
Is he actually getting aggressive? There's no way. They're so far away.
Oh, that's okay. We can dream, right?
I mean,
that
would have been the bossiest push I've ever seen. Like, look at the distance. Oh, man, if he went underneath, that would have been crazy.
There we go. Duke already as well, pushing ahead, scouting for that next position for 605 to put down. Right now, the only team to their north is Exposed, who's on a 2-2 split. And now the pressure is still coming from Dodge. We can look, still landing all of that damage at this distance. This is insane. It's almost a kilometer away in some degrees. Frost is actually quite far from the rest of Exposed at this angle. So that said, I mean, looks like Clueless might also be pushing in on this as well. You've got a Theros off in the distance that we can see, but right now, with a circle like this, as we wait for that first phase to close, that's going to be the thing that paints the story. Miramar is known for these wild, yo-yo, hard shift circles, and right now, with it being 100% playable area and landmass into this, that could really spell a lot of trouble, as we also see Clueless driving into Dodge. It might be a trouble in and of itself.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we didn't see like a completely off the East Coast circle. I mean, our Miramar circles have been pretty ridiculous overall, but I don't know what it is exactly about Miramar that I love so much as we watch the first. Speaking of a little bit of a hard shift all the way to the northwest there. I just love Miramar though. I don't know what it is about this map. I don't know if it's the terrain and fighting on the terrain and the fact that you can take quite a bit of it on foot. It's just a very visceral CQC map, and I think that's what I love so much about it.
You know, and I do too. If anybody ever asks me what my favorite map is, it is by and large Miramar time and time again. But now, I mean, as we kind of go back, we've got some, what is competitive PUBG without accidentally running over your teammate at least once a game.
Happens once a game, yeah.
Yeah, you know, guys, I mean, you notice the blood's flowing, the adrenaline's pumping, you get out of the car just a little bit too fast and run in front of your teammate, but again, this circle did take a bit of a hard shift. Most teams are in the zone, but we've got teams like Snow Patrol and Dawn who are going to be very late into this rotations, and a couple of teams that were just on the edge looking for that next spot in the Central's position, and that means that they're going to start fighting Clueless and 605 for these compounds. They really want to get as center to the zone as possible, and that's going to make this a really crowded area. We're only into phase 2, and we can see already how much a play is for the central part of the zone for these compounds and for the high ground.
Yeah, I think that's one thing as well that we've seen kind of a lot of teams do, not only in challenges with PCS, is they panic to get in the circle instead of taking their time. We've seen a lot of teams in the past find success in coming in late. I think Tempo is like a perfect example of that. Oh, nice shots coming out. Destinator, can he get it? No, he's going to get knocked.
Oh, man, we've got a trade of knocks here between 6 feet under and Orion, but it looks like Tazinator might be able to help out Destinator as long as, no nades are out, but we can see already SFU with 3 still up. Trying to get an angle, this gas gets found, shot in the back there by Tazinator. As Soup, by the way, picks up another. It's 2 for 2 on both of these teams right now, but still an opportunity for those reses if they can clean this up quickly.
Nice nade.
Oh, there we go. Nades are out, but they're not able to find that completion. We're actually getting a revive here. Potato trying to pick one person up. I love Gwen Stacy's down. We see Tazinator trying to climb to this as well, not wanting to get taken out by a nade or throwable inside this house, but I think SFU just might be running out a bit. They've got some smokes out right now, but again, can't find the angle on it. Tazinator's going to go down one more time. Didn't have a chance to heal here, and now it's I love Gwen Stacy who's the only one standing.
And they're giving Orion a lot of room. I mean, the fact that they have them cornered, they have multiple angles they're taking, and SFU is just playing this, very cautiously. This could end up biting them. I mean, we'll have to see. Orion is definitely not a team in this lobby that you want to give a chance to. Beautiful spray coming out of ILGS onto Infamous, and that's going to be a nice knock.
And Gwen Stacy as well picking one up, looking for that peek on the corner right now. But Orion didn't take down. Scouse is going to pick that up, and we've got another one as well. 6 feet under, cleaning it out. Orion
nice.
GG goes out in 16th. I mean, there you go. Miramar, whoever looks good and healthy on Erangel won't always do the same here. But, I mean, again, SFU, we saw them play really well so far today, picking up 4 here.
Yeah, that's going to be huge as well, taking down the lobby leaders. And I kind of feel like we cursed them, Clover, just saying that, Orion looks so consistent on Miramar, and they're really good on Miramar too. It's just, nope, they're going to go out first. And look at this shift down to the water treatment area and the surrounding hills. This is actually a circle that we saw quite a bit in PCS.
Yeah, and, as well, I mean, this circle, we had so many teams guessing that it was going to hang up to the high ground off to the north. So with San Martin in play, I mean, you've got water treatment that hasn't been touched. It is a very risky place to be, however. And so many teams right now are opting for the western position. We can see here Exposed, Dodge, Clueless, 605, Snow Patrol, all rotating onto one another. They want to hold what's left of the high ground compounds, trying to avoid these cities where you can oftentimes get trapped and lose out on the ability to get kills, but also rotate out of those positions. And so I think we might start to see teams fall left and right here now, as we can see Carnage Gaming walking up onto One Eye Open again and looking for their position in the zone. We've got Carnage, Calm Card, Dawn still not in the circle yet. San Diego Rarity coming in just on the outside as well. So with 15 teams up, we've still got a couple that are looking for their spot in the zone. Oh, Microstar, what happened? Oh, it's a motorcycle.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is what you hate to see. Calm Card's got full line of sight on this, but Mini Fridge is going to attempt this res. That may come at the cost of the Morados. We can see just a little bit of panic, trying to make sure he's got enough cover in all of this, working on the res. Oh, that is it for their vehicle.
That is tragic, to say the least. And now they're caught in the blue. I mean, this is not the position that Dawn wants to
Mini
find
Fridge
themselves
only has
in early.
9 bandages. This is for phase 3.
that's not looking healthy. All it's going to take is Calm Card or another squad to get 1 or 2 bullets into them while they're in the blue, but it looks like they might have actually been able to pick up that motorcycle after all and move in. Meanwhile, East Coast Red Zones taking this from another angle as Carnage is still working on their way, filing into the zone, but this is a good line of sight here. We could see also checking out San Diego Rarity from afar, who also need to push into their zone as well.
San Diego Rarity, I'm trying to remember kind of what their history has been on Miramar overall. I feel like they've had some really good games on Miramar, but they've also had some, like, a lot of inconsistency, actually.
I think that's true. They're very hit and miss on Miramar.
Yeah.
Inland, no, Bubba. Lampalot picking up 1 right now. I mean, Lampalot, I think, is right now the strongest kill leader for Duel. We see him pick up a lot of points in every 100%. Iteration of Duel. He's always looked really healthy. Sometimes the last player still alive pretty consistently for them as well, picking up kills. Had that really great game on Erangel earlier where he got 7 during that military circle. But, I mean, we're already into Phase 3, 57 alive, 15 teams. Given these wild yo-yo circles, we still have so many players up, but I can't imagine it's going to be much longer as we can see our next circle shift, and that is going to make where these teams can squat and play out a little bit of a slim pickings.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see maybe 1 or 2 teams fall here. We'll see definitely a lot of teams get crippled, but in the next circle specifically after this one closes, I think is when we're going to lose at the very least 5 teams. This circle is very brutal to play.
And as you see, Carnage Gaming, who's been very patient on these rotations up to the north. We've talked a bit about San Diego Rarity and how they were going to kind of come into this losing a couple players on that rotation. Carnage is going to pick up 2, and it's just Deadeye working his way into the zone. Struggling to control that Murado. But where's he going to go? We can just see already Atheris right in front. I mean, every compound right now has been taken, and now he's just stuck out in the open with no cover.
In the open, and the fact that he's still alive is very shocking. Shots may be coming out from Atheris, but no, Deadeye's actually going to make it. Holy smokes. I lied. I spoke too soon. Deadeye, I'm so sorry.
There you go. Duel's going to pick up another, as we can see again, Carnage Gaming working their way into the circle, coming into East Coast Red Zones, who have had a really nice angle here. I haven't given it up just yet. They've been doing a good job keeping all of the teams up to the north on their toes, but now Carnage has actually managed to rotate all the way around them. One eye open in that next position, and Duel and Calm Card. There's a trade right there. Zovran and Lampalot are going to go down. Why So Ugly falls as well as Tony V picks up another one, but not before taking some damage himself. And you hate to see it, but Duel, who had 2 players out of this compound, now needing to make a decision. Do they want to push for this?
V.
Tony. 11 HP. Climbing there from boosters. And you got Wooly and Cherry, I think, struggled for a second. We saw Wooly almost make a move for this, and Tony's like, nah, man, I've got this.
Yeah, he actually saved Duel there, specifically. Getting that kill and then clearing this compound as well. This is an important compound to hold on edge, especially where Duels also have their other split at a gas station. So Tony V coming up huge. Again, this player specifically, Tony's always been kind of a nutter. Definitely a very strong fragger. He's been on different iterations of rosters throughout his career, and it's actually really nice to see him on Duel. Unfortunately, Duel not doing the best with him. Just with themselves, really, in general.
I mean, and maybe it's safe to say that, like, had Duel had more time with this roster, would they have had an opportunity to be more cohesive? But, I mean, East Coast Red Zones, again, more team, a lot of players who have played together, who have been on various types of competitive rosters, and I've seen them look very comfortable. Now, this is a really tricky push here. You've got Clueless, 605, and Exposed in every angle here. And East Coast Red Zones looking to pick one up, setting up the shot there for Pistola. Zealot almost getting the knock. There you go, finds it. Already, here we go. Nitrogen as well, starting to take a lot of fire, but Exposed still has an angle on this. And East Coast Red Zones. I mean,
I just saw the distance that we got to see Pistola try to throw that grenade, and I mean, I don't know who he thought he was. Do you think he's John Elway? Because I don't think he could ever get that as close as he wanted to. But yeah, that was a hopeless situation, and Sadly, he was going to go down for it. But even still, I mean, Team Clueless has a little bit of a ridge here to play. They have a decent position as long as this hillside doesn't get cut out of the circle.
I mean, yeah, we've got really two tier 2 layers to play with on this zone, but now as Duel is trying to work their way into the circle and hold the rest of this ridge, they've still got Carnage to worry about. One Eye open going out when Hardy was just on the backside of this, found out by McDub at 6 kills already for Carnage. They are looking so good today, and now Tony V and Wooly are kind of trapped in this position. They're not going to be able to push on to the zone until they can take care of Carnage, but we're in phase 5, and this blue is going to hurt, so Duel can play this if they play it well, but they're going to have to be smart on it. Meanwhile, ECR now with the big crash onto Exposed. Salky is immediately going to go down, but they're not going to take this out of fight, but again, we still see Clueless, 605. They're up on the hills, and they've got sight on this.
This is actually a 3-on-3 as well. One of the members of Exposed are down. So if Red Zones gets a nice little wrap here, maybe an off angle from Jay Snow for life on the backside, they could take this fight.
Ooh, and there you go. A little bit of a hard push coming in from East Coast Red Zones as they work to secure one of the buildings right now. Meanwhile, Duel is eliminated. A very strong push came from Carnage Gaming. I think we're unfortunately able to finish crossing the road, as we can see now as well. Zealot is actually pushed a bit far, not even aware that Quattro has walked up behind him. An easy knock and flush. There's 605 picking up their first and only kill so far, but with one man alive. It's going to be a good angle for him to hold here, but he's still got Clueless on the high ground. As we see Exposed starting to scramble a bit to try and hold this compound along with ECR. They've got the building split here.
Yeah, it's actually crippling. For them to lose a member like that. ECR, they had a really nice off angle on that rock, but he wasn't expecting Quattro from behind, and now TC has a nice, comfortable little view of this whole compound, and what's happened here to Dawn?
Ooh. Dawn was lost too. We've had a couple of teams struggle just a bit on their southern rotations into the zone. SFU has been caught off just a bit from a couple of these teams. Meanwhile, we've got Dodge and Compound just to the north of this, so even as this circle closes, Dawn, like we can see here, trying to make sure that they're not going to have any competition, because from this angle, there's not a lot of cover here. And we're going to have that next circle pop in just a couple of seconds and see exactly how far they're going to have to go. Right now, you've got SFU, 64 up, Dawn, all on the edge of zone, all aware of each other's positions, all have been fighting each other for this last moment. And look, that is a hard pull up for Dawn. They're going to have
Couldn't
to
have been worse.
So many.
Really could not have been worse for them. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that circle shift. I mean, I think their best option would potentially be to wrap towards the left and try to sneak into the bowl of the compound where Dodge is at, but even still, it's going to be a tall order. I mean, the edge is pretty much taken here by two separate teams, although one is crippled and one is a solo. Either way, it's going to be rough for Dawn. Team Clueless as well. I mean, they're pretty much going to have to move into that compound that's currently occupied by Exposed, as well as the other team that they're fighting. So this is rough for everyone all around. This is definitely one of those circles where you wanted to be in it before. Oh, what a molly!
Oh, Sociopath on fire. Not looking good, but Soup, by the way, finishing it out. That's it for 64 up. You love to see the mollies come out, especially here on Miramar, but immediately 6 feet under, taking a look at Atheris. They want this compound. Atheris has 4 kills so far. Haven't been too terribly quiet, but again, from the high ground, you're right. Clueless is going to have to take that push into Exposed and ECR, but ECR in a healthier position up that way. But, I mean, even still, you've got Dawn and Snow Patrol, who are nowhere close to the zone right now.
Is he gonna
like
get the
Snow Patrol is
spray?
aware
No
that
knock.
Dawn is here. Oh, Morty's going to get Hershey, but it's picked off immediately by Clueless here as Dawn starting to struggle here a bit in the blue. Can't quite stay ahead. Morty rotating, looking for an angle on Crawfish, is going to go ahead and vault over the fence. Watching this building, he knows exactly where he is. Trying to pick up at least one more point. He doesn't have far to go, but Crawfish is going to fall. It's just Mitchy Boy still alive.
Wait.
Oh, the zone. Oh, the
that's
zone
crazy.
is actually going to finish this out. And Mitchy Boy had actually sent it a little bit earlier. He's going to find a shack inside the zone. Still alive from this. He took a bike inside. But,
Yeah.
you know, again, you've still got Clueless here. And, I mean, they're still not in the zone. They've still got to move.
I don't know
The
what they're
blue
waiting
might be the
for.
thing that helps out Mitchy.
They need to get in. They don't have time, and the more they sit on that edge and the circle comes in, they're really not going to be able to weigh their options. Look, they're just getting forced into the open right now.
Oh, Dodge taking out Nitrogen. Immediately comes the flush. Reno picking up one, but it's 20 FPS trying so hard to make it to that shack. Healing is actually going to get found by Mitchy Boy. And that's another point there for Snow Patrol. Clueless going down in 8th, but you said it yourself. I mean, there's not a lot of coverage here, and these circles are going to be brutal. We've got 5 seconds till that next one goes. Atheris starting to clean up just a bit. We're looking for Mardones trying to find a good angle on this. And,
oh my goodness.
All of those teams to the north.
Yep, Dodge is just thanking their lucky stars right now. They could not be happier with this circle.
There you go, and with that, though, it means the rest of these teams are going to have to start rotating. We see Atheris getting ready. They've got vehicles in hand ready to go. And we can see Mitchy Boy is just taking so much fire from that shack. Skask as well, kind of trapped in this position. Atheris rotating early might be a little beneficial to them. It just depends on where they decide to put down. Could still be in line of sight. Atheris knows he's there, but Crop is going to start that distraction as Darth goes down, and here we go, Expose finally taking that push onto East Coast. Only Jules is still up, starting to clean, and there you go. ECR is eliminated. We see Exposed players looking for that res, but it's phase 7, and those reses might not happen. We see Jules right now focusing on the heals.
I think they'll get the res. I lied. I totally lied. I don't think they're going to get the res at all. I thought they had more time, but really they didn't. And now Atheris, who's a team that has been struggling more so with the last 3 games, finally find themselves in a good position at the end of the game, which is what we really needed to see from these guys.
And there we go. Styles with the knock onto Jules. Mardones is going to pick up Tomas, and that is 2 players down for Expose. That is it for Expose. 3 teams still up. Dodge and Atheris, who have been in compounds for much of this, in very healthy position, staying alive. And Reno finds Scouts. That's it for 6 feet under. So here we go. We got our 2 4v4 team compounds. Atheris so up for kills. Dodge with 5. Atheris 7.
They need to not be stacked right now. The 2 members that are stacked on each other from Atheris need to. One of them needs to move, and they need to do it before Dodge gets out of that compound completely. Mardones and Styles should not be on top of each other like that.
Ooh, now, the one thing that is going for Atheris right now is that, unlike Erangel, a nade is not going to explode these hay bales. These hay bales will be able to stay without being taken down, but as you can see now, Lister has been found out, and Dodge getting ready to move it and send it. They're trying to build hard cover using vehicles of their own. See a nice spread and layout for them here. Almost a solid line as they are going to get that next zone. Holding on to phase number 8 here. This puts them in such a healthy position.
And that was such a disgusting. Monty and his bolts recently have just been out of control. But I also will say that knock was huge because that actually slowed down Atheris and allowed Dodge to get such a wide berth on this circle. Now they have pretty much complete control to the point where even Finna feels comfortable going for a crate. Dodge, although again they were given the circle, they played it very well and they've been playing it correctly.
Ooh! Crop is going to get a nice headshot there onto Mardones as Monty tries to pick it up again with the bolty. Into 4 out, but there you go. Mardones trying to get the res, walking up to Styles. Atheris trying to keep their numbers in. Blue is going to start moving here in a second, and that means that these players in the backside of Atheris can't stay here for much longer. We can see Dodge taking out their vehicles, creating more hard cover. That's going to let them get a little bit closer and take a couple more chances here on these shots. We see Reno as well with the mini still out, trying to find it. And Atheris, they were up on kills right now, but Dodge is just looking so good.
I also want to point out too, Dodge was definitely spread out, but they're spread out enough to where they can still support each other and even potentially maybe help get a knock. I mean, the way that they've spread themselves throughout the circle is very impressive, and this is reminiscent of the Dodge that we first started to see back in qualifiers.
There you go, and Reno with a nice nade will get that knock on Lister as that hard push is starting to come in. Dodge has almost pushed all of the players here onto the blue zone. Styles is going to go down, Darth very low, and all 4 players of Dodge looking very healthy. That's a lot, and Mardones right now kind of pushed behind. We've got a pan out, we've got Molly's out, and there comes the DBS. I think Dodge is feeling very confident in this. Ascend right now from Crop. There's only 1 player still up. Can they find him? once this fire goes out, I think that might be it. Mardonis, a little bit of a give-up mode, found by Crop, and there you have it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Dodge, first place there with 9 kills, clearing out Miramar. This is what we wanted. This is the Dodge that we have seen. We saw this Dodge in Charity Showdown. They looked healthy and good. We saw this Dodge in PCS1 for a bit. Started to lose their way a while. I think that we've kind of found their way back.
We'll see. I mean, that's just one Miramar game. But yeah, they've been fairly consistent throughout this series so far out of the 4 games that they've played. I also want to say that I feel like Atheris actually had a really good opportunity to kind of close that field and shut down the options that Dodge had, but they were just either whether they were hesitant, they were taking too much damage through peaks or aim battles, and Dodge just played that very, very well. And that's really all there is to say about it. That was just well executed.
Yeah, now, I mean, of course, as well, Miramar is known for its wild zones. It looked a little bit boring to start. I think you and I were kind of concerned, like, oh my gosh, how's this going to play out? Immediately kind of given some treats with some really rough circles for these teams rotating in. Do you think that was a factor at all on this as well, or...?
I mean, I know that specific circle, there's like 2 circles in Miramar that are very difficult to play if you're not already set up, and that is one of those circles. One of the other ones is the one that is just northeast of Hacienda. Like, those 2 circles are in that big open field are very difficult to play if you're not kind of already set up. Dodge, we saw, was set up, so for them it was quite easy to just start raining held on everyone else, but it's still possible. It's still possible to do something in it. It's just we didn't see it from any of the other teams.
Awesome. Well, guys, we are done for right now. We're going to go ahead and toss back to our talent at the host desk and see what they have to say about this match.
I was so close. It was so close, guys. We almost saw a Molotov take down somebody for the killing blow. That would have been glorious. We almost saw a car run over somebody for the killing blow. But alas, it was guns. But very interesting selection of guns coming out from Dodge. Wouldn't you say, Hypoc?
I mean, it's a second game. We've seen him running around with a DBS now. I guess when you sat bored in the red brick compound outside Monty all game getting fed circle, you're going to pick up some weird and wonderful guns. But no, I like to see it. I'm pretty sure it was Reno that had one in game 1 as well, but I'll have to go back and check that. Godspeed made a really interesting point there, and Atheris absolutely had a way to make it into that circle, but you can compare the 2 plays. Dodge just drew a defensive line in that. They pushed way further in for that phase 8, and Atheris ultimately didn't have a way in.
All right, guys. Well, it is time. Highlights from the last round. Cam, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we just saw was the start of Dodge's sort of reign of dominance. But this was, I think, one of the most interesting fights there. This is such a weird circle. Godspeed just talked about it just briefly immediately. How this is one of there were a couple areas on Miramar that you basically, if you're in the compound, you have a free win, and this is one of them. And so it was all on the teams who weren't in those compounds, basically all but Atheris and Dodge, to just try and pick up points where they could.
The molly. Oh, that's actually 2 perfectly placed mollies there. This was really unfortunate here. Dawn actually backs against the wall, but Morty did manage to get that one down and maybe pick up a point or 2. This was really weird for me. Exposed shared that compound for a while, Cammy.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just gotta chill out, you know? But I was really hoping for the Bucky kill at the end here. But as I believe you just mentioned, Hypoc there, Dodge, they took control of the field. There wasn't a lot of cover for either of the teams now that when the circle moved away from those compounds. Yeah. But it was Dodge that said, you know what, let's take this fight. Let's push forward. Yeah. They drew a line. They swept forward. Atheris played more like as a clump, but it's also because they kind of played it later.
Well, I think as well it's important to know they're both faced with like similar odds, right? They both had the open field to play, and you can see how much more aggressive the Dodge positioning was. Atheris sent 2 out to the shack, which they already knew was going to be hard edge. Instead of, again, it's kind of risky, but send it out to those hail bales. The first team to make the early move in terms of positioning there is usually one that comes out on top. I think we saw a textbook example of that with Dodge last game.
100%. They grabbed the vehicles, moved early, took the position, and there was nowhere for Atheris to go. But shout out to Atheris coming in second inside that last round. So let's take a look at the match leaderboard. You can see up on top, 19 points in a chicken dinner. That's got to feel pretty good for all the Dodge fans out there. And if you're a fan of Atheris or 6 feet under, good to see them coming alive, getting some points, 13 and 11 respectively. Cam, what else do you see on this one?
That's basically it. It's just Dodge actually saying we are going to take this leaderboard and we're going to control it. If everyone else wants to be wishy-washy with how good they do, we're going to be the one team that really puts ourselves in an incredibly safe position at the end of the first day.
And a lot of teams not walking away with any placement points, just racking up a lot of kill points. No surprise, this time around, we're going to see Crop on top of damage and kills, respectively. Falling back up, we're going to see Reno as well. But look, 6 feet under Soup, pumping out damage consistently as well as Red Zone Zealot.
Yeah, this is like the third time we've seen Zelo in the top 5, right, in terms of damage. So that's if we can get the boy Tim on to throw together the totals for that. But it'd be interesting to see Dodge now. I mean, not exactly running away with it, but we have a very, very even split now across the placement and kill points, and actually two wins on the board already, which is night and day from what we've seen the last couple of weeks.
We're talking about how great Orion did.
I mean, they did good so far, but it's just unfortunate game 4, still in second place, but I'm just so focused in on a 5-way tie for third with 32 points.
It's a big factor, and look at the different ways that they managed to get there. We still got, out of everything up on the top of it, it's going to be Subtle, walking away with 12 kills. Zealot on the top of it with leaderboard for damage as well. This guy is just putting in so much work. There's almost 600 damage points between him and the Dodge members. 3 members of Dodge on damage, by the way, should be noted out. Good shout out to Zurigod for also pumping out some damage, but 600 more damage coming out from Zealot. But we're not seeing that be turned into late game potential for them very regularly. What's happening with that?
That's that's actually pulling off like 550 ADR across 4 games in comp games is actually really impressive. And usually we put this down to just a lot of mid game pressure, damaging other players in rotation, or taking awkward peak battles with other teams and just not converting those into those knocks into kills, maybe getting them inside buildings and things like that. So it's very much low value damage, but it's impressive nonetheless.
So we've made some jokes about low value damage for quite a while, and whenever we would meme on the barrel off and on again, there was always one person that was a firm defender. Cam, we're finally here. We're moving into the barrel meta. How does it feel?
I mean, come on, it's not the same barrel. When the barrel was difficult to control, it was a badge of honor to be able to use this beast, to be able to tame this monster that everyone else is too afraid from. But now they just made it easier to control, and so it's just another boring gun again.
I mean,
so now you destroy everything, is what you're saying?
Yes, actually, yeah. No, it is. It is. So I will say, when I was like heavy barrel training and only picking up the barrel, every once in a while I'd go over to the M4. It was almost like, what's that scene from Naruto with Rock Lee dropping his weights? I'm like, people complain about like spray is super easy in this game. So actually, yeah, the barrel is really easy to control now. There is a reason why everyone is picking up the barrel. I'm just saying, as far as like my undying love for it, it's not you guys. I got into it before it was cool,
Oh, hipster Cammy. Hypoc, you looked like you had something you want to say about that.
I have absolutely nothing to add after that comment. Absolutely nothing. But no, it is basically like a 7.62 M4 now. Like it is actually insane, and obviously bringing the time to kill down in PUBG is a huge factor, and I think we're going to see a massive shift now with obviously the 7.62 meta in full effect. Now, obviously, utility usage wise, it was always more economical to carry double 5.5s. Now maybe we see people switching over to seeing the SKS get a bit of love, and people flexing more to the SLR.
As somebody that's been a 7.62 player for so long, I'm so happy finally getting a little bit of love. I know, it's like, yes, it does more damage, therefore it's better. Who cares if you can't control it? Just spray and pray. Just hopefully you hit something. All right. So, speaking of hopefully you hit something, we saw Dodge get very aggressive towards the end of last game. I know it's kind of hard to talk about teams' mentalities, but when you're throwing a whole bunch of Molotovs, you're getting aggressive, and you're hopping in cars to try to run over people whenever you're starting to feel like you're getting a little bit of a lead, do you think we're going to start seeing them play that way a little bit more? You think that they're getting comfortable, that they're feeling like this might be their series?
I think they're comfortable. I don't think that we're going to see them do stupid stuff. Because they, after performing very, very well during qualifiers, they didn't live up to those expectations during PCS, and I'm pretty sure that they're not happy being in the position that they're at. And so while they might be feeling good in this server because they seem to be more comfortable again and they're actually winning games again, I mean, I hope. I don't know them personally, so I can't say for sure, but I hope that they know that, like, they don't want to throw this.
All right. Well, speaking of throws, I've got to throw it to our in-game caster duo, and that's got to be Clover and Godspeed. Go ahead and take us back into Miramar.
All right, guys. Well, we've had one Miramar game down, 2 to go. Dodge is kind of talked about already, looking really strong, but I mean, that was kind of a very interesting circle that we had, Godspeed. There was a lot of open area that hurt teams. That said, now we're going in, have another opportunity maybe for some of these teams to show us what they're really capable of.
It's true. I mean, like I said, that circle's really rough to play in, especially if you don't already have a spot. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You either get the rotation early and you get a little bit of circle love, or you don't, and you just have to deal with it. Also, want to point out that Hypoc is my spirit animal. He loves 7. Him and I used to talk about this actually all the time. We were both competing. It was like, I love the AK, absolutely love the SKS is still probably my favorite gun, even though obviously I know the SLR, a lot of people prefer the SLR. I don't know. I just love the SKS, man. The fact that the barrel now is as strong as it is, really makes a case for a 7.62 meta, basically. I mean, you have the barrel, and then you have the option of taking an SKS or an SLR, which is already quite a popular gun. So I'm happy to see the shift. Obviously, it's been a 5.6 meta for a long, long time, but the changes, I think, keep the game fresh.
Yeah, I know, of course, with Fresh as well. We've got a fresh new plane path, this time going down into a diagonal. First game, we kind of just straight from the middle, north to south, and this is going to put, I think, a little bit far to the east. We can see right now San Diego Rarity choosing Alcantara right now. We've got Exposed, 605 just beyond them. Once again, Snow Patrol and 64 Up landing in Picado, and Leonis as well. We've got Orion and Carnage. This time, though, Orion with the slightly stronger commit to Leonis, putting a pressure into Carnage, but here comes our very first circle, and there you go. Now we've got a little bit of water. This isn't too terrible, but I know you and I have casted many circles like this, and typically we do see it hang to that Minas Generalis area.
Yeah, this is terribly disappointing is the word I would use. I think is specifically you and I, Clever. We've been gifted and lucky enough to see some botched circles over the last couple of casts. So I think things have kind of calmed down a little bit. I have a lot of respect, by the way, for Snow Patrol. The fact that they're not giving this up to 64 up, and the fact that they're doing so well, I really like this out of this team.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a stronger push from them as well. This time going to the apartment buildings. We've got a little bit of a 2-2 split, 2 still in Arena. It's be Hershey along with, looks like Sneak Attack here, but Sociopath in the other buildings. We've got 3 players for 64 Up already trying to breach onto this, and that's more of an aggro play from both of these teams to start here. That said, right now, we kind of look, Picado's still in the zone. You can see here on the minimap, it just goes straight through the sea. Half of town in, half of town not. So they could play this a little bit longer, but they're going to need to be quite patient. As that said, I mean, this is so difficult because you still got 2 players in the arena here for Snow Patrol.
I want to be honest, it doesn't seem too wise for 64 Up. I mean, for a team that's currently in 14th place with 10 points to going against a team that's got 32 points. Really, Snow Patrol has nothing to lose. I mean, sure, if they go out early, it's going to kind of suck for them in a 12-game series. Yeah, they don't get as many points as they want, but if they get a kill or two, they're really crippling 64 Up in a position that they're not already comfortable in, being so far down the leaderboard. I don't really know if it's worth for them to continue to contest. I mean, I don't really know what they have to prove. I think it would be much better if 64 Up at this point would just go somewhere where they could loot comfortably without having to contest, get ready for the next rotations, because they have been struggling to make it to the late game, and Snow Patrol really hasn't, so they can sit there in Picado all day long and you know, just continue to contest and fight for that city. It's kind of a situation where I feel like I normally don't take sides, but I don't really know why 64 Up is continuing to contest when they need points.
I know another team as well that kind of did make that decision. We saw Orion have 2 players landed Leonis, but they just grabbed what they needed and got out of there. As we can also see San Diego Rarity working on their rotations. They did land in Alcantara and Zodiac.
going ahead of the bunch. Shepard not too far behind him as they're scouting out their position. I think looking to hold on to the north in their rotation. Now coming here to Clueless, who's already inside the zone and in a very healthy position. And this is a building that I really like to hold it. Oh,
what
Tony.
is it with Duel and flipping the vehicles, man?
There you go, a little bit of a friendly honk. He knows we're watching. We're on to you, Tony.
Man.
Caster's Curse ahoy. But Duel working on their rotation as well as they're working their way up towards Al-Zahar, looking for the high ground just outside of this. We don't usually see teams push cities like Al-Zahar very early. It's kind of one of those cities where you only rotate when the circle starts to hold on to it to the late game. But
yeah,
as well, I mean, this is a good compound to hold. You've got a lot of different paths of rotation for some of these circles to come in for these first couple of phases. If they read this right and they're in their zone for the next couple of phases, that could spell a healthy position.
They just need to be careful not to kind of leave themselves stuck in that bowl with that compound, because if Duel does stay there too long without having people on the edges, so to speak, on the outside above the bowl to kind of get LOS, they could get trapped there. We also see Exposed here with a nice long rotation to the north. They should be fairly safe. They shouldn't have too much opposition, and they will be able to scout in as long as they are, you know, just smart about the way that they move forward, and they'll be able to get deep enough into the circle. And just to go back on a quick point, Clover, that we were talking about earlier, in a 12-game series, like when we look at teams kind of contest each other for an early drop spot, I just don't think it's worth it in such a small series. This isn't, you know, we're not playing 30, 40 games where you can really kind of establish where you want to be. I think contesting multiple times a row in a shorter series like this is actually detrimental, especially if you're a team that isn't even winning that exchange every time.
Sure, and I mean, 64up's position in Picado as well is one that is easy to vacate. There's enough cover, usually some vehicle spawns in that area, to just get what you need, get out, drive on, live to take another fight, get yourself at least situated through that second phase. 605, another team that's kind of been a little hot and cold today. We've seen them go out very early. We see them hold on just to a little bit late. Right now, they're rotating in on the western zone, very close to water treatment, where they had some fights earlier. Nobody in this area just yet, and we've got Calm now kind of set up to the south. I think they might have seen Orion on their rotation in, as we see Zavran and Inland looking to get as close as they can safely to this. And I think as well, I mean, this is only the first phase. The second one is going to really dictate with so much area. The shrinkage alone from phase 1 to phase 2 is very vast. And that is one of the reasons that these Miramar circles are so dangerous.
Yep, Snow Patrol's still up here, and so is 64 up. I mean, they're just content to fight this out at this point. I mean, I really have nothing else to say. I mean, it is what it is. These guys want to fight. I can respect that.
You know, and another thing to bring up as well, 64 Up actually has access to a couple of different vehicles in this area. And so they've kind of...
now.
Oh, now, I guess I said that a little too quickly. Crawfish made sure at least a couple of those were no longer drivable. So he took out the tires there on that buggy. And, I mean, the blue is starting to close, and this is going to be where they're going to need to make a choice. You can't walk out of there on foot with Snow Patrol on your back, but 605 rotating in, and they are doing so with San Diego Rarity, who's just a little too late to get the spray onto this. We see Zodiac Shepard setting up, trying to get this. Couple of shots out from Zodiac, but he's not going to find Inako. Ooh,
nice
he gets the headshot, though.
That would have been so sick if he got the knock.
Oh, on a motorcycle nonetheless.
I'm curious to know, actually, going that fast, if the knock would have just killed him, because he just would have hit the road, just like the pavement just rolled.
What a way to go out! But
that's happened to me. It sucks. It's not ideal. Oh man, getting knocked out of a vehicle going that fast. Yeah, you just sometimes it's just not your day.
Oh, but I'm loving this energy from San Diego Rarity. Orion as well. All right, Orion. Bad game last match. We all have them. You can be the very top and throw up a couple of goose eggs. I mean, we've seen that in the big leagues. Orion, Oath has done that. We've seen Oath put up a couple of 0-point games and still sit there up at the top. So shouldn't discount them based on their first Miramar match. That said, I mean, they're in the center of the zone. This is, I think, a nice position to be to start. They're just north of Minas Generalis. I've got a lot of high ground. The Mesa play here. This is oftentimes with these circles where we start to see teams rotate and crowd up. And if you can hold this position early, that could really translate to a lot of damage and kills for them.
Yep, they just need to watch their back, really. That's the only real threat to their position. East Coast red zones as well. I mean, they're they're quite a. I was gonna say they have a nice little split, but my goodness, what a shift! It's all the way south.
That's what we kind of talked about, that the difference in that shift from the phase 1 to phase 2 on Miramar is so extreme, and that means immediately all of these teams are going to have to start cascading their way down south onto one another and look for those healthy positions. And I mean, all these teams that we've been talking about who've been set up are immediately having to move. We see, in fact, East Coast Red Zones exposed, San Diego Rarity all rotating in on one another, and that's almost the whole majority of this map right now is on the northern side rotating in.
The north side is incredibly congested, although I don't think it's going to lead to too many deaths, to be completely honest. There's enough rotation paths, whether it's through some kind of hilly or mountainous terrain, or whether it's on the road, or just kind of like an off-the-beaten-path rotation, that I don't think too many of these teams are going to collide. I do feel like the north side of the edge, though, will be quite a cluster, and that may be difficult for some of these teams to navigate.
All right, Dawn starting to set in, but it looks like Morty's got information on ComCard right now. That is very useful and valuable information, so they don't just send it into this compound and get taken out. I mean, it could be a crash worth taking, but right now, Morty just setting up, a good opportunity to get a shot.
I like the trigger discipline,
doesn't take
though.
it just yet.
Yeah, this is a good trigger to... Oh, okay, just shoot that. Never mind. He goes for
It's
it.
a good distraction as well. Dawn's actually going to be able to rotate in on the other side of this. They're just going to contend. Here we go. Oh, but at a distance, it looks like Clueless actually has sight on this. A couple shots in their direction, as well as Carnage. So Dawn's going to have to clean this up quickly, push into the zone for cover. But there you have ComCard already watching the corners, waiting for this push.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, Morty has made this into a 3-on-3.
Oh, no!
That is not a good flashbang.
Oh, pan kill. How unfortunate.
I think because that they heard shots coming out, Pankill's going to take a minimal amount of damage. But Morty is pitting down one member of ComCard, which means that this is a 3-on-3.
There you go. And that next flash is going to work, and Pankill immediately getting a headshot knock there onto Mini Fridge. An explosion's going to take out a car, but also create additional cover. Danny G down to just about half, but here comes the push now from ComCard. Why so ugly? Looking for that angle. Is Microstar holding back? That's 2 players down now for Dawn, and this is not going their way, but Pankill is down, and that presents opportunities as Microstar still trying to be very careful. All it takes is one throwable, and that could be an insta-death for him.
Microstar stuck. He's so blind.
It is nowhere to go, but there you go. Falling out, Microstar immediately flushed. Danny G is going to bleed to death, and Morty is already kind of starting to maybe think, nope, this is not where I want to go. Running out of the conceit just off in the distance. ComCard's going to be able to recover from this as we get that res off, stay 4-man strong, picking up 2 points in the process. And unfortunately for Dawn, that's going to send them back out in the open and in the eyes of Carnage and the rest of the teams watching this angle.
Yeah, and although I will say Morty obviously cut off one of the members of ComCard, at the same time, all 3 of the other members of Dawn went straight into the warehouse instead of potentially sending one on the outside to kind of scout and see if they could get like a cheeky little angle. And Com had a really good setup to receive that push from Dawn, so hats off to them.
As we saw there on the map, Zragod finding out Morty. Dawn goes out, first team eliminated, and the circle is going to pull off to the east. That spells, I think, pretty good right now for most of the teams that are inside the zone. You've still got 64 up. He's going to have to push in. They're in a prime position to walk up onto Snow Patrol, but now you've got East Coast Red Zones who are set up in a really nice position. They're in the zone here, and they're the most southern team right now. And they're still about 30% of the circle below them, to just kind of give you guys an idea of how many teams are in the central and northern part of this circle.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it would be congested in the north, and it is. Centrally as well, I will say there's not too many teams. I think most of the concentration is on the north, but this is actually a team I want to talk about because this is your pick. Clover, what's going on with these guys?
That is the question I've been asking myself all day. These are your kill leaders from the Challenger series, but something has gotten to them. I don't know if it's just because, all right, everything's on the line. Now we're playing at a bit of a harder level. That said, I mean, never say never. Maybe Erangel wasn't their match. They've only got 6 points on the board, 5 of which were
Miramar
kills.
hasn't necessarily been their match either. I mean,
no,
it's just been one game, but...
Have I cursed now? Are my picks now doomed to fail? But
I don't think so. I mean, to be fair, when I had casted them in the original quals, they had some really, really nice plays and some really good games. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them. Wide Open is definitely on the bottom of the leaderboard in a rather large point deficit, but they still have not only this game, but another 7 to go afterwards. So I'm hoping they can kind of pick it up, because they're starting to get to that point where I'm gonna start worrying about them a little bit.
And there we go. Now 605 coming in with a hard push here onto Duel, who's been fighting San Diego Rarity at a distance. So this hard push from 605 means that they're going to have to clean this up quickly. San Diego Rarity still with eyes, but there's going to be a bit of damage there. Tony V closes the door just in the nick of time as a nade goes off, getting that heal. That is it for Quattro. Frost goes down as well. It's 2 out right now for 605, and Duel's doing a very good job of holding their own here, but Lampalot falling out to a beautifully thrown nade by Duke, and Molly's out, but nobody there to take that damage. So good exchange of throwables here, but immediately Tony working on that res, trying to stay 4-man up, not letting 605's pressure be enough to take them out here. But I mean, you've just got Duke and Plush God now stuck kind of in the corner here.
I gotta be honest, I don't really care if 605 win or lose every fight. They've been kind of on the losing end for the most part today. Nice shots coming out from Tony V, man. He's such a good player. Regardless, my point real quick on 605, I just love how aggressive that team is, man. They kind of go in with reckless abandon, and I just really like watching teams like that. They're super entertaining.
I mean, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, and 605 doing a good job taking those. But like you said, Tony V is on fire. Probably the MVP for Duel right now, along with Lampalot. If they both have just been clearing house today, but now you've got ECR, who's rotated in on the backside of Comcard. Comcard prevented Dawn from taking this compound from the start, but now we're on the edge of zone. We could see as well Carnage Gaming, who's been watching that hill and putting the pressure here on Comcard, starting to focus on working their way into the zone and kind of coming back on the backside of Clueless here as we see Duel work their way in, and we're going to get a knock there onto San Diego Rarity, a flush as well, excuse me, and here we go. I mean, neither team here is in the zone, and they're all on foot, it looks like.
Yeah, and Duel pretty much have to go through San Diego Rarity here as well, and I do love the aggression here, going for a little bit of a split with Wooly here, trying to find angles on Subtle. Can he get it? Cherry has him very low. Subtle's been fragging very hard today, though.
It's not going to take much. That nade just needs to get a little bit close. Subtle is very low on health, but stands up, tries to survive. That Cherry is going to deny, gets the knock there, picking up the flush as Shep, now with a nade of his own, looking to put the pressure back on Duel, trying to hold the ground here as he needs to reload, and we can see Wooly Cherry are not picking back off of this, and now we're starting to get bullets from various sources. So we've got other teams looking to third-party this as well. San Diego Rarity does have a Murado into this, and Shepard's just looking for it. There we go. Duel, I actually think you're right. Clueless taking shots at this is making Duel pull back just a bit. Shep looking for that knock onto Wooly, gets him low, can't find it here.
I like that snap. Shepard is playing full aggression right now, trying to stop Duel from getting out of this. And with only 2 members up, I'm not terribly... I was going to say I don't hate this play, but Tony V going to, again, find another frag. And Tony's really been anchoring heavy for the team of Duel.
I mean, you love to see it. Duel now has that pressure lift, is going to be able to finish walking in on foot, but we can see just how crowded it is inside the circle. Down to the south, exposed now walking into this compound that Comcard has just had to really prevent team after team after team from taking from them. This has been a very popular position, but Mollies and nades are out. Sovereign is going to take out Tomas. Immediate flush there from him. And exposed, just saying, you know what, this is not a good place to have it. Sauki walking around for another angle. We've got Sovereign going down as well.
Oh, you saw him.
Oh,
look at this ballsy play. Pan kill. He's gonna go forward.
There we go. It's change of knocks there. Pan kill going immediately for the res. The last player still up for Comcard. As the zone is closing in, we're in phase 4. This fight needs to wrap itself up. The blue can do a lot here. And we've got another throwable out. It is a nade. It actually does not do anything to Comcard here. I think it actually hurt Jules just a bit more, but Sauki looking for the angle, finding the knock on a Sovereign, getting down to 28 HP, and immediately taken out there by Pankill. Comcard holding on just barely 7 kills, but look at what it's cost them.
cost them pretty much everything, and that could have been a double there for Exposed, but he for the member of Exposed, but he wanted to go for the flush and actually kind of killed him on the reload. Either way, Calm Card having to deal with 2 separate teams, even though they only have 1 member left, they did take care of both, and 7 kills. It's not a bad way to end that fight. If they can just get Pankill in and maybe have them survive a little bit, get a few placement points, it'll all be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Calm Card as well. This is a team that kind of was expecting to go a little bit higher today. It's kind of been at the back of the leaderboard. He's going to run into the zone for some items. And meanwhile, back again to the east, we've got Carnage, Clueless, SFU, and Duel all just on the edge of zone here. Oh, Pankill getting Tony?
Interesting.
Okay. Really interesting from a distance there. It's actually Tony that goes out to Pankill. So that's 8 kills now for Calm Card. We can see this just a bit of a standoff here. Clueless has the compound. They've got additional coverage, but now Wooly off to himself for Duel after losing Tony V. We see SFU now starting to recover from this as well. We've got the reses going up, but what do you have left into play? As SFU pushes too far to the west, you've got a Theris waiting for him.
It's true, and we're starting to see quite a bit of a clump happen here on the northeast side. It's kind of already had one, but look at this. Dodge and 64 up as well.
Ooh.
Down
you know, 64
southwest.
up has really not had the best start. We saw them twice in Picado really struggle against Snow Patrol. They do have 1 kill so far, but up against Dodge, who's been on fire so far. Finna is going to knock out Hoshi. That's 1 down, getting the flush there as well. Crop finding Zin. That's 2 down now for 64 up.
Shotgun, man.
Oh, there we go. Is going to get the knock onto Finna. That is a trade. Socio goes down and immediately looking for that res. 64 trying to stay 2-man up, but Dodge is going to throw the pressure on. They're not going to let them pull this
They
off.
pulled FTB8s!
Oh,
kidding me?
this is the new meta. Crop, keep it going. 3 kills so far. We've seen him get a couple of these kills today.
I'm pretty sure
love it.
both of them were running up with DB8s. Unless I'm crazy. That's wild, man. Dodge.
I think Dodge needs to change their logo
being
to the DBS.
Yeah, or sorry, the DPS. Sorry, I call it DB8. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
There you go. Meanwhile, Atheris is starting to get a couple kills out of this. We've got a strong position to the north. Eye on many of these teams coming in. As we can watch once again, SFU running in behind Clueless. Still 3 teams off in this corner. Nitrogen has been found out. As we'll see, I Love Gwen Stacy take out Pankill, who's rotating a bit further south. But SFU losing another. Infamous goes down. Clueless is out. That's it for Patrick. But you've still got Carnage here.
And how absolutely comfortable and just ecstatic are you if you're Orion right now?
Oh,
that is like.
Let's see them not waste this though. As there you go, Carnage taking out SFU, cleaning that up. As we're
Carnage
down to
came
just
to
5
play
teams.
today, man. They've been very scrappy, and I really like what I've been seeing from them. They're going in for these team fights. It seems like their communication is good as well. They've been playing really well for trades, even though they're not necessarily at the highest on the leaderboard. They're still doing just fine, and I really like what they're bringing to the table today so far.
You know, Matrim, if you're listening, I think it's safe to say that your curse has been lifted. You have picked a team that has done quite well for themselves so far today, as we're 5 out of the 6 games in. But like you said, right now, Orion in a really beautiful position. We've got a lot of teams out in the open. Dodge still has a couple of vehicles. We can see ECR with some motorcycles as well. At what point do you, as one of these circles to the edge, just have to send it and challenge Orion for this spot?
I don't know, but I'm going to make a very wild guess estimate here and say that Orion is probably going to come out of this one at least in 2nd place. Something tells me that they're going to do quite well. Realistically, there's not a lot that the teams around them can do. There's not even really too much terrain to be used against that specific compound. It's just what really is going to matter is where is Orion going to keep their eyes? Are they going to mainly look towards the east? Or are they going to mainly focus towards the west? Obviously, with 4 members up, they can kind of split the duties. But this is going to be very rough for the other teams, even with vehicles. Like Carnage has a truck there. I don't know if they can really do anything with it.
I mean, and you've got all of the teams along the edge right now who are kind of taking shots at each other. Orion's in a bit of a safe position. You've got Dodge right now taking shots at Atheris to the north and East Coast red zones to the south. Carnage taking shots at East Coast red zones. You got Orion taking shots at Carnage. So nobody is safe right now. As we can see, Jeppy is going to get a knock there onto McDub. Get the flush, pardon me, excuse me, as Carnage goes down to 2 players. And ECR, who's trying to push for this little bit of a hill, still not in the safe spot. You've got Monty off to the west. He's got line of sight, but Crop's actually going to be the one to get the knock here and should easily pick up that point as well for Dodge.
Yeah, this is no man's land pretty much for everyone. Dodge, again, I will say, Dodge is playing all of these circles for the most part very, very spread out, but they're doing it in a way that makes sense. Even if they're not necessarily playing for trades or one of them gets knocked, they're still spread out in a way that they're finding some frags, getting some kills at the very least, and potentially getting at least one member into the later circles, and they're making it to pretty much every one. So I really like what I'm seeing from Dodge. This is a rough shift for them, but they still, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to get at least 1 or 2 members into this circle.
And Atheris thrown a bone with that circle shift as them, along with Orion, are in the zone. Now, Orion's full compound is in the whole southern half, which means that you've got Carnage, ECR, and Dodge now that need to start thinking about their movement. A couple of players of Dodge have kind of exploded their vehicles, used for hard cover. And that's going to mean that Reno now is going to have to play carpool and start to pick these players up. It's a bit of a risky play. We've seen these cars blow up, and we can already hear bullets are shooting at this. This car is at half health. Players are a little bit low. Fire on the car. Everybody's looking for that explosion, and they're going to get it. Zealot picks that one up. 2 points, and that's 2 players out for Dodge. What a risky play.
It was a risky play, but to be honest, I kind of respect the fact that they did it, because they realistically didn't have a lot of other options. Here comes CG Carnage Gaming, meanwhile. That's not the place to go.
Oh, Reno is just going to try to take this out. I mean, Atheris is a problem to the north, looking to find out Mardonis, who's already popping off that first aid kit. We see nades now thrown out, looking for that explosion. Smokes out, trying to get a wall. This car is going to explode soon. He needs to get some distance, but Darth finding it. That's it for Ripper. Carnage goes out in 5th immediately. ECR sending it into Orion's compounds as Potato is flushed out, and that's one less player to worry about.
Yeah, and I respect it, man. Jon Snow for life. I mean, and the rest of his team realizing that what a grenade.
Oh, in the blink of an eye, that is it for ECR. As we can see double crates landing off in the distance here. Orion's going to keep their compound 3 still up, and we can see Atheris still to the north, worrying about Crop, who's trying to get in the zone, but there was nowhere to go.
He's not going to make it. So now it becomes a 3-on-3, I believe, actually. Or no,
I think
Atheris is 4 up. Yeah, Atheris, I believe, is 4 up.
We've still got this 2-2 split for Atheris.
And this could work. The only issue is I think the 2 members of Atheris on the very north side, or towards the northeast, rather, I don't think there's too much cover. So one of them is going to have to move, which seems like what's going to happen. But again, a shift is going to favor Orion.
I mean, there you go. We see Mardonis actually just going to send it to a crate. Available loot. Good gear to have this late game. You know you're going to need that helmet and vest, regardless of what that weapon is. Meanwhile, Styles looking for that res onto Lister. I love when Stacy got that knock earlier. Darth, there's nothing you can do for Darth at this point. He's on the edge of zone. He's a little bit too out in the open. Mardonis isn't really in a position to get that res. As we see Mardonis now building a smoke wall. He's still got 3 additional smokes on top of this, as they're just going to try to close in on the compound here for Orion and maybe just take this home. This is the Atheris that we've been looking for today. They really looked healthy that last match. We were wondering if it was just a fluke, but here we go again. Same with Orion. Orion went out in 16th place last game, and here they are in the top 2.
It's true. I think Atheris has kind of turned around a little bit on Miramar that we've seen, but Orion needs to be careful not to get baited into over-committing or over-peaking, because the way that Atheris is actually moving up with all these smokes is very impressive. Regardless of that, I still think Orion has the advantage here.
Now the center of the zone is going to be inside the compounds for that next circle, so Atheris does need to start to close in onto this as we see Darth bleed out. Here comes the hard push coming from Atheris, who's going to take a little bit of damage from Tazinator. Hasn't found the knock just yet from Orion. More throwables out. There he goes. Styles falls down. That nade was not primed, but it actually worked better that way. Lister falls out. Styles immediately flushed, and now it's just down to Mardonis as Orion's sitting on 6 kills. That's still 3 players up. Ardonis knows where Tazinator is, or excuse me, knows where Decinator is. And looking to find that knock before he can heal, but just cannot control the Groza.
Groza's such a disgusting gun up close as well. It definitely is the gun I'd want in a 1v3 situation.
And here comes I Love Gwen Stacy. It is going to be Decinator in the window that gets the finish there. Orion GG, I think, redeeming themselves. You know, went out 16th on the first Miramar match, taking home the chicken on match number 2, picking up 8 kills in the process. They were gifted the zone quite a bit, but they did well with it.
I mean, call me Nostradamus. I don't know how I realized that Orion was going to potentially win that game. But yeah, the position that they had, the circle that they were given, it would have been so hard for them not to take that. At the same time, they defended from multiple crashes. So I really got to give it up to them. Again, they've been consistent all throughout the day. So it's not like, oh, well, they, you know, all of a sudden they just got some point love. They've been really good all day. And I got to also say, Atheris finally showing up was great. And then Carnage just staying consistent and just fragging. That's kind of what they do. 605, I also have to say, as much as I love their aggressive playstyle and how they're just bringing it to every team, I think they kind of need to dial it back a little bit as well, because they're pretty much getting wiped in every fight.
Yeah, and, you know, as well, I mean, I think dialing back again, we kind of talked earlier today about the fact that we have 6, or rather, we have a lot of teams, 6 of the 8 originally for the Challengers looked strong before we're going into Miramar. Mm-hmm. Now that we're a couple games in for Miramar, we're starting to see those PCS1 teams kind of take it back away from the Challengers. As you said, I mean, we're seeing Dodge step it up, Atheris looking a little bit healthier, even Clueless, who started to kind of climb up just a little bit. That said, I mean, we've got one more Miramar match. Orion looking really healthy. I'm starting to maybe think I should have switched my pickup just a bit.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. Do that. So, all right, guys, we'll get ahead and see what our host desk thought about this game and what they thought about the performance for these teams. So we'll throw it back to them. Matchroom, take it away.
Great performance coming out. Good round, although I have to say, that section of the map always makes me sad. Anytime I end up playing and I have to play in those fields, everybody that's watching should know you're just sitting there and you're hiding behind a hill and you see the circle move away from you to the one complex that's left and it's right in the middle of it and you're like, damn it. And a lot of teams really tried their hardest to work around it, but, I mean, big performance coming out from Orion inside that game.
Yeah. There's a reason, though, we've seen the compound end on that exact same, or the game end on the exact same compound so many times because of how land ratio works. All these teams know about it, and so good on Orion to grab it, but at that point it was basically a solid, it was their game.
All right, guys, let's take a quick look back at the highlights. Hypoc, take it away.
Yeah, obviously there was a couple of interesting compound crashes here. We did see Dawn going out early. We saw they lost out numbers here. This is a really interesting hold from Duel and Saloon here. They did manage to deal with 605 effectively, which is good to see them kind of step up, to be honest. You look a bit more confident in team fights going forward.
Oh, I loved this, though. Oh, man. I don't know if Dodge were listening to us or not after calling out their DB play, but they're turning up more. They had 2 DBs. Are we going to see 4 full DBs next game? I hope so.
I mean, I was thinking it was the barrel meta, but they're starting to prove me wrong with this one. You can see a nice
DB meta
just happened. DB meta, let's go. Let's make it happen. If any region's going to do it, let's be honest, North America will figure out a way to make it work. But Dodge, trying to make them escape, gonna go down in a fiery explosion. I was picking on ERC about not throwing a lot of grenades. Instead, they just gotta blow up vehicles. See? Red zones work that way too. All right, well, you catch the end of that last round. Ryan walking away with a good set of kills to boot. You got I Love Gwen Stacy getting 3, Tazinator getting 3, and Decinator getting 2. And I love Gwen Stacy. I have to say, I love you. ILGS, for those of you guys that are confused, a little bit of a mix-up there. Also, big shout out to Crop, walking away with 4 kills. Finno with 3 back behind it, as well as Zealot, still getting kills. This guy feels unstoppable.
Yeah, he's been performing really well. I'm wondering actually if we can get a stat page for just DBS damage from Dodge. See how that marries up to a couple of other teams. But no, again, I mean, Godspeed kind of summed it up best. That was Orion's game to lose. A number of times we see the circles pull away from Minas and Benditas in that way, and ultimately it was Dodge and Orion that had the kind of feeder compound, so to say. So there's no real surprises to see them in the end game. Orion, for me, again, though, they're just stepping up time and time again. We talk about games where you get fed the circle that hard and still putting kills on the board. For me, that's really promising to see from one of our challengers team.
Dodge taking away that second spot. Red Zone's getting themselves another 11 points. Cam, you had a little bit of a different take on this last game regarding Atheris based off of what the casters said. Care to elaborate on that one?
Yeah, yes, they've had two better Miramar games in their Erangel games, but I'm still not convinced. On the last Miramar round, they had another one of these feeder compounds, and on this one, it was good for them to control the northern position, but they had hard shifts that went not directly on top of them, so I don't know if you can say in their favor, but they didn't have to move that much, and they only had 4 kills. Like, they got second place and ended up 5th in overall points. Like, I'm still not convinced about Atheris at this point.
Well, I heard a couple of people say, where is Pankill? There is Pankill up on top, getting 6 kills from that last game. Hypoc, we're seeing damage stack up for a lot of these teams, and Clueless, actually Pistola Time and Nitrogen, walking away with 466 and 459 respectively.
Yeah, it's, again, coming down to, I want to see Clueless kind of turn things around this weekend, and unfortunately, points-wise, it's not working out, but we are seeing them at least make an attempt this time around. And that's not to throw shade their way, but we didn't see them get anything started until I felt like the last 2 games of the group stages. So still trying to stay involved. Again, overall leaderboard here, no real surprises with how that last one came out. Dodge, obviously, they had the back-to-back. Again, they made it to end game in the previous game. Carnage kind of quietly creeping up in terms of kills. And you talked about this earlier, Matt, how they were kind of a kill-heavy team. And this has always been the pattern for them.
I know. I love to watch them play. I know there's a lot of Duel fans that are inside a chat because, by God, I see that logo flying by every single time something happens with them. Look, guys, they've made it into the top 8. It's finally happening. We're starting to move over there. Kills, Carnage. We were just talking about them a second ago. Hypoc, Dragod, 12. This is the overall sitting there. But, dude, Cam. Yeah. It's happening. Somebody's starting to catch up to Zealot and damage, and it looks like it's going to be Crop. Can he keep it up?
I mean, if you put a DB in his, I don't think I ever would have imagined myself saying this, but you put a DB shotgun in Crop's hands, and he's going to climb the damage leaderboards. This is the reality that we live in. 2020 keeps throwing curveballs, and that is a real statement that is coming out of my mouth.
All right, I threw a little bit of shade at Red Zones because of the fact that they had a lot of damage coming out for Zealot, but we didn't see it in kills. Finally, you should probably notice that in our 3rd place position, Zealots made it into the top 5 as overall kills as well. So great to see that performance coming out from them. Now, while we were kind of glancing at the leaderboard, there was a couple of things that were sticking out to me. Is that we're starting to get a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a differentiating line that's happening, but we're starting to see some consistency that's happening on the right side of that leaderboard, specifically in a couple of teams that I thought were going to be gelling moving into today and instead seem to be suffering a touch. Hypoc, you played in situations where you've kind of had to like fight your way out of difficult points whenever you were a player with White and Fate. What type of mindset do you need to do as we move into our last game today and there's still 6 more games tomorrow? What do you have to correct to get that ship to go from the bottom 8 into that top 8?
I mean, for me, these kind of shorter series, and obviously I'm comparing it to the group stages we had, but spanned 3 weeks. It's more about, starting strong and kind of carrying that momentum. It's very difficult to get to, game 5, Clueless, again, not to call them out, but to be in a position where they're at, where they picked up not to call them out, but call them out, to be in a position where, they've not really got anything going in the first 4. Now it's like, well, do we just balls to the wall, go for, some scrappy team fights and try and pick up kills, or do we carry on doing what we're doing, which evidently slowly but surely is, edging us further and further away from qualification? For me, it's all about reacting game on game. If they need to switch something up, the sooner you do it, the better.
Well, especially with only 12 games to work with. We're about to hit that halfway point. Do have a couple of the teams starting to come alive. Calm Card had themselves a pretty decent round inside that last one. But there's 2 big teams I'm seeing on the right side of that leaderboard that are kind of surprising, Cam. San Diego Rarity and Dawn. Yeah. That one took me a little bit by surprise. I don't think that anybody would have expected either one of them to be fighting to get into the top 8 moving into day 2.
Rarity is an interesting one because though they've looked good in previous qualification attempts, they actually didn't originally qualify for this event. It wasn't until Livid got kicked out, disqualified, that they then had to suddenly reform and find themselves in this position. And so I think with that in mind, maybe they do have a little bit of a rust to shake off with that. But yeah, Dawn is another interesting one. It's super... I found it weird that people were like incredibly confident with them because they were such a new team despite having veteran players. But as far as a package, they were more on the newer side of things. And so it is unfortunate to see them not deliver on what they set up from the Challengers series. But that's the case whenever you have a new team that, as Hypuck just said, it's all about performing good at the very start and taking that momentum and carrying it. If you don't start off strong, it can be difficult to sort of figure out how, as a team, are you going to pick up that slack.
Well, we've got one more game. Making our way back over towards Miramar. We've got Godspeed ready. We've got Clover ready. You'll take it away.
All right, guys, and you heard it here. This is our last Miramar game for the day, and after this, we'll be at the halfway point. I don't really think that we could have said it any better about what we really need to expect from these teams, but that said, now, I mean, Godspeed, we do kind of have, this is that last chance. Tomorrow, we've got 3 more Erangel, 3 more Miramar, and now we've kind of started to see what we've kind of come to expect. At this point, there shouldn't be any more surprises from these squads about how we think they're going to intermingle with each other.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, I mean, I did pick Dawn, and they're struggling right now. And to go back to that point that Cameron kind of made about newer team, sure they are, but I'm still looking at the team overall, at the sum of its parts, which is very experienced players with a lot of success in certain cases with some of them. I'm not sure why, after doing so well and basically winning challengers, they now find themselves struggling against half of the same teams that were in the lobby to begin with. That to me isn't making sense. So I don't know. I don't know what Don needs to do to change it up. I don't know exactly what they have to do in order to move forward and get more points. Obviously, they're not out of it yet. Even with this 6th game that we're about to see, they're still going to have 6 tomorrow, and they're not so far down. But it's going to be rough, and I'm still seeing 64 up contest Snow Patrol, and at this point, I think it's just foolishness.
Yeah, I mean, it was for a moment, I thought they were going to fall short of Picado and let Snow Patrol have it, but
sorry,
there you go.
That's what I want
So
to see.
sorry, Hypuck and Cammy, but we took today's toxic circle from you. It is kind of hard to see right now because the 2-2 split, but the islands are pretty much in the center of the circle, along with the mesa just outside of Impala. You can see how many teams are not in this zone, and I love it. I love toxic circles. We've said this before. We're kind of sadists. Casters,
I love it
that
you love it. You know what I mean? I love that you love how messed up this circle is. But sorry, if you want to go back to, before I interrupted you with that circle, kind of back up, you were making a point, I believe, about 64 up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the point of this is anymore. I mean, they've seen that they haven't really been able to take over control now.
Right,
these two teams haven't flushed each other. Snow Patrol has played this really smart. They've really kept their cool. They haven't taken over aggressive plays or pushes to take out 64 up, but they've done what they can to hold the north position on this town, which can often be a very strong position. Broke status is going to take the 5-story, which we have seen be a big stronghold, but the rest of them, they're not able to do much with this. And so I'm expecting, again, them to kind of sit on this quietly for the next minute or two, and when we get close to that 4-minute mark, 5-minute mark in game, both teams are going to have to start rotating to the zone. So we'll see if 64 up is able to finally do something with this. That said, now we can see Carnage working on their rotation as they're going to drive in, but they're driving in between Orion. You've got Potato up here to the north, the rest of their team out south in Leonas.
Yeah, and an interesting point as well to kind of go back to 64 Up and Snow Patrol is just the fact that, like you said, neither of them are actually incurring any major amount of damage other than maybe like a knocker or a flusher here or there. So it's not even like one team is decidingly winning it over the other. And as we can see, 64 Up only has 12 points. I mean, is it really worth for them to contest a team that has 20 more points than them, who seems to be comfortable? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand that decision at this point, halfway through the series. Again, it's only a 12-game series, on top of the fact that I'm curious to know if anyone on 64 Up actually really hates the decision to contest or if they're all on board with that.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing as well to kind of point out to everybody at home is that a lot of these teams will be playing scrims when they're not here at the competitions. They're playing against these squads in practice matches. They're kind of pre-picking their drops, right? There's not always a huge surprise for some of these squads about where you may or may not contest an area. And so sometimes what we'll do is we'll see on that first match, oh, okay, both teams have landed Picado. That next game, one will kind of pull away. The second map happened. I think maybe 64 Up thought Snow Patrol would leave. Maybe Snow Patrol thought 64 Up would leave. That didn't happen. Now we're at the third map. And again, both dropping Picado. And that excuse is kind of a little bit gone again.
And that's the issue, because neither team has decisively wiped out the other or really, hindered or damaged the other. And so, there's no reason really for one or the other team to leave, and we find ourselves in this situation, which again is detrimental to both. If you're going to contest the team, you contest. You know what I mean? Like, get aggressive, get in there, and try to wipe them out. I mean, that's at least in my experience as a player. When I can use Chumasera as an example with the Rumblers. I mean, when we got contested in Impala, we wiped teams because we just didn't want them there. You can't just be quiet neighbors with someone.
Now, speaking of neighbors, we're also getting now these rotations as the blue zone is starting to close. We see Duel coming in from the north. There's not anybody nearby, but down to the south, it's getting a little bit busy. Exposed coming in onto Calm Card. We've got a couple of other teams just beyond them to the north. So this is really kind of their guess for where the central part of the circle is. And Jules right now scouting ahead, unaware of the fact that Calm Card is here, taking a lot of damage. But Zovran looking for that knock immediately. As you see, the parking brake was not pulled on the Murado, but Why So Ugly is going to get the knock. Zovran immediately picking up the flush, but from afar, Sauki getting a hit on Pankill.
Fortunately, that's not going to be really enough to stall that kill. I mean, Zovran already got it, so they're going to lose Jules for free, basically, and now Exposed has to find somewhere else to play. I mean, luckily they do have this warehouse combo right here in front of them that is open, but they're going to lose a member for it.
And this warehouse as well was the one that we saw Comcard play so well last match. So I think Comcard kind of still in that same area, but are going to go hang out a little bit more towards the center of the zone with so much water into play. We should expect a lot of teams to start to be in this area. As we can see, Snow Patrol has left Picado 64 up behind, but now they're getting a little bit close to Orion. Uh-oh. Oh, Mitchy Boy might be picking this compound. This could be very nasty. It looks like Snow Patrol doing the smart thing, going wide. They're using this ridgeline for cover. This is a very popular compound, but we can already hear shots out from Orion, and as Snow Patrol coming back onto the road, taking a little bit of damage, but should finish it. Oh, Mardones.
Oh, Mardones.
What is happening?
He's got it. He landed
there you go.
Clean. Calculated.
It's beautiful.
Super calculated. I also gotta say, it looked like for Snow Patrol at least, I'm not actually sure. It looks like they were just sending it. I don't know if they really scouted anything that deep towards the circle. Maybe they were just kind of hoping, but they rotated right through the middle. That was dangerous. One of those vehicles definitely could have been blown to pieces, but it looks like they didn't make it through.
I mean, and as well, I think Snow Patrol is a team for, pardon my Yiddish, but a lot of chutzpah. They will take these risky plays. They will do these bold moves. They will kind of put all their power on those front aggressive plays. Sometimes it pays off, but we've also seen that that's where they've fallen apart in some of these series, is they've taken these big chances and not had anything to show for it, falling out early. That said, today it's working really well for them, as they're still sitting right now in the top 8, fallen down to 7th place, but nothing to scoff at right now. They've got 20 kill points, 32 points overall, but now one eye open, my pick for the day still in the single digits for both.
It's been rough for these guys, and to be honest, I don't really know where to even start. We haven't. The problem is we haven't even really seen what the issue with them has been, because they've just been wiped out so fast. I mean, most of the times when I'd open is going down, it's one member here, or just all at once, and so like we haven't really been able to evaluate what their issue has been so far today.
A team without an issue, at least for now, has been Dodge. As we can also see here, Atheris getting his rotation onto 6 feet under. This is the center of the zone now. I mean, every team is trying to stay ahead of those next circle shifts. We've got 30 seconds to go until phase 2 shows its face, but immediately now, Atheris having to contest for this position. As you've got Skax trying to take the hard push onto Darth, and Nade is out. Darth is, just overshooting it. Skax does take a little bit of damage, but not
really enough to be of concern. To see pulling back out, we see the Scar L is going to get a tiny bit of damage onto Dart, but this is very superficial at this point as 6 feet under starts to disable vehicles.
Skaz taking out the tires to make sure that they can't go anywhere. It looks like one of them will try to get out. That tire's gone. Oh!
Fire Lister blowing up. Darth now in a car with only 3 wheels. And if Skaz crewmate or teammate had it run in front of him, is going to fall. A trade of knocks. It's actually Reno from afar that's going to get on this. So Dodge third-partying this fight as Atheris tries to pull out. And Dodge is in such a nice position right now.
Dodge is in a juicy position, and yeah, for it.
Ripper! Look how far Carnage stole this kill from.
That's actually ridiculous.
Oh.
Does he have an 8x? What is that? A 15x?
If you're Dodge, you got to be angry because you know what? That was a well-deserved knock stolen there by Carnage, and we can see here the circle is actually staying on top of pretty much everyone. So that's going to give more time to these teams to finish out these fights as we see Atheris rotating now but beyond Clueless. But luckily for them, Patrick's actually going to get found by Orion GG, and that's going to give them just enough to find some safety here, but losing that car in the process. And look, Snow Patrol kind of moving up on this. Mitchy Boy, Hershey, wanting to know what's up with Atheris. Should have an angle here. Oh, Styles, you're not safe, buddy.
Rough. Yeah, this is a very rough position for Atheris to find themselves in as they're open, just too many angles. This spot is actually really nice to play towards the late game when you can pretty much close off your back or one of the angles off to it, but they're just open from everywhere. And it looks like a potential send to the center map is not going to be working out for Atheris this time around.
No, and Snow Patrol happy with that one kill they picked up, but read the situation properly, realizing there's a lot of different teams shooting instruction, pulling back, regrouping. They're in a good position for now. This is a nice compound to hold. They've got good access in multiple directions, but again, with so many teams already in this circle, any push and rotation from here on out is going to be met with a bit of trouble now. As to see San Diego Rarity holding on to the coast. They're going to take this long compounds. But just beyond them, here comes ECR. It's going to take the warehouses with comm carts set up all around them on the bowl here.
I actually really like San Diego Rarity's position simply because they can do so much work on foot once the circle closes and they see basically which direction they need to start pushing in. I think they have a very strong position. Any of the teams kind of on that eastern to southern edge are going to have quite a bit of terrain to work with, and I think that's very strong in this specific circle. We've seen this circle many times before.
And now, of course, as well, comm cards setting up. They know that ECR is in here, but patience can be persistent and play off. It's worked well for them in the past as we follow back along to One Eye Open, who's set up in a 2-2 split, partially on the high ground to take back that information. We see them watching 605, who's still off to the west. They're the westernmost team right now. Manhardy's got sight onto Plush God. Oh, might be ready to take this shot. Adex on the Mini 14 a couple, but is not going to land any of this damage. Plush God, there you go, hit one. Plush God is far away from the rest of his team, so had they gotten the knock there, it might have been an easy flush, but again, this is not the One Eye Open that we saw in the Challenger series.
Mm-hmm. No, this is not the One Eye Open that we saw there at all, or even in the qualifiers. Again, I'm not sure exactly what's plaguing that team, but it's been rough for them. Meanwhile, 605, again, these guys are pretty much aggression personified. They just need to find a way to utilize it so that they're not dying in their plays every time. And look at this shift. Again, I really liked Don's position as well as San Diego Rarity's, and this shift is pretty much perfect for them.
You called it. You said San Diego Rarity can work wonders from this position because all they have to do is come up on foot. As it moved away from the water, that really kind of gave them the ability to not have to watch their backside from this position. I think the biggest threat is Duel coming in from the north, but Comcard is already going to regroup, restructure, and take this compound out to the center of the zone. Again, we can still see Exposed out there in the warehouse, but why so ugly? He's picked up one kill so far. Comcard in the center of the zone. You could sit here for a little bit, be comfortable, wait for the teams to come to you, and maybe finish out strong today. They're right now sitting in 11th. They've been at the bottom for quite some time through pretty much all of Miramar, or rather all of Erangel and the start of Miramar, but have kind of come into their own there in Game 5. I want to see them bring it. They had so many brilliant moments in the past, but
Yeah, I mean, Calm Card is also in a compound that's kind of difficult to hold, but luckily, because of how much of that area is still in the circle, most of the teams around them will actually help them kind of gatekeep. So they're actually sitting pretty right now.
I think my biggest fear as well is there's so much congestion to the north. You've got SFU and Dodge still not in the zone. And I mean, if you're Dodge, SFU, where are you looking to go at this point?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but I'll also say this. I noticed with Team Clueless, they always seem to be rotating on foot pretty much exclusively. I mean, and that's actually gotten them caught in the blue and gotten them caught in trouble. So I wonder if they're going to just kind of follow the same trend this game. Speaking of moving on foot, SFU, you are a long, long way from home.
Skaz is really far from his teammates who are kind of off to the southwest and about to walk in onto another team. So this is not where you want to be. And I think he might have just given up at this point. We're in phase 3. Being this far from the blue is not going to spell very good things. As Dodge continuing to send it's going to find a little bit of safety in this ridgeline, but Team Clueless is still in the area, and that's going to be someone they're going to have to worry about. A Therist only down to Styles. There you go. Bullets now from Pistola Time. Getting a hit on Finna. It's a bit rough for Dodge right now in this position. Ooh.
It is, but if they can just hold out and, you know, kind of hold out some of these teams, Team Clueless is obviously one of them, they're going to be okay to cross. As long as they can get across that road, there's enough cover for them. Again, it looks open, but there's actually quite a few deflades and dips and smaller ridges that they can play there. Well, they'll actually be okay. Holding out the north is very important for the team here because Dodge can actually start to really work in the south as long as they don't have teams behind them.
Oh,
and
that
a perfect
circle
shift. For them.
That is a very good shift indeed, but Dawn, who've kind of been a bit disappointed now having to work their way back up north. You've got Exposed and Calm right in that area. One Eye Open and 605 also, so should see a bit of a bloodbath here in the south momentarily, but right now it's off to the east. San Diego Rarity, who've got one down. East Coast Red Zones have pushed down onto this position. I think they know that San Diego has been here, and are we getting a flush there?
It would be perfect. Oh, nice shots coming out of the sub. It would be perfect if Dawn actually wrapped to the east right now. If Dawn wrapped to the east and started to get behind this fight, I think that's actually the best play they could make.
Ooh, and play indeed, as we can see now. Zodiac set up on the high ground, trying to get an angle here onto ECR, but still, Jon Snow for life also might be a problem for him, as there Barry Vibes is actually going to be the one to hit a shot. That's big damage for his helmet. It hasn't gone down just yet, and there we go. Might be getting a res, but still, look at this. We can see on the spread for the overhead, ECR continuing to hold this high ground. But right now, Subtle taking a chance, crossing the road. San Diego Rarity's got to move in, and unfortunately, there's nothing they can do for Deadeye. He's just about to bleed out, and I take that back. Subtle rocking right back across the street. I think he might be going for that Murado and looking for a vehicle to rotate back down. So, you kind of talked about Dawn rotating up into this position. I think San Diego Rarity is actually going to be rotating south.
Yeah, I think San Diego Rarity is backing off completely. And Dawn has actually opted to rotate to the west. And, I mean, I'm not saying that's a terrible idea, but I think Dawn, if they wanted to pick up a good amount of points in third party, that was kind of the play for them to make when they heard all that fighting. But again, Carnage is just continuing to just frag. These guys are just fighting the kill points, and it's so impressive.
Yeah, Carnage still 3-man up right now, sitting on 4 kills as they're going to clean out the northwest, and Circle is closing, and that means that these teams need to close in as well. Meanwhile, 64 up, who did survive that Picado standoff with Snow Patrol, is going to find Compound and a safety into zone, and there you go. Dawn sending it right now into the zone. And I think they're just going to, you know what? We're just going to go for it. Take this Compound, Calm's up ahead, but you never know if you don't try with a circle like this.
They have other options, but no, they're just going to crash it. They're just going to go for it.
Microstar and Danny G immediately going down. There's the flushes, 2 points out, but all right, there you go. Morty getting Why So Ugly knocked and flushed, and that's one less player for Comcard to worry about, but you still got 2 up. Morty knocked as well, and now it's just Mini Fridge for Dawn. I see him getting in that Murado and immediately noping out of there. Oh, was that a nade?
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. You know, that was a waste. They had 4 up. They had the opportunity. I mean, look, the way that Mini Fridge is going now, had they just wrapped to the east, I mean, I don't want to be the guy that said I told you so, but they had plays to make there, and I just don't think that was the right one. I mean, they lost 3 members for absolutely free.
And now we're at 15 teams, 48 alive. 19 minutes in, and we've only got 1 team down. It's kind of a testament for what this circle has been and how cautious some of these teams have been playing. But unfortunately, at the risk, like you said, at Dawn, we'll lose 3 out on that. The next circle is going to shift, and yet again, off to the north. This is really helping Dodge, Orion, Duel. And Snow Patrol. Snow Patrol's actually found themselves in a really interesting position up to the north as well.
Snow Patrol's in a strong position too, yeah.
Oh, 605 still healing in the blue. This is phase 5. That's not going to look good. Frost just barely popping that one off as they're trying to work their way into the zone. And again, East Coast Red Zone's now coming in on Duel. This is, he's in the middle here. Tony V in between the 2-2 split.
How did he even get there?
Oh, did Duel just let him walk into this?
Oh, they did. Oh, he's getting shot in the back. Oh, this is awful for him. That was such a good angle.
There you go. I think Duel has finally figured what's going on here. As you can see, Cherry and Wooly start to make that push. Tony V is going to find it. Knock on Berry Vibes. Lampalot taking out Zealot. That's 2 players down for ECR. Jon Snow looking for life to stay alive onto this along with Jeppy. As they're holding the high ground from Duel onto this. Snow Patrol should have an angle, though, and could lend a hand if they just take the chance to peek on this. ECR with 2 kills on the board, 1 player completely flushed out, another down, are struggling just a bit. Jon Snow's actually going to go for the res.
I don't really know why Duel is letting off the gas here. If they clear out this edge, if they clear out East Coast Red Zones, that's going to be massive for them. They'll have so much room to play with.
Oh, it looks like on the kill feeds, Mitchie Boy is actually going to take out Patrick. So Snow Patrol, who really could have done a lot to Duel here as well, a bit preoccupied. And now we see Duel starting to spread their wings and push a little bit further into this circle, trying to hold their own. Snow Patrol's been making a lot of noise, and that's a good opportunity for them to pick up kills as well. We still also have Styles. We can see right there into the distance beyond that compound. So, with that in mind, though, back again to the south, we've got a lot of teams still working their way into the zone. Mini Fridge is finding himself walked right up onto San Diego Rarity, who aren't even looking this way.
Yeah, the 2 members of San Diego Rarity could be in trouble if they don't find Mini Fridge, though.
Oh, Subtly's right in front of you.
That's so awkward. Oh, that's so awkward.
Dawn, you tried your best. Mini Fridge found out, but Subtle taking a lot of damage. Immediately guns out, running as fast as he can to stay ahead of the blue. There's time for healing later. We can see as well, 605 down to just Duke, who's going to find a bit of a shed with one eye open on the end there. And there you go, San Diego Rarity setting up again for this attack onto Comcard.
Yeah, and Subtle again picking up Frag Zodiac with 3 kills so far, and at the very least, they're in a decent spot where they don't have to move. They're going to be safe for the time being, and they can maybe wait for a few teams, but look how nobody's in the center. And as I say that, the circle just centers in right on that area.
I mean, it is going to be insane right now for, I think, the first team that looks for that spot inside, but not necessarily safe as well, because you've got somebody at every angle with still 12 teams up. But there you go, a hard push coming in from Duel. They're sitting at 2 kills, finding 1 knock, looking for the other here for San Diego Rarity. Can they clean it out? They do. That's it for East Coast Red Zones. Jon Snow for life taken out. Lampalot picks that up, but immediately taking shots towards the far, and that's it for San Diego Rarity, picking that up as well. Zovran is going to get 1, but Tony V finishing that out. And look, 4 kills now for Duel. This is the Duel, I guess, before you said we were beating it with the stick, maybe we're kind of dialing that back. Duel's finally waking up. They're showing that maybe they do belong on the left-hand side, and that's kind of why we're getting excited. This is what we were wanting from them. Well, now a very aggressive push down to the south, looking to clean up Comcard.
We'll see. We'll see if this is the Duel that we want to see. Overall, they still made the right decision. They did check their north real quick, and then they immediately wrapped to their south to make sure that they cleared that team. And now look how much room that they have to work with. So they did recognize that, and they had a very nice execution of it. We just have to see what they want to do from here. And it looks like picking a fight with Comcard is their next play.
There you go, Wooly right now with a strong push. There we go, eyes on Pankill, who I don't think realized Wooly was this close as he went to switch weapons. That's going to be an immediate knock. And Flushman, Duper's actually stealing that one eye open. Is going to get this from afar. And there you have it, Zovran now the last player up, but he's been found. And that is it. Duel picking up another 2. But
I mean, look, since this happened as well, Dodge and Clueless both sent it towards the center at exactly the same time. There was a knock onto Dodge right now, working on the res, but Snow Patrol has stayed up to the north, and they're in a nice position here. A bit of cover. We saw a couple shots onto Mitchy Boy from Duel down south, but they've got the zone here.
And although this looks very open, I mean, it is very open. It's actually not as bad as it seems. There's, again, enough ridges and dips and divots to where Snow Patrol can actually work this quite slowly and still move up in the open, so to speak, and be relatively safe.
And 64 up as well. Still 3 players up. 3 kills on the board. Have been kind of quietly picking away at people for this match. Orion off to the north. We've kind of watched Broke's status watch in this direction, but it is Clueless and Dodge in the center. We can see just beyond Snow Patrol here. And Snow Patrol, we were pretty busy as well. So pretty much everybody right now, kills on the board, looking really healthy. But again, I mean, this circle, where it goes, I think is going to be the deciding factor, and it's hanging to the center again.
To the center, yeah. Snow Patrol, I mean, they have a really nice wrap here if they want to the east. As far as they take it, I think maybe they're worried about getting shot or crested over, but they are going to have to make a move, and I do believe that the east is their best play.
And now on the east as well, Orion starting their move as they're walking right up onto 64 up. Potato looking for Broke status. He's got the AK out, but Dubers is actually going to get more shots on this again. This is what we've kind of seen from them. Just a little bit of third parting, but, you know, with that as well, Broke's status
Ryan.
finding himself completely surrounded is going to get down. I love Gwen Stacy. Molotov's out by Potato. They're going to land just short of doing anything for Broke's status. He's surrounded by fire, barely avoiding that nade, and there you go. Vehicle explosion by Tazinator.
That was an actual red zone. There was nowhere for him to go. And just like that, Orion's still picking up more kills as well. Sociopath going to go down, and Dirty Zin, the last member alive.
Ooh. And down to the south as well. A hard push on Duel from One Eye Open. They've been making some noise, taking shots to teams to the north. And that's going to give all the information that Duel needed. They've got nice coverage here, but you're down to just Firefighter. And Blue is closing in. This is phase 7. You can't sit here much longer. He had 2 vehicles at his disposal. It's going to leave them behind. But with these smokes out, this is the only cover that you're going to have. And Duel still has line of sight onto this.
Mm-hmm. Duel's still in a very strong position. But I'm really curious what Snow Patrol is going to do here, because they can very much dictate a lot of what's going to happen towards the end of this game if they survive as 4. Duel with 8 kills. Nice.
I mean, you want to see that. It shows. All right, we've watched them rotate into teams. There you go. We've watched them clear out squads. We've watched them hold control and not get tunnel vision. And that is very important, because I think the biggest problem that we've seen for a lot of teams today is they turn their back, focus on just one squad, forget to check every angle of the map, and it catches them off guard. It's easy kills for these other squads that are coming in for that third party. And that's the mistake that Duel isn't making right now.
I just want to see Duel be comfortable. I think that's been their biggest downfall throughout not only this series so far, but the last series in PCS. There's just a massive lack of comfort for these guys, whatever the reason may be. You can tell now they're definitely playing more to like their comfort zone as far as feeling good about what's going on, the position that they're playing, the way that they're playing with for trades, the way that they're peaking. I mean, this is how the team should play.
Ooh, and Tazinator's gonna find Tony V. It is a knock in Orion's favor, who wants the high ground and to take this position away from Duel. Hard push coming in. Potato's a bit low on health. Tazinator is as well. But it's Cherry tries to get close to Tony on this res, realizing this might not be a safe spot just yet. Dodge also has angle onto this, but we can see now as well, it knocks exchange. Orion taking that out as well. And here comes Snow Patrol on the back end of this. So with 5 teams, 13 players still up, it's getting crowded. We're going king of the little hill right here as we kind of round out
really
this
cool
circle.
This is a really neat
Nitrogen.
circle.
They doesn't realize he's here. Nitrogen taking out Mitchy Boy.
Not like that.
Oh, Dodge with the vehicle explosion again.
Oh! And Duel saves Nitrogen.
Oh, Cherry actually as well going to take down Tazinator. Duel is on fire. One still up. It's just Detonator for Orion as Potato just about to bleed out here. Meanwhile, Nitrogen is still alive. He's just been lying low right now. Nobody seems to realize that he's at this Murado just from all the chaos that has been ensuing. Meanwhile, Sneak Attack has been found by Lampalot. It's just up to Crawfresh, who is not in a healthy position to move either. And there we have it. The phase is just about to start moving. That means that all players on the edge of the zone are going to have to start working their way in and up to Duel, who's got the center of the circle. But that is it for Snow Patrol going out in fourth. 2 solos left and a 3-man strong Duel.
13 kills from Duel.
Oh, there you go. Nitrogen's gone too. 1 solo and Duel. 14 kills. Duel, where have you been, buddies?
And this is really, really good. It's now a 3-on-1. Duel should be able to take it out, but Orion still surviving, clinging on to the very end. And it's Detonator with 6 kills. That's not exactly a slouch number either for these guys. You know, regardless if Duel takes this, which they should, as long as they play this, they basically have to throw to lose this game. But
I mean, we've seen a 1v2 work in the one's favor. Lampalot is not in a good position. Tony goes down. That's one player. Detonator just needs 2 more, but Lampalot already closing back in and looking for an additional angle away from Cherry. As actually Cherry is going to rotate as well. Duel has the center of the circle. They don't have too far to move, and we can see right now Detonator doesn't have any throwables. He's got no smokes, no nades, no mollies, which means he has no choice but to take this push up onto Duel as we start to see that blue zone put pressure on Cherry and Lamp holding on to the ridge here. Detonator's actually going to take a lot of damage from the blue there, hanging on to the edge of zone. You got to see it here. He's playing this very, very quietly, very calmly. Oh, maybe coming up on Cherry.
Prone right now.
Oh, I want to believe. Detonator's actually going to heal with bandages. I'm not sure if Duel heard it. I think they did. Cherry's going to get knocked, but it doesn't matter. Lampalot picking it up. 15 kills.
Beautiful.
And Duel finishing it out strong. I mean, all right, this is the underdog story. This is everybody has written him off. Everybody said, you know what, I don't even want to talk about Duel anymore because there's nothing to talk about. I think maybe they might have heard us, changed gears a bit, shifted a bit, and came out really strong on Miramar today.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that last game, you can't argue the fact that Duel played that very well. I do really strongly believe, though, that Snow Patrol is going to go back and look at that game and realize that they absolutely could have pushed and rotated on the east side of that, and they actually would have caught Duel with their pants down, so to speak, and they actually should have won that game, or could have won that game. I don't want to say should have, but yeah, I think they'll go back and look at that, and then Duel, on the other side of things, will go back and see that, yeah, they played that very, very well, and that's how they should be approaching every game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as well, we can't discount Orion for that fantastic. Yeah. I mean, they made it into second place. They played the zone smart. They picked up 7 kills as well as 6 placement points for that match. And so as we kind of finish out today, you know, we're seeing now who's strong on Erangel, who's strong on Miramar, who's cohesive as a squad, who's comfortable in this lobby. And we're at the halfway point. There's absolutely no excuses. Every single game is going to matter. You put up a goose egg, you might not recover. And that is something that we did see Orion pull out of the bag. They did not have a good game 4. They were the first team out, and somehow they're still managing to hold up on top. But that said, you know, Godspeed and I are done for today. We're going to throw it back one more time to the host desk, so stick around so we can hear what they have to say about the games today.
Duel! They did it, guys! I know we've been talking about it for weeks, but they did it! 15 kills, if I remember correctly, off of a big performance from Cherry with 7 kills. Hell yeah!
Yeah, that's fantastic to see him actually finally put a game up like that. I guess all that ranked grind from Cherry's paying off, right? Finally?
Hey, see? Thinking there. All right, but before we go deep diving in what all has happened in that last round, what happened last game, we got some highlights that we want to look at. So let's go ahead, break it down with highlights. Cam, take it away.
Let's go. Yeah, jumping straight into these guys. No, wait, this was... Okay, I will say I was a little disappointed with the circle because it teased us with the East Island circle. Unfortunately, it shifted away from that real quick. It shut that one down. I also love this moment. Just completely cutting your friend off because you want to get the kill. And guess what happens? He gets knocked and eventually killed in return, so...
Yeah, so actually, shout out to Cyberdoor. I know Godspeed mentioned them. They were pretty active in the mid game there. They weren't playing this passively at all. This was something we were talking about, guys. Dawn and Macro. This is a surprise for me. Again, just a weird execution on that crash there with Split as well. But Orion again, guys. Just, I mean, they are massively exceeding expectations for me. And time again, we're seeing them make top 3.
Yeah, they actually had a real opportunity to win this game as well.
They did.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them because you do have to win your gunfights, and Duel, especially Cherry, did come out. This was such a close finish. He knocks the first one immediately, and we saw his reticle that I think he flicked over just not far enough. There was a reality that he wins that. It's a small reality. It's the roll of the dice is small.
I thought it was going to happen. Whenever he took the low side of the hill and repositioned around, I was like, oh, Detonator. If you get this one, that's going to be huge. I mean, big shout out to Orion as well. Second place. These guys have been performing so well. Walk away with 7 kills, all things considered, between them. And I'm with you, Cam. I thought we might have an island circle. I thought we were going to get something spicy. Instead, we just get something that's like, I don't know, Taco Bell mild sauce instead. It's just like a little bit like, eh.
Listen, you got to have some sweetness to counter out the sourness of Erangel games. Until Erangel calms down, like, I don't mind that Miramar is a little more stable as long as it stays away from those Southeast Minas circles. Those are the bad ones.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and look through how the points broke down inside of that last round. We've got a match leaderboard that we're going to look at, but we've kind of already been talking about the kills. The real thing that we want to look at is how is this going to stack up for a couple of the teams that we've been wanting to see more out of. And 25 points for Duel, I think, is going to put them in a much more comfortable position than where we were seeing them before.
Yeah, it is. And again, we've already talked about Orion. Snow Patrol, again, have made it to late game a couple of times. Dodge, interestingly enough, there struggled a little bit. They were in a good position, but you can see they're picking up 3 placement points and only 1 kill point. So lacking behind of their previous performances, we should say. But again, no slouch at all. It's they're still making late game, and that's the important factor.
Boy, that seems to be about just 2 teams there. It's a lot of Duel and Orion. Cam, give us a little bit of breakdown on this one.
Yeah, it actually makes perfect sense because Duel, just the way that they were handling their fights, they were in positions that they kind of needed to finish the fights off immediately. Plus, they were playing around like soft terrain, and so that means that it was really easy to finish those kills. While Orion, they were playing in a compound, just taking pot shots at everyone around them. Which is a really good way to rack up damage. It's not the easiest to rack up kills.
Looking at our overall leaderboard, this is where we sit at the halfway point. Orion, gotta be careful. Dodge is starting to creep up on this one. They got 1 point back behind them. They gotta keep their eyes back behind them without a doubt. Duel now moving up into 3rd place. But my boys, Carnage, look at them. They don't even believe in placement points. They think those things are stupid, still in 4th place.
I mean, they're actually, they're second for kills, right? They're actually second for kills. If they just had, like, I mean, if they had kind of keeping par with the other teams, another like 15 placement points or so, they'd literally be up there. So the only deficit there is placement. So hoping they can turn around that going forward. But we have talked about this being a recurring issue for Carnage.
You say issue, I say it's a feature. But you
I
also
agree, Cam. I agree. Feature. I like it.
But there's also the question of if they do play macro, like a heavy or at least start to introduce more like macro intelligent play, will they have the opportunities to pick up kills in the same way?
Maybe
it's
not.
Hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to know the answer until they do eventually start to play differently, or someone could run like an algorithm bot. But here, kills and damage overall, Zray God is staying on the top. There's a reason there's God in his name.
I'll say it. Lampalot. He's our man. If he can't do it, then Cherry can. Chat's been having the heart. They were after him all day. They believed, and your faith was rewarded. The problem with it, not to steal the CLG meme, is it win one game to give everybody false hope. I still want to see it stack up behind that, but Nox, Subtle, walking away with a huge amount there. Destinator tying him up. These guys have been putting in a constant source of work. Back behind that, we got Crop, Cherry, and Soup 6 feet under. These guys have been performing, but just not near as loud as some of these other teams so far.
No, as you can see,
look down over here at assists. Give us a quick breakdown on it.
Again, no real, nothing really to point out from here. Again, this is kind of expected. The teams we've seen that are active all day. Zelot, again, I think this is the only one he's top 3, and the other ones we've seen his name pop up on the damage, but no real surprises here, to be quite honest with you. These are the ones we've seen kind of slugging it out in the mid game and taking team fights.
I gotta say it, if you're gonna name yourself Potato and you're inside of assists as your main feature, I gotta give that a little bit of respect. I like this. We don't ever see this one, Cam.
Okay.
Accuracy.
I like having it, but it is the first time we've seen it, and it already kind of shows why accuracy is not the most important thing, because really none of these names outside of Zray is featured heavily in kills, knocks, damage. In a way, you think that there's accuracy through volume.
But there could be a
certainly a
factor with
preferred
that, though,
way.
right? Oh, we've got 3 members of Calm that are on the accuracy charts, but we haven't seen them on knocks.
But yeah, they're like
damage,
no
kills
one
in the
else. They're
same
nowhere
regard.
else.
So are they maybe playing a touch too safe, Hypoc? Maybe
Well,
they're just waiting until they have to hit the shot.
I mean, if you only take 3 shots and one of them lands, you've got high accuracy than people that are shooting all game, right? So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Again, it's good to see Mitchy Boy at the top there. We know that's the team that's been relatively active and making it to late game and taking team fights. So maybe some correlation there, but we'll have to see, I guess, as the series develops.
All right. Well, we're at the halfway point now. We're going to start trying to wrap this thing up for the day. I need kind of a little bit of a breakdown with final thoughts. Cam, what's your takeaway?
The Cherry fan in me is so tempted to jump back on the duel train after that previous game, but I'm not going to. I am not going to. At this point, duel, they spurred me. They've hurt me too much at this point. They have to prove themselves and actually like qualify before I can jump back onto the bandwagon. I can't hurt myself again.
I mean, you'd have to be at like delinquency levels of gambling to bet on Duel now to kind of win a series. But I mean, my heart's still rooting for them. It's good to see them.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's good to see them finally kind of maybe break their own stigma in their own heads and come out with a performance like that in the last game. But I mean, until I see this again a couple of times, this for me was one of the rosters, even in the group stages, I had pegged as one of the top contenders, and they just never followed that up. So again, fantastic to see them pull this off now, but I want to see them do this again and again, because I think statistically and on paper, it's a roster that should.
All right. I got to bring up the kind of elephant in the room, Orion. A lot of people were kind of sleeping on them moving into today.
Yeah.
Is it just because we're looking at Challenger Series, or are we looking at a thoroughbred team that's going to be moving into this next series and do quite well?
Okay. I wouldn't go. Don't go that far. I feel like we kind of made the mistake already with player 1 in NPL, who did come into phase 2 doing very well for themselves, but like you can still see the gap between the best new team versus the best veteran teams. So at this point, I think it's guaranteed that Orion are going to be advancing. I am excited to see them play in PCS2 and what it's going to do. Yeah. I am not going to go far enough to say that they are a guaranteed top 5 team just yet.
I don't know if you went to Vegas or whatever it was, Cam, but man, I'm trying to bait you into saying something that I can clip and use later, and you just won't do it for me. Hypoc, maybe?
I mean, for me, it's definitely a positive to draw away that a Challengers team is performing this well on a macro level. They're constantly positioning and repositioning, put themselves in game-winning spots. And to see, again, Open's team do that for me is a very promising sign. But we'll have to see how that marries up in a tougher lobby.
All right, so we keep talking about the fact that there's more games tomorrow. There's stuff that's going on. But don't forget, next week is the grand finals. We're looking at the 8 teams that didn't manage to make it, competing against the top 8 teams from the Challenger Series. But we still have the top 16 from all of Continental. So we've got a quick little break so we can look and see what's going on with them. But we'll be back in just 1 second. Those videos know how to get me. Ending with a vehicle explosion going over the camera. They know what I want. I just need more Molotovs in the video next time. And then I guess apparently more barrel as well, because that seems to be the new fate that we're moving into. But look, I know we've been talking about the barrel a lot. Can we talk about how excited I am about the fact that Molotovs have become such a big factor? We're seeing so much happen with that. All right. So on behalf of everybody, guys, we still have more matches tomorrow. My name is Matcher. I'm joined by Cammy D and Hypoc. We had Clover and Godspeed. We're going to be shaking it up, bringing a couple more faces in tomorrow. So if some of your favorite casters weren't here today, maybe you'll see them tomorrow. But with that, I hope to see you guys then. See you later. Maybe not. Happy dance. Happy dance.
Do we like moonwalk off now? Or?
Yeah, do we want to, I mean...
It's awkward. I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, this is a weird one. No, this is what? Whoa, wait, wrong side. Stay out of my room.
All right. So,
well, what should we talk about, guys?
I mean, final thoughts. We could talk about the fact that I already teased you about it, but I'm going to do it live on air because I'm a sadist and a masochist. I like how the minute that we talked up One Eye Open, they then go on a series of 0-point games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought it up because I didn't want to be the one to say it.
I love how Cam's solution is, hey, you know we're in an awkward spot? Let's just stab a team and make it more awkward.
I mean, so I'm gonna stay with what we said. How they showed signs of greatness and played some maneuvers of a pro team. It just unfortunately it got away from them in the end. But they are still an interesting team to watch. And even if they aren't able to pull themselves out of where they are right now, I am excited to see what they continue to do in the upcoming events.
So okay, Hypoc. I think it might be time. You might be able to go to bed here in just a second. Cam, on behalf of everybody, I love you guys so much. Please make the screen go away now. Bye!